Outside was a warm summer. When a couple decided to strengthen their union, Edith Riegelhoff entered the room. From a formal point of view, this should have been an impeccable ducal wedding. The girl did not seem to need to be nervous. However, the looks of the guests revealed evident disgust, contempt, disdain, in addition to lust. In all this, you won't find the joy of a normal wedding, not even during the day with fire. But meanwhile, the girl had already approached her husband. The priest began to read his speech, looking at the book about his praise for the world in the arms of today's creator. He blessed the handsome man and the beautiful woman. In turn, the girl apologized because none of the priest's wishes would come true. Today, when she marries the man by her side, who despises her and will cut her throat. But according to the marriage registrar, they will create a happy and warm family. As before, misfortune certainly takes hold of a helpless girl. That's how in a past life, her brother demanded all her money, without letting her go home. The girl asked again if the game was to blame. The man shouted at her that she talked too much and reminded her thanks to whom she was alive. The sister was indignant. Saving her life took a long time to arrive. She was screaming, and her brother didn't even know how much money she had borrowed. And she couldn't pay it back. The man called the girl a stupid bitch and angrily pushed her away from him. The whole action took place on the stairs, and the girl flew downstairs. After a senseless death that marked the end of her next miserable day, the girl woke up and, looking in the mirror, could not recognize herself. She didn't understand where she was, and who was sitting in front of her in the mirror's reflection was actually a transmigration of the soul. This was something often found in web novels, and as the girl looked at her new body in the mirror, a maid who called Lady Edith entered the room. She asked if her mom had forgotten what day it was today. The girl looked at her surprised and repeated the name in her thoughts. This name was in the novel she read last night. In it, there was a main character, the illegitimate daughter of the Count's family. Elizabeth Sinclair, brilliant, innocent, like the goddess of spring. Due to her background, the Count's family bullied her, and she had an unhappy childhood. Then she caught the attention of the Ludwigs and went to live in the duchy, where she faced tough, uncompromising competition to win his heart. The girl looked worriedly at the floor, remembering the role of a character like Edith Riegelhoff in this novel. And she was a rather simple, greedy, and stupid villainess, blinded by love and tainted by jealousy. She constantly carried out sabotage, trying to harm Elizabeth, whose dirty tricks on the heroine's path of flowers are easily resolved. She is one of those villains. Blinded by love, she did everything possible to kill the heroine and having the Count as an affectionate father. She grew up without worrying about money. The girl remembered the plot. Meanwhile, while Edith thought about the plot and the history of this world, her maid had already prepared her hair. The maid dryly told the girl that the master must be waiting for her. The red-haired heroine, smiling, thanked her. The maid frowned and looked with disgust at the daughter running away from her master, not understanding why she was thanked. Edith rushed hastily through the hall of the house, thinking that the only thing she needed to do was correct her body's mistakes. She remembered the plot well, so it shouldn't be too difficult. That's right, it was even better if she behaved well. She could get the family's love for free. The girl called her father and opening the door to his office, her face shining. She wished him good morning. However, it wasn't long before all her expectations were shattered. The horror in her eyes was evident. In front of her was the object of her fear and disgust, Edith's father. He looked at her with disgust, drinking wine, and asked if it was too late to call him tomorrow. With all his hostility towards his daughter, he turned around, placing the glass on the table, and called the girl slowly. Edith looked indifferently at the floor of her father's office. He asked her why she was so late, and ordered her to close the door on that side. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a third voice sounded saying something about the 13th Edith Riegelhoff. And identity verification completed. Memory information synchronization began, and the girl, who understood nothing, was drawn into the white light. A scene appeared before the girl, where the red-haired woman was screaming that she had made a mistake. And she was asking for forgiveness, citing the fact that she would not make any more mistakes. She begged for forgiveness at least once, crying, stuttering, and stammering, kneeling in front of her father. And her brother. The girl looked at the video, before her eyes in horror. Many memories of her acquired body as an arrogant, poor villainess flashed before her. But this was only an image she used in public, but in reality she was beaten by her family members. Locked in the basement and starved. Her brother pressured her, no worse than her own father, telling her that she had to pay to feed herself and be raised. To everyone else, she was just a walking billboard for the family, adorned with luxurious dresses and expensive jewelry. And in her own home, Edith was just a target for beatings, even from the servants. This is exactly how the most expensive doll of Count Riegelhoff looked, exhausted, tired, covered in bruises and contusions. The doll of her own father looked at the girl next to her and turned towards the heroine. She asked if she liked her past and if she could cope with it. The horrified girl squeezed her hands and recoiled from the body and head of the beaten woman on the floor. But she couldn't say anything. When suddenly, her father snapped her out of her consciousness with a heartbreaking scream, calling her by her name and telling her that she was crazy since the morning. He glared menacingly at his daughter, with clenched teeth and a frown. He hissed that no mistakes should be made these days. Ludwig's people should not notice a single flaw. While the girl, horrified, scared, and filled with animal disgust, moved away from her father and squeezed her shoulders. And he asked her if she remembered the content of the contract well. That is, regarding the fact that she would take 3 maids with her. And only then could they move on to the next step. Edith said she remembered, and she herself desperately wondered why she was like this. The Count's daughter was alone, away from her father, looking away and clutching her hands against her body in embarrassment. She should have reconsidered the information again. The current Duke Ludwig and Count Riegelchow had been rivals since childhood. At that time, the power of the two families was almost equal, but the family of Count Ludwig contributed greatly to the war and received the title of duchy. But Count Riegelhoff also believed that the ducal title was brazenly stolen right before his eyes. Pressing her hand against her chest, the girl realized that this was why she was marrying Edith, so that through her he could find information that could destroy the duchy. She clenched her hand into a fist on her chest and bit her lip, telling herself not to cry. That she was fine. She needed to turn this into an opportunity. She knows how to find ways to survive in adverse situations, and if she doesn't behave like the original, she will definitely be able to survive somehow. In novels where the heroine becomes the villainess, there is always some kind of crisis at the beginning. Today, she simply had to behave like the original Edith. She stepped out of the carriage with the help of a servant and, looking up, saw a beautiful mansion in front of her. In front of her was almost a palace. Perhaps that's why Count Riegelhoff breathes so unevenly towards the Ludwigs. Her brother enviously called the estate equally magnificent, and her father reminded her that it was completely empty. The Ludwig butler appeared in front of them, greeted their guests, and said that the Duke and the Duchess were already waiting for them inside. With a wave of his hand towards the door, he said he would accompany them. Then my father and brother turned to me with a smile, and the gentleman smiling and affectionately calling me my sweet daughter. He told me to hurry up. The girl noticed how his attitude towards her had changed dramatically. But she could do nothing, and only kindly extended her hand in response. It was fine now. It didn't matter, she was going to leave this place in a week anyway. She had to find a way to survive in the Ludwig family, the main setting of the plot. The butler accompanied the family to the dining room and introduced each of them to the Ludwig family, who were already waiting for them. Edith looked around the room in surprise. A pink blush formed on her cheeks to see with her own eyes the characters, whose appearance she could only imagine from the book description, was truly amazing. Duchess Amelia Ludwig thanked the Count for making such a long journey. She asked if they were hungry and mentioned that the table setting would soon be finished. Next to her was Duke Jonathan Ludwig, her husband. The main male character, Connor, was sitting nearby, as Edith thought. Incredibly handsome, his golden eyes looked like they were about to melt. Next to him sat a girl who looked like the goddess of spring. She must be cute, as beautiful as the girl imagined her. And the man next to her was apparently her future husband. He looked at her threateningly, disgusted, and evaluatively. But all this did not stop our heroine's heart from falling in love with him. At first sight, she now understood why Edith clung to him so much. This man was perfect. A straight and sharp nose, a jawline that created an arrogant image, a broad chest, and a thin waist. The girl didn't understand how one could be so handsome. But the future husband didn't pay much attention to her person after all. It was a marriage of convenience, and the man was extremely dissatisfied with this. So he looked away indifferently. The girl realized she had been staring at him for too long. She covered her face with her hand and turned away. Now that she had to compose herself, he still wasn't looking at her. The table was set very richly. The dishes gleamed with cleanliness. Edith cut a piece of meat and ate it. Long live the food of aristocrats and meat that melted in the mouth. When suddenly Edith's father's words interrupted the meal, he said that the father's heart could not yet calm down. How could he send his daughter like this? He began. Placing his hand on his daughter's shoulder and smiling cheerfully, he said he would like her to bring several of her maids with her. He thought she would be much more comfortable with them. Looking at her husband and seeking help from him, Duchess Amelia said that her maids were unequaled. Count Regelhoff, bringing a piece of meat to his mouth, looked menacingly at his future mother-in-law and asked if Duchess Louise had brought a single maid with her when she married. An oppressive and heavy atmosphere hung in the air. The Ludwig children glared menacingly at the Count's family and himself, who smiled maliciously. Edith felt Spanish shame. This request, which could not be refused, no matter how willing she was. But the Duchess didn't need to worry so much. Edith decided to take everything into her own hands. Deciding to diffuse such an alarming atmosphere, the girl smiled cheerfully and turning to her father. She told him it was fine. She put her hand to her chest and cordially asked the Duke to forget this request. She was getting married very young. She said her father was very worried about this. Already in the carriage back to his estate, Edith's father shouted at the girl, calling her crazy. She not only helped, but also became the biggest obstacle. From this moment the story begins seriously, the girl thought, and closing her eyes politely asked her father if he had seen the Duke's face. She asked about this too obviously, which made the girl tense up. It was clear he understood why he asked to bring the maids. The marriage should have dispelled his doubts. If she had already aroused suspicion, then the maids were useless. She scolded her father. The man looked menacingly at his daughter, frowned, and asked what he could do if she was there alone. The girl advised her father to think carefully while she went alone. She couldn't do anything alone. If nothing happened, they would relax their vigilance. The brother thought about the cute girl he saw at the Ludwig's house. Edith confidently said that it was urgent to dispel all suspicion, and once she gained their trust, pretend to feel homesick or ask for the maid to be brought for a while. Count Regelhoff, bringing his hand to his chin, laughed thoughtfully looking to the side. But the girl asked to be trusted, and from that day on, for a whole week she walked on a knife's edge. And finally, she stood in a wedding dress. The priest was reciting his speech, and the girl happily thought that she no longer needed to return to that house. The faithful children of the Creator are building another nest, Shurkan, who will bless their rings. And the eternal alliance concluded in them. And finally, after exchanging tips, it would all be over. A boy and a girl walked down the red carpet towards the wedding hall, carrying a pillow with rings. The little girl looked at the children, carrying the rings on their little feet and smiling. She mentally called them cute, when suddenly she looked up at the man who was looking at her. With him, he frowned and looked at his bride with disgust, showing his displeasure with every muscle in his face. The girl knew how he felt, so, although mentally she suggested he hurry up and finish this quickly, she offered him her hand to put on the ring. It was extremely unpleasant for the man to even slightly touch her hand. And his body, watching as he put the ring on Edith. It was very childish, but the girl didn't pay attention and reached for the pillow with rings. But he got ahead of her. The groom looked at his bride with surprise, not quite understanding what was happening now. Canel, with a grim expression, was already putting the ring on his ring finger. And there was a chill in the air. Contagious and mocking laughter was heard among the wedding couple. He dishonored Edith with his action, which embarrassed her greatly. She clenched her hand into a fist and took a deep breath. Nothing changed. In any case, she wasn't interested in him anyway. The little girl smiled sweetly and leaned towards the girl who brought them the wedding rings. She stroked her head and thanked the children, after which she stood up, lifted her head proudly and stood next to her husband. Not angry with him at all. Connell looked at her with incomprehension, as if wanting to ask something, but restrained himself, and turned his head to the priest. And so a life has come in which our heroine can quietly enjoy peace and dedicate herself to her hobbies without worrying that her father or older brother would beat her. Now that she had been reborn, she didn't ask for at least this much to be allowed. After the ceremony, the girl sat on the bed in her nightgown, stretched, and said she felt alive. Her dress had a very low neckline, so she was constantly worried about it. And her heels were too high, and she thought she should better understand Edith's taste. A knock was heard at the door. Edith, holding a comb in her hands, planned to comb her hair but thought about it and let her in. The voice addressed her by name. Lady Linda entered the room in a snow-white dress, which slightly frightened the little one, and turned to the unexpected guest to see what had happened. The girl in front of Edith was sweet and innocent. Her hair was golden, curly, and shiny. Her eyes were the color of the sky and captivated the gaze. She explained that she wanted to tell her something. The little doll remembered that such an episode occurred right after the wedding and opened her eyes, raising her eyebrows. After the ceremony, Linda visits Edith and wants to apologize for Connell's rudeness. However, her apology, on the contrary, further enraged Edith. She couldn't blame the cold man. So all the anger poured out onto Linda. In the story, Edith shouted at the guest, telling her that after wearing a white dress at someone else's wedding. She was Connell's wife here, which frightened the girl. The idiot could understand why she was upset and raised an eyebrow, but she, and not Edith, had no reason to be angry with the little goddess. Linda said she didn't want to apologize for Connell's rudeness. She hoped she wouldn't feel too offended by him. Although he seems cold on the outside, he is actually a person with a warm heart, said the radiant girl. Edith, embarrassed by her guest's sweet face, smiled enthusiastically. She simply couldn't hate such beauty. Bright blonde hair that seems to shine on its own, large light blue eyes that are pure and innocent, such a sweet appearance and a kind and upright heart. She was an obligatory character in a novel about being trapped in the body of a villainess, and told the girl not to worry about Lady Linda. She understood everything perfectly. It seems it was difficult for both, because this marriage was an agreement between their families. And she explained that Connell would not offend her. If she does everything right, her chances of survival in the duchy will increase enormously. The guest was already looking at her with puppy dog eyes, and her cheeks were flushed. Linda clasped her hands and said with admiration that Lady Edith was very kind and mature. Her appearance, beauty, and voice blinded the eyes, soul, and heart of our trapped girl. Edith said she couldn't even compare to Linda. This dress suited her very well. It was beautiful only because she was wearing it. With her words, she truly embarrassed the little guest. A maid entered the room and told the lady that she had brought a towel. Ludwig's daughter was surprised and apologized for bothering her. She mentioned Connell, but when she came to her senses, she corrected herself by citing that the girl must be tired. Edith thanked Lady Linda, telling herself that the guest in front of her was cute, and she really wanted to hug her. Waving her hand, she told the girl to rest too and said they would see each other tomorrow. The girl took off her nightgown, exhaling with relief. This seemed to be the end of the wedding episode. She was left alone and could finally rest a little. Edith got into the bathtub full of hot water, and as she submerged herself in the water with rose petals, she said out loud that she felt alive at that moment. It was incredible when she is the wife of the future Duke. Maids are doing the bath preparation, even though there is no internet here. But you don't have to go to work, do the same thing. You don't have to worry about the bank account anymore, about the damned manager and the gambling brother. all of this is saying goodbye. The girl spoke cheerfully, throwing her head back from how busy she would be. Attending operas, house contests, parties, and even balls. Suddenly, someone entered the bathroom and said it was rude to bathe alone until the groom arrived. In front of her in a wedding suit was her newly named husband, Connell, shaking his hand with disgust and calling his bride unscrupulous and frowning. The girl looked surprised at the youngest son of the Ludwigs, covering her naked chest with her hands. But in the book he didn't come to the wedding hall, she thought. The man looked coldly at the lady and asked why she was so surprised. And asked if someone else should have come here. Still enjoying the hot bath water and hiding from her fiancé, Edith raised her eyebrows and said she just thought he wouldn't come to see her. Connell put his hand on his thigh and, relieved but still haughty, thanked God that his wife was smart enough. Looking sincerely at her husband and speaking with the same sincerity, she said it couldn't be otherwise. Because he didn't even let her put on the wedding ring. She just couldn't help but understand. The man approached the girl with his hands on the sides of the bathtub and with rage on his face. And in his eyes, he asked her if she really expected strange insinuations. Looking at the beautiful but embittered face of her husband, she thought about how much his beauty enraged her, and at the same time, how much of a cretin he was towards her. His beauty, and at the same time, what a cretin he was towards her. She had no reason to hate the youngest son of Count Ludwig, and, to be honest, she didn't even have the strength to be angry with him. Edith relaxed her eyes and explained to him that she was telling everything as it was. It was obvious he wouldn't be in this room after such an attitude towards her. And she asked him if he was going to sleep here. Surprised by this declaration from his own wife and angry, he clicked his tongue, turned abruptly, and left the bathroom. He left stamping his heels. The girl covered herself with her hand, looked at him surprised. She raised an eyebrow and asked loudly why he had come. The man walked quickly from his wife's room, thinking about something. When suddenly someone called him. Linda was nearby with her fist clenched to her chest and asked him if he was in the bride's room. The brother explained to his sister that it was so, but she, like him, had no expectations for this night. The girl asked what that meant, to which Connell replied that Edith got into the bathtub and fell asleep. The younger sister objected to her brother, but he didn't let her finish and, patting her on the head, said that Linda thought too highly of everyone. He remembered what kind of person Count Riegelhoff was. He asked if the intentions of the people in this house were serious. They were mocked so much. The sister, listening to her brother, said that Lady Edith's words were true. The brother interrupted Linda and asked what she was saying. The sweet girl explained that the lady praised her dress and immediately blushed at her words and looked away. The man raised his eyebrows surprised and angrily, desperately, said that she was not the one who chose this clothing, and asked her if she scolded him for this. Linda said she hadn't said anything like that, but she must have been annoyed. Connell's face, after his sister's last words, broke into a smug smile and a chuckle. He said to think about the dress she was wearing. He nervously asked her if this was why she reacted like that to his, because hers was not luxurious at all. Dissolute. This was very indecent, as she also looked at him proudly and from under her forehead, which greatly angered the young man. The girl shouted at her brother, not understanding how he could call his own wife indecent. How could he even say such a thing? Connell said it was cruel of him and asked if she had something to tell him. The girl pitifully raised her eyebrows, looked at her brother with puppy eyes, and pressed her hand against her chest. They were illuminated by the moonlight coming through the window, and then the young man. Frowning pitifully, he asked Linda if she knew how he felt. Suddenly, another voice called the girl, and the older brother appeared in front of the couple, greeting Connell, speaking as if he hadn't seen him in a long time, and asking what the two of them were doing here at such a late hour. The girl instantly turned and cheerfully looked at Connell, who had just arrived. Connell looked sadly at his beloved little sister, and his face was darker than night. Morning came. Edith stretched with pleasure. Waking up in the morning, she was surprised that even after all yesterday's torment, her body woke up on time today. It was the strength of a young, No, healthy and aristocratic woman. She had never felt so good in her life. Everything was wonderful. She has a healthy body, so she will think positively. If she succeeds, she can live as a beloved daughter-in-law. Edith thought. Getting out of bed and approaching the window, she thought that Connell was a secondary character. And that he was in love with Linda, but their parents could have been different. The Dukes of Ludwig, who so warmly welcomed Linda, could suddenly open their hearts to her. Although the atmosphere at the first meeting was not very good. So the girl, satisfied with her conclusions, decided that this was an excellent solution and, to begin with, she welcomed them. One of the basic rules for surviving in a novel with rebirth in the body of a villainess is, of course, to gain the trust of the main and secondary characters. In fact, if she wanted to survive in the Ludwig family, it was important to remember that the opinion of the Duke and the Duchess was much more important than Connell's. All she wanted was to enjoy a quiet life in some corner of the mansion and eat delicious food. For this, she definitely needed to gain the trust of the Ludwigs. No mother-in-law would hate her daughter-in-law, who came to greet her the morning after the wedding. In front of her was the same bell with a rope that she had only read about in books. With the help of the maids, transforming into a real bride would not be difficult. She rang the bell, and the maid immediately came to her call and asked if she was being summoned. Edith confirmed and asked to be ready to go out. It was still unusual to hear herself as a mistress. Looking at the outfits the maid brought, she asked what her name was. The girl's name was Anna. So Edith asked her if all the clothes she brought were equally lush and vulgar. Anna said that everything was like that. The girl thought that if she wore something like that, she would hardly be welcome. Edith had already imagined the astonished faces of the Ludwigs upon seeing her in such a dress. And she felt ashamed. So she asked Anna to go to the workshop and ask them to alter the dresses so that her breasts were covered, and to get rid of all the unpleasant decorations. Although she didn't give the order, the maid went to fulfill her request without objection. Edith knew that Riedelhoff's maids were strange. Holding the vulgar dresses hesitantly in her hands, she said with disgust that the others would also need to be modified. She also remembered that yesterday was her wedding night and wondered if she should leave some blood stains on the bed. However, she decided that there was no point in bothering with this if she did it herself. Most likely Connell would not be happy. And all because, as in the original story, Connell not only loved Linda, but was willing to devote himself entirely to her. Edith thought that the beautiful virgin was really beautiful, and wondered if it would be too much to force sympathy from a minor character. And then the girl wondered why she had come last night, if it was really just to fight. But whatever the case, she was happy to see her beautiful face twice a day. Her heart beat only for memories, and at that moment her hair was already ready. But Anna couldn't call her mistress. Placing her hands on Edith's shoulders, the maid called her mistress again. And finally, she came to her senses, because Anna reported that her hairstyle and dresses were ready. The girl thanked the maid and scolded herself, Evelina, for starting to go crazy. Because she herself decided she wasn't interested in him. And so, finally getting dressed and coming to her senses, Edith entered the marriage office of the Ludwigs. And pressing her hand to her chest, she said she had come to greet them and asked how they slept. Duke Jonathan and his wife, Duchess Amelia, sat next to each other on a crimson sofa and smiled kindly at their daughter-in-law. The Duchess was the first to start the conversation and said that she must have been very tired yesterday. But she still came early to greet. She was worried that Edith was too nervous. The daughter-in-law thanked her for her concern and said she was fine, after which she sat on the sofa opposite her parents, where there was a cup of tea. She was sure they had been informed that Connell had not slept with her. The Duke joined the conversation and said he knew that the Count had raised her as his favorite daughter. He wondered if his daughter-in-law knew anything about managing a household as the mistress of an aristocrat's house. Evelina thanked God for having Edith's memories and said she knew how to manage the budget, manage and work with documents. She mentioned that perhaps in the duchy they do it differently, but said that if they teach her quickly, she will learn everything. The Duke touched on a not very pleasant topic. His voice sounded like a bolt from the blue, and said that the Count seemed to have taught her only this correctly. But the girl knew that they wouldn't be too favorable towards her. But now he says so brazenly if she came to steal documents. Very ignorant of him. She said that if she didn't deserve their trust, they should teach her something else, and explained that she would try very hard. Duke Jonathan realized that he had revealed himself too clearly, which showed a lack of respect. So his wife lightly nudged him with her elbow, angry at her husband. Smiling, the Duchess said she was glad the Count taught her, and said that Edith could help her with documents in 2 weeks. And moreover, if she needed anything, she couldn't hesitate to say so now. Evelina thanked her mother-in-law and asked her to put a person she knew in front of her, and who could introduce her to the estate. Amelia asked about her son. Edith thought about what she wanted from a man who, even on their wedding night, did not spend the night in the bridal bedroom, and the Duchess, realizing what she had set out to do, looked away and said she would find a guide for her. The girl said she was going to turn around because of this and ran out of the room. Closing the door, she leaned against it, took a breath, thought she would die there. A man appeared in front of her and asked the lady if she was all right. Edith raised her head and, apologizing, explained that everything was fine, just that she was a little worried. In front of her was a majestic and tall blonde with long hair, green eyes, and glasses. And he looked at her tiredly. Evelina asked him if he was the Baron Roland Filch. Putting her hand on her chest and smiling cheerfully, the girl said she was delighted to meet him, and asked him to take care of her. The Duchess ordered him, the Duke's assistant, to inform her about the property. He, being a servant, was responsible for the paperwork in turn, just like Anna, who was assigned to her as a maid. These characters were not even mentioned in the original. So Evelyn was a little nervous about people she had no information about. Roland turned around and asked if the lady wanted to do a round right now. The girl sometimes felt that this was not just a world inside a book, but reality. The man explained that he had a lot of work today, so he couldn't give her much time. The embarrassed girl apologized to him and told him to do the rounds right now. Walking behind Roland, she wondered if it was common for heroes not in the original to be so direct. Or not. There was also a jewelry room where the ducal family jewels were kept, which could also be shown off at celebrations. Weapons and armor were stored in another room, which were mainly used by his lordship. And 2 knights, all made by the hands of famous craftsmen. There was also a large library, like the heart of the duchy. Many rare books were collected here. She cheerfully followed Roland and was all radiant. Edith asked if anyone could enter here or if special permission was needed. To which the man replied that any member of the Ludwig family could enter here at any time. The same applied to the Sistine Ash, where new works of art were displayed every month. But in her previous life, she couldn't attend exhibitions because ticket prices were too high. There was also a museum in the house, and finally the Baron led the lady to the Sistine Hall. Evelina looked in surprise in front of her, at the room, which was all covered in gold and filled with beautiful statues and paintings. The accompanying Baron explained that the property was huge and suggested that we finish here for today. The girl continued to gaze with admiration at the incredible hall. Edith thanked Roland. She was amazed by the place where she now lives. She praised the Baron's beautiful voice and eloquence because she didn't even realize how time was passing. The man looked surprised at the new member of the Ludwig family, observing and listening. With his heart pounding, no one had ever paid him such compliments, and a blush appeared on his cheeks. But he simply said that he did what he had to do and offered to complete the rest of the tour the day after tomorrow. They returned along the large terrace, and looking down, Roland suggested telling him about this place while they were here. From this terrace, it was convenient to look into the courtyard, the man explained, pointing with his hand. It is often used when guests come to the estate. He said his lordship likes to sit there and talk. In fact, now the children of the marriage Ludwig were sitting there and pleasantly conversing with the hair of their daughter Linda, while drinking a cup of tea. Roland, seeing this image, became worried about the state of his pupil and with cold sweat forming on his body. He looked worriedly at the girl. Edith stood on the terrace, gripping the balcony railing and indifferently looking at her husband, having a pleasant conversation with another girl. But all this was only in the man's mind. In reality, Evelina was just fascinatedly looking at her husband, rejoicing at this beautiful sight of his face. Roland wondered aloud and worriedly what Mr. Connell was doing here. Looking down annoyed, the girl looked surprised at the escort. And then the girl realized that it was really strange of him that the newly named fiancé was drinking tea with another woman. Her bewilderment was quite natural. Scratching his head, he looked at her husband cheerfully smiling at his little sister, and wondered what Edith would have done in the original story. She didn't care if someone wanted to enjoy the ancient buildings of the duchy. And she moved away from the railing. Tucking her hair behind her ear, she smiled sweetly and turning to Roland. She told him that it was truly a wonderful place, that in late spring the garden would be even more beautiful. The escort looked at the girl with emotion and surprise, but she didn't seem upset at all, and said he was right. Edith said she thought she would come to this terrace often and suggested leaving here because she still had business to do. Roland looked with some confusion at the new mistress, who seemed to him to be nervously laughing, and confirmed her words. That same day, at a meeting, Count Jonathan asked his servant what he could say about Edith. Roland said that the girl listened to him attentively. To his surprise, she quickly understood the structure of the property and, in particular, she liked Sistine Ash. While writing something without being distracted from his work, the Duke asked the Baron if he had noticed anything strange in Edith's behavior. The man explained that he saw nothing of the kind in her behavior. On the contrary. Contrary to rumors, she proved to be very dignified. Baron Roland shook his head and remembered that there was something else his master should have known. As they walked along the large terrace after the tour, they met Lady Linda in the company of two young knights. At that moment, Duke Jonathan simply couldn't help but pay attention. His hand slid off the piece of paper and, looking at the servant with disgust, asked what it meant. After all, he asked them not to provoke complaints. And seeing the fiancé flirting with another woman the morning after the wedding was probably a harsh blow for Edith. Said the man. To prevent Riegelhoff from siding with Langston, he clearly explained to Connell that he needed to endure at least until the end of this year. But his son also made it clear to his father that he and the Count's daughter were only spouses on paper, and told him not to expect more from him. But the father himself did not want to admit that his son vehemently resisted his will. And knowing all the conditions, he acted in his own way. He clenched his fist. Roland raised his voice and said that the lady paid no more attention to this. The Duke instantly raised his head towards the Baron and asked him, surprised, what this meant. Of course, the escort did not know what he was thinking, but he saw that instead of making a scene, she simply left, pretending not to have seen anything. The Duke, impressed by the girl's attitude and pride, gasped in surprise and, bringing his hand to his chin and looking away, he said that Edith Riegelhoff was quite unusual. In Evelina's room, after the meal, Anna said that if the girl had finished, she would clean everything and thanked her maid. She still felt awkward and uncomfortable that they were cleaning up after her. Maybe because she tried so hard to eat alone at home that it was awkward to sit like that and not help. Therefore, Edith decided to change tactics and praised the girl for her work and asked if she was having lunch. If so, let her go to lunch. The maid cleaning the table looked at her lady surprised. Never had any member of the nobility been so interested in her. Anna bowed politely and thanked the girl, who just realized that her words might arouse suspicion. But nothing could be done anymore. She thought she had made a very good impression on the Dukes. So she could exhale. All that remained was to decide how to relate to Linda. Linda Sinclair is destined to become the main heroine of this world. But her life was not so simple until she fell into the Ludwig family. Sinclair's son and daughter constantly abused their illegitimate daughter. Their home became a prison, where she was constantly oppressed. That's why, and thanks to her helping Duchess Ludwig not to fall off her horse, Linda caught her attention. Angry at the cruel treatment of the kind girl, the Ludwig spouses bought Linda's rights for huge sums of money. The Sinclair family, hastily relinquishing their parental rights, lost the opportunity to connect, with the duchy later went bankrupt. And regretted it very much. At the end of the book, not a single character remains with a bad ending, unlike Edith. And it could be said that Evelina's real life was full of problems from beginning to end. During the year she worked at the company, management abused their positions so many times that she lost count. I also broke up with a guy via text message when I saw him going to a motel with another woman. And when Evelyn was already going home, she thought that now she would only read some web novels. But that was the end. She wondered what happened to her older brother after he pushed her down the stairs and, when she died, if Dad and Mom were sad. Edith thought she was more worried about him than her dead daughter. Well, now she should only worry about herself too, and not about them. While the girl thought about the past, she looked out the window, in front of which there was a large tree in the garden, under which Linda was sitting reading a book. Evelina thought that instead of avoiding her, on the contrary, she should go and try to make friends. Suddenly, the sonorous voice of a girl near the tree interrupted the flow of her thoughts. And she turned towards the window. At Linda, her older brother Connell approached and asked his sister what she was reading. It was the history of the imperial family, because she did not receive a proper education. So she read about it. Smiling, the girl said that since she didn't know much, it was difficult for the Duke to determine her future. Looking at the girl fascinated, Edith's husband said that if she wanted, he would be happy to help her. Just let her tell him if she needed anything. He and Evelina obviously had similar behavior to a minor character. Connor would have said not to worry about it and simply live with pleasure. That this would take care of everything, that she only needed to be there. According to the genre classics, Connell could never defeat Connor. Now it was not worth turning to her. And it was necessary to stop eavesdropping, but Linda asked, so her brother left Edith. And came alone. She was really alone all day. The girl couldn't believe it. Connell told his sister not to pay attention to this girl at all. According to him, Edith is just a hostage who will stay here for a short time and then disappear. His words really hurt Evelina's heart, and she realized that he was really thinking about her. At the same time, dishes were breaking at the Sinclair estate. A blonde girl was screaming that what was happening was complete nonsense. She didn't understand why, out of all the people in the situation, a damned girl was chosen in particular. The screaming girl was Layla Sinclair, the Count's youngest daughter. A voice behind her asked the girl what had happened. Layla shouted full of rage, reminding her interlocutor that he didn't know what he was talking about. And it's because Edith Riegelhoff married Connell Ludwig, and in front of her, leaning against the wall, and arms crossed over his chest, stood Daniel, the Count's eldest son. The girl, worried and irritated, not understanding, asked why it was Riegelhoff. The brother laughed and said that the Ludwigs had a hobby of collecting useless women. Angry at her brother's neglect, she shouted at him and asked if it was funny. The young man replied calmly, saying there was nothing to be sad about. Layla frowned and looked at Daniel, and cautiously asked him if he knew anything about this. Her brother already looked very different, and a malicious and satisfied smile shone on his face. Already sitting on the sofa, standing around the table, facing each other, the sister told her brother not to waste time. And speak quickly. The brother was sitting on a chair with a cup of tea in his hand and looking at his sister. He told her that she was still just as temperamental. But then he suggested getting to the point and going back in time. He asked Layla why the two of them got married, what two families could gain by marrying their children. Firstly, Count Riegelhoff had the right to distribute the iron ore mined in the southern mines. That is, he had the raw materials for weapons production. Having explained all this impending problem, he asked why it was so important, and put the cup on the table, rolling her eyes and frowning, bringing them to the bridge of her nose. The girl asked why he was suddenly talking about weapons and how she could know that. The young count laughed at his dear sister and asked her if she knew how the power was divided. And it was divided between Archduke Patrick, eager to become emperor, and the imperial faction supporting the young emperor. It would be dangerous if the Archduke's side could produce weapons, so the Ludwig Duchy, a member of the emperor's faction, had to keep Count Riegelhoff in check to prevent him from siding with Patrick. The girl shouted indignantly about how good this was. The brother wanted to explain why the marriage was necessary, but now it was as if he was mocking her. Smiling, Daniel explained to his dear sister Layla that everyone already knows all this. But this is where the fun begins. He asked if Count Riegelhoff was really tied up as everyone thought. One day, at one of the banquets, Daniel heard shouts somewhere far from the main procession, and looked in their direction. It was then that Count Riegelhoff gave a good report to his supposedly beloved daughter, calling her stupid and incompetent. Then Edith, in tears, said that she had made a mistake, and said that this time there would be no more mistakes. He shouted that if his daughter couldn't get information, she would go without dinner for the whole week. At that moment, the young Count Sinclair realized that the whole image of the arrogant villain Edith Riegelhoff was a complete sham. After hearing her brother's story, the girl was filled with horror. She got goosebumps and cold sweat ran down her body. It was simply impossible. But the young man understood that it was difficult and hard to believe this, but everything was like that. Finally explained. And smiling, he looked at the girl with half-closed, cunning eyes and said that they could only watch how events would unfold. If this information was revealed at the right time, Riegelhoff would be doomed. Roland gave Edith another tour. This time, he spoke of another exit to the terrace. The girl admired him. She toured the estate little by little, but it still took a whole week to cover everything. Now she was thinking out loud what she should do in her free time. The escort said she didn't need to worry. The girl looked at the man with interest. And the Baron continued and said that the Duchess asked him to tell her that she had an order for her. Edith asked again enthusiastically and immediately cheered up. The man looked inquisitively at her cheerful behavior. Evelina almost burst into tears. They couldn't even imagine how difficult it was for her to be idle all this time. She told her guide that her mother's office was behind the third door on the left. If she walked down the hall in that direction, and asked if she was right. Scratching his neck, he thanked Roland because only thanks to him could she navigate perfectly in this large mansion, and asked if she turned out to be an excellent student. The man was amazed by the mistress's words and beauty and turned his head, adjusting his glasses, and said that he had been explaining to her all week. It would be a shame not to remember everything immediately. The girl opened the office door and saw Linda in front of her. Happily telling her to come in quickly, Duchess Emilia was sitting a little further away from her. Evelina cheerfully entered the office as soon as she saw the radiant spring goddess in front of her. Mentioning God, she asked if they would work together and said it was a great success. And she also asked Linda to teach her everything because she was just starting. The blue-eyed girl felt embarrassed, blushed, and said she should be happy that the mistress considered her capable of completing the task. The Duchess laughed amusedly and commented that the two got along well. Edith, embarrassed, apologized to her mother for not greeting her. The noble lady said there was nothing wrong. She was happy to see them both and asked Linda to help Edith with the documents. The girls worked hard together, sitting next to each other at the table. Evelyn preparing the paperwork and Linda already folding it. The mother hurried anxiously around the room, checked every corner and noticing this knock. She asked if the Duchess was expecting someone. Linda cheerfully joined the conversation and smiling at her brother's daughter-in-law. She said that Lady Edith knew nothing. So the blue-eyed girl explained that the lady had recently called the assets by folding the papers. The girl looked at Linda surprised. And apparently, she remembered that this episode was in the original novel and Edith, as usual, was angry at the goddess. When the servants' voices were heard, they informed the Duchess that the assets had arrived. And they were waiting for them in the hall. The lady suggested finishing this and moving to the hall. Putting the papers aside, Edith got up from her seat and obeyed her mother's words. She thought she would remember this scene when she was there. Sitting on the sofa, the Duchess glanced through the proposed catalogue and regretted that the older a person got, the more luxuriously she chose the design each time. The girls opposite also received their own catalogs for review. And already in this atmosphere, Evelina remembered what kind of scene it was. Suddenly, the mother turned to the girls in front of her and invited them to choose something that suited their tastes. And closed the catalog. It was dangerous. Suddenly, she started asking questions, as in an exam. Here it was obvious that the lady would like Linda's design more. Or the outfit she chose will receive more praise. The girl looked at the mistress's daughter and asked if they could really do this. Edith decided she needed to remain calm. Not everything was so bad. Victory and defeat were predetermined. Even if we forget that Linda is the protagonist, she could definitely understand the Duchess's tastes in 5 years, unlike her. Evelyn had only seen such clothes in photographs. As soon as the girl stopped crying, Linda's cry of joy was immediately heard. The girl was surprised how quickly she chose an outfit. She pointed to the blue silk dress and said it would look great and highlight the Duchess's beauty. The tailor praised the heroine's choice after all. It was the latest design from their workshop, the highest quality silk from which the imperial family's suits are made. Evelina noticed that Linda still chose the best of the options presented and got a little annoyed. The Duchess had a light skin tone, so any color would suit her. But blue would especially highlight the lady's amber eyes. But it was her choice. Amelia interrupted her thoughts and asked Edith if she liked anything. She said it would be difficult because the dress Lady Linda had chosen was very beautiful, but asked for something new. And Evelina handed Duchess Amelia a page from the brochure with her choice. The lady was quite surprised and remembered God. Papadanka said that this style is suitable for those days when she wants to change her mood a little. The tailor praised Edith for her good eye and explained that few people are capable of appreciating the combination of these two colors. Evelyn thought that, in her 21st century opinion, this design was perfectly suitable and worthy of a duchess. Mrs. Amelia was worried. Although the dress was beautiful, the design would be too conspicuous for her, as Edith thought. It was too much for her mother. However, they say that the older a person is, the more luxuriously they should dress to look great. In any case, she didn't think about winning this confrontation. She was just accumulating power. She said that Mom has beauty and dignity, that she would look in keeping with this dress. The lady laughed and said she was embarrassing her, but she would trust her taste. She would order both dresses and now offered to choose something for Linda. The girl was surprised. She said she didn't need it, that really anything would do, dresses. But that she had enough. However, no one listened to her anymore. Mom and Edith were already looking for dresses for her. The floral print would be ideal for a spring tea party, and the other seemed sewn for her. And one more thing, pointed out our girl, this pink color is not suitable for everyone. But Linda has pale skin and pink cheeks, so it suits her very well. The Duchess agreed with Edith's words and praised her excellent taste. Then she immediately asked about the white empire-style dress. Linda's opinion was not taken into account. The fit was good, but she would look young in it if she wanted something white. Then Evelina had already found a suitable option. It would be good to add an aquamarine brooch to it. The tailor wrote down all her wishes. Time flew by. The ladies made up their minds and settled on 5 dresses. It was very difficult to choose them. The mother came to her senses and told Edith to quickly choose what she wanted. But the heroine said she didn't need new dresses and asked if Mrs. Vanessa would alter them. The tailor didn't quite understand what the woman meant and asked what she understood by alteration. Edith simply had several dresses she wanted to entrust to her and called Anna, because one of the rules for surviving in a romance with turning into a villainess was to create the opposite image. The girl asked the dressmaker to remove all the jewels from the dresses and also to cover everything in the chest area. Too deep a neckline was uncomfortable. Vanessa laughed with interest and asked that it seemed Lady Edith's taste had changed a lot. The girl said it could be called that. Sighing, she said what kind of dress she wanted to see and asked her to close it up to the nth place as naturally as possible. The Duchess and her daughter looked at her surprised. Evelina sighed with satisfaction. It was finally over, and the girl, satisfied with her work, stretched, straightening her stiff back. Now she was interested in collecting all the diamond beads from the dress and counting how many there would be. And now she will do whatever it takes to establish intimacy with the Duchess, calling her mother. And if she continues in the same spirit, but she couldn't finish. Right in front of the door of her rooms was her husband, Connell, with his hands on his chest and his back leaning against the wall. He looked at her with a threatening, but at the same time indifferent and cold, bewitching gaze. It was already clear to everyone that Connell couldn't show up in front of her room for no reason. Edith asked what happened, but her husband walked past her and only told her to follow him. With sadness in his voice and not so happy an expression on his face, he explained that Linda wanted to invite her to a tea party. Evelina cautiously made a sound of understanding, but in her heart, she didn't understand if such an episode from the original, in which Edith was invited to a tea party, would have to be remembered. It was obvious that Linda asked her to come here. The girl looked at her husband's back, but he still looked handsome. And his broad shoulders were worth it, as if he had been swimming in the past. And also his narrow waist, for the first time our heroine's heart beat so much seeing a man's body. He was magnificent. Mentally, she told Linda not to worry, that she would just look, when suddenly her husband turned to her. And the girl looked away. Evelina hoped he hadn't noticed how she was looking at him, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She looked at the man worriedly, fearing he had seen her, however, contrary to expectations. He simply warned about something immediately. And unfortunately, it was his vanity and selfishness that Connell told Edith to watch her language in front of Linda. Furrowing his brows, he said sadly that she was like family to him, and that Linda was also more important to him than she was. The situation heated up every second. Evelina looked sadly and detachedly at her husband. That's how things were. She sadly lowered her head to the floor and, nervously smiling, expressed her surprise. And also said that these words hurt her. He got upset with her and asked if something could cause her pain. The girl said she was also a human. The words spoken next were sealed in her head for a long time. He asked her if she was definitely a human and not a snake. Edith abruptly raised her head and glared menacingly at the man in front of her, and sarcastically called Connell very polite and asked if she should address Linda according to the manners of the Duke's son. It seemed he wanted to ruin her mood and make her look like a terrible woman. But unfortunately for him, she was not one to get angry easily, said Edith. The man asked what she meant, but the girl continued her speech and said that hurting her was a completely different matter. And she looked coldly at her husband, after which she left. Edith had already met Lady Linda, telling her to hurry up and smiling sweetly. The girl thanked her for the invitation. The atmosphere was clearly not the most tempting. Linda shone with happiness, but the other three were not so pleased with each other's presence here. The Duke's eldest son, Connor, was the first to break the silence. He said that he felt Lady Edith had already gotten used to life here, and took the glass. Smiling, he asked her if she was taking on too much work because she had just gotten married, and if they should have gone on a trip with Connell. The girl immediately understood his intentions to send him with her and take care of Lita himself. And she said she didn't know, saying that it seemed to her that Connell was very busy. Edith's husband asked his brother if now was the best time to explore the lands. Since winter was already over, Connell said it made sense. And without confusion, he immediately invited Linda to go with him, because she had already said that she wanted to go on a trip someday. The girl looked at her brother in surprise, putting her hand on her chest, and didn't know what to answer him. Connell intervened in the conversation and asked why his brother was putting Linda in an awkward situation, and told him not to pay attention to his words. Connor asked how things were, but if he wasn't there, most likely Linda would be in an awkward position because of Connell. In this, Edith agreed with the elder. These three were like good siblings, but once Connor left, from the outside, it will look like the remaining two are in a relationship, and it will be impossible to avoid bad rumors about Lady Linda. Evelina looked at her husband's older brother and thought that maybe, precisely because he was the main character, his thinking is different, Connor brought a cup of tea to his mouth and fixed a cold, demanding gaze on Edith, and asked the girl what she thought about it. Eveline immediately came to her senses when she was addressed and asked her older son what he was asking her about. He talked about the fact that he was the only one who would leave this mansion, as well as about the situation between them, him and Lady Linda. Connor clearly hinted to the girl to side with him. All the crazy and worried glances were directed at Edith. Now the joint future of one of the brothers depended on her. The girl glared menacingly at the man in front of her and realized that it was too much of him to pressure her so much. A very brazen question. Evelina, of course, already understood that it was not in her position to count on love. But it was obscene to bring a person down to the bottom and mock her. Everyone in this family had absolutely no manners. She threw her hair back, took the cup, and said with pride that she didn't care. Both brothers looked at Edith with surprise. The elder expressed his surprise by asking what that meant. Their faces expressed incomprehension. The girl explained that the inspection of the lands was the responsibility of the heir to the duchy, which means that they were direct responsibilities of Mr. Connor, and she asked him what right he had to tell her to go. Or not. The man wanted to object, but Edith continued, because to be honest about Linda's trip with him, it seemed to her that it would still not be easy for her. A trip so long on the map is quite difficult, and the lady was not even his wife. It would be too burdensome to ask her to do this, she said, and looked at Linda. Although the girl was covering herself with her hand, it was clearly visible from her side how greedy her expression was, and her cunning smile. Evelina was surprised and even frightened when looking at Linda. The air seemed to thicken. But the next moment, the girl's face changed sharply. Raising her eyebrows, she pitifully asked Connor if she had to go for an exam now. Evelina looked at the girl surprised. She didn't understand what had just happened and didn't understand if she had imagined it. However, she decided to explain this later. Now it was not her who had to be dealt with. And she took a sip of the refreshing tea. Connor said that for now it was just words, and said that his daughter-in-law had a very generous heart. His eyes looked directly into Bellina's soul, as if reading her from beginning to end. But at the same time, he despised and respected her. It was he who was Edith's main problem. The main character is an idiot. On the night of that same day, Connell went out onto the large terrace and thought about what happened before. He didn't understand why his wife was behaving this way. But for some reason, it even amused him and did not bother him at all. All his emotions were on his face. He smiled softly, recalling the scene from a couple of hours ago. Suddenly, behind him, a woman's voice was heard calling his name and being careful. He looked back in shock. Little Linda came out from behind the door and asked attentively what Connell was doing there late at night, alone in the middle of the terrace. Even in the moonlight at night, she looked simply excellent in the man's eyes. And he asked her if something was wrong. The young man was happy to see Linda here and said everything was in order and that he had heard that they were commissioned new dresses today. His mother loved to dress the girl in new clothes. Linda said that her mother always bought her many new dresses and that she felt guilty. Connell, smiling, asked her why she felt guilty, because the Duchess was always jealous of families that had daughters. And moreover, Linda herself was very worried about Lady Amelia, so they should be grateful to her for her work. Her husband and children were raised as gentlemen, so she was alone her whole life. But whatever the case, Linda thought that buying new dresses for Edith would make her much happier. With him, she asked why he thought so, and then the girl explained that Edith had not chosen a single dress, but decided to remake the ones she brought with her. She also helped with the choice of dress for the Duchess, but the young man was already worried only about what he had heard before. He couldn't believe it was the same Edith Riegelhoff who never wore the same dress twice. He smiled, correctly interpreting his wife's motives. He said that she was disgusted by buying a dress for herself, but for them, it was normal. The girl said that he misunderstood her. But the young man didn't listen to anything anymore. He thought that she didn't like studying, but at the wedding, she wore a very vulgar dress. But then she started wearing only modest clothes, and although today it didn't anger him much, everything becomes evident when she shows her guts. It's true, it was vulgar and disgusting, he thought with her. But at the same time, he remembered her beauty when she hid from him in the bathroom. And then a moment appeared in my head where they were arguing with her, and how Edith, looking at him menacingly, asked if he was trying to hurt her. Many thoughts mixed in her head, she plunged deep into her consciousness. Not even the breeze from the open terrace helped, her head ached like crazy. The girl was worried about the rapid change in behavior of her named brother, who was holding his head, but she didn't ask anything about it. Suddenly she asked him if Edith still didn't like him, to which Connell called her not a girl, but a snake. Now she lay quietly on the floor, but when everyone relaxes, she will show her fangs. He thought that sooner or later she would ask him to find her another study that suited her vulgar tastes. And he didn't notice Linda's objections at all, and for the sake of preserving his reputation. They would have no other choice. In the morning, Anna told the gentleman that she was almost out of perfume and blush, and asked if she should call a perfumer and a cosmetics dealer. Standing in front of the mirror, Edith turned surprised to the maid, wondering what she was trying to convey to her. And then she realized that cosmetics really didn't replenish themselves, and naturally, she would have to spend her own money to buy them. And at that moment, Evelina realized that she would have to spend money. She really would, but where could she get so much from? Edith's position in this job was very unstable, and that's why she saved money to be prepared for a situation when she needed it. The other day, she asked to remove the diamond beads from the dresses when she sent them for repair. But she hadn't exchanged them yet. But Edith was an aristocrat, so it was worth buying luxury items like cosmetics and perfumes. All her life she saved and stored, so she didn't know how to spend anything on herself, hiding in the bathroom. And putting on stained lipstick was a luxury. And now that she thought about it, it seemed to her that not even this should have been done. Probably she didn't want anyone to find out that they didn't love her. And now that she had been reborn, she had to enjoy it to the fullest, try all the pleasures of life in this novel. And she ordered Anna to call the perfumer. The perfumer arrived, but the girl's face clearly did not express joy, on the contrary. It expressed total shock and horror. She didn't understand what she had just heard. And a moment before something happened that Evelina could not expect. Initially, the man listened and praised the scent of Ashley's rose. It was the style that many young girls prefer. The refreshing smell of grass combined with a slight touch of Ashley, strawberry, and herbal amber. The girl sat with anticipation. The perfumer said that if she wanted, he could reproduce the scent, almost identical to this one, and asked what Edith thought about it. The girl asked what the cost of such a perfume would be. One bottle is of such a size that it would cost around 90,000 cents. The price surprised Evelina. She thought that 900,000 won for a bottle of perfume far exceeded her food expenses for a month in her previous life. And as the girl was surprised by the price, the maid noticed her condition and decided to come to her mistress's aid, so she asked the perfumer about perfumes made from other types of roses. The man in the monocle replied that the most used rose variety of the rose family is Titania. It is rich and long-lasting. That's why it's the first thing that comes to mind when we say the word rose. But its aroma is too strong for young girls, and he would like to recommend Ashley, which she has used so far, or Tessie saw Nathaniel Evelyn mentally compared the man to an advisor in a store. This volume would cost around 200,000 cents, but he also promised that the aroma would be luxurious and deeper than that of roses. Ashley Edith panicked. It cost more than 2 million won for a bottle of perfume with a volume of 100 milliliters. And then she answered a little nervously that she would probably stick to her favorite scent. Because after all, it would be a little strange to change the perfume aroma so suddenly. Anna, after observing the mistress for a moment, decided to offer her own version and asked her what she thought about mixing a little Ashley and Nathaniel's rose. She said that maybe she would feel more comfortable using a familiar aroma, but that now that she was married, it would be good to have a deeper aroma. The perfumer said it was an excellent compromise and that he could try to fit the same volume in the amount of 130,000 cents. Edith thought, and a little embarrassed by her words and speculations, she asked if it was possible to get a discount and make perfume for 120,000 cents. The man, discouraged, asked her again and told her that then he himself would have nothing left for his work. The maid also looked at the lady surprised and thought again, but this time we didn't have to wait long. And the girl immediately offered a new price, and with more confidence asked for 125,000 cents. The man was completely surprised that the aristocrat was haggling with her. And then the girl quickly explained her position, worried about not getting the best reputation. She said she didn't want people to say that she spent a lot of money immediately after the marriage end. In return, she promised that she would definitely contact them next time. Surprised, the man, scratching his cheek, remembered God and mentioned that the Duke's daughter-in-law was very careful, saying that he would have to yield to him. He said he would trust Evelina's words and give a discount. The girl joyfully thanked the perfumer for the concession. Anna was surprised. After escorting the man out of the mansion, the girl held her head and thought why the hell there were such high prices in this world. Anna said she would tell her about the cosmetics she had bought. And so, there were only 3 items on the table. Just one perfume, blush, and a brush for them cost the girl 1.5 million won. Mentally sobbing over the loss, she thought she felt like the greedy grandmother inside her was also crying. Leaning back in her chair, she sank into her thoughts before. She couldn't buy what she wanted because her hands were shaking. In fact, even if she spent more, this amount would not even be accepted as money here. She has it, but she can't use it, so she thought she was pathetic. But also for the person from her past life, whose meager salary her brother stole, who valued it. Spending money felt like a sin. However, Evelina was in no hurry to despair. She just needed time to get used to spending more on luxuries. Moreover, there were many things that could be enjoyed in this life that money couldn't buy. The girl cheerfully told the maid that she would leave the Sistine Hall for a while. Entering the beautiful room decorated with art, the girl was delighted because for the first time she felt like she had rented an art museum. She asked what was the point of expensive perfumes in the face of this real luxury. There are all shapes and sizes. Turning her head in another direction, the girl said with admiration that these paintings were so detailed, as if they had been photographed, and she asked how they managed it. Looking at another piece, she said it resembled Monet's work, that the reflected sun rays were incredible, and that she could contemplate these masterpieces up close. Then the girl approached one of the largest paintings in the Sistine Ash. A man on horseback during a battle. Pressing her hand to her chest, Evelina began to examine its dimensions, style, realism, and emotions. The image struck her so much that the girl could simply say incredible in words. Moving a little away, she sat down on the floor, leaned her back against the clay support, and began to examine this majestic work from afar. Suddenly, a voice was heard that woke the girl from her thoughts, telling her that she had a rather unusual way of evaluating. Although the girl immediately recognized this man by his voice, she turned towards the man approaching her and asked Connell if it was him. Evelina, a little embarrassed and nervous, asked what her husband was doing here. Connell asked the girl what was strange about him coming to see his family's art. The woman was caught and looked to the side so as not to look this man in the eyes, and said that this is how it was. Connell said, as if he was running into a conflict, that, although the Riegelhofs were not very interested in art, it must have surprised her that such a place existed. But the girl understood all this, and not taking the bait, replied that he was right. She was truly shocked. And resting her chin on her hand, looking fascinated at the work, she asked how there could be so many emotions in one image. The tragedy and cruelty of the war is well shown, and in the man, the desire to end the tragedy can be seen. However, it was clear that he was not at all happy about the praise of others. War is not something you can be happy about, even if you win. After listening to his wife's reasoning, the man remained silent for a while, discouraged by her knowledge and interest. But then, tilting his head, he explained that this work was dedicated to his grandfather's victory in the war against the Yankee Kingdom. The girl was surprised to learn such details and was even more amazed that this man was her husband's grandfather. Connell said surprisedly that he had supposed so, but it seemed she really didn't know. Edith confirmed his words. The man said that he had never heard that she was interested in art, and asked why she came here then. Getting up from the floor, Edith replied that when one gets older, tastes change. Connell asked his wife if she had a favorite author. The girl said that this embarrassed her, because recently she had become interested in art. So she didn't know any authors. The young man asked her if she knew anyone. Evelyn thought that he again wanted to mock her, and, turning to her husband with a smile, she replied that she did. As he knew very well, the Riegelhoffs were not very interested in art. The girl's words hit me to the core, and I was also confused by the fact that she repeated exactly the words he had said before. And her excellent smile while uttering them. Walking further, Evelina saw a rather interesting small picture and stopped. Interested, she started saying something about the boy who appeared in it, and Connell suddenly realized what kind of picture had attracted his wife's attention. The painting depicted a small boy sitting bored on the curved trunk of a tree, holding a homemade spear and sheep grazing next to him. The husband, embarrassed, said that when he was little they forced him to become a model for an artist close to his father. Edith, she didn't even ask him about this, but continued to look at him with interest. A little irritated, Connell asked his wife why she was looking like that. The girl said it was nothing. Then the irritated husband asked her what she was looking for there. The girl smiled timidly, got up and moved away from the photo, saying it was nothing like that. Just that it was something small. The man, not understanding what she was talking about, looked at his wife, raising his eyebrows. Edith's words reached him. His face turned red, he frowned, embarrassed, and stuttered. And he asked what it meant and started making excuses, saying that naturally. It wasn't his body that was the model, but only his face in the picture. Evelina cheerfully said that everything was clear to her, but the man still shouted embarrassed that it was obvious. The noble son could not expose his body in front of the artist. Edith, spreading her arms to the sides and hunching her shoulders, sarcastically said that she understood. And she thought no one was asking him. The man, embarrassed by their dialogue, raised his head and swore. Irritated, he turned around and left the Sistine Hall. Saying it was impossible to talk about art in it, Evelina laughed, embarrassed. Laughing as her husband left the hallway, she loudly asked if she didn't joke like that. How could she survive in a place like this? Here the girl stopped and thought, after which she timidly returned to the image. And she said that she thought she had more. A few days later, the weather was simply wonderful, and the girl went out for a walk in the garden. Adjusting her hat and smiling, she said that if she could live like this her whole life, she wouldn't need to wish for anything. 2 months have passed since she became Edith, and she has adapted much better than she thought to the quiet life of an aristocrat who needs to do a minimum of work. The fresh breeze and the dazzling sun, the air so pleasant that she thought every day would be like this. She had the Sistine Hall inside the mansion, which can be enjoyed every day. Luxurious cosmetics that one doesn't have to regret, the best cuisine to enjoy at every meal. Although there were also gazes that looked at her with hostility, Anna, whom she saw most often every day. She is always polite and treats her with respect. There was much more that caught our attention, but the girl's thoughts stopped as soon as she saw someone she knew. Roland walked on the terrace with a folder and scrolls in his hands. The girl happily turned around and said she hadn't seen him for a long time. The green-eyed man stopped and asked the lady how she was and what she was doing here. Edith replied that she was just taking a walk and explained that in recent days she enjoyed taking walks in the garden in the mornings. Smiling, she said that thanks to his excursions, she is well-oriented and frequently visits the Sistine Hall. The man said this is wonderful. But the inspired girl did not lag behind, bombarding him with several questions if she had eaten. And what beautiful weather it was today. Roland raised his head and wanted to answer the girl or just say something. But he did not continue. Edith tilted her head surprised and asked the man what he meant. After adjusting his glasses, the employee said once that he didn't want to say anything. The lady hesitated. But she still said that, In any case, he was probably very busy. And that she would not distract him, saying she would see him later, and waved her hand. Roland looked at the girl, still intending to say something. But he turned around and scratched the bridge of his nose, and thought that nothing would happen anyway. Evelina happily walked behind a tree and smiling thought that she had arrived at this place, today without incident. After all, the real purpose of her morning walks was to see the training ground. She looked embarrassed, hiding behind a tree. And today her husband was again in excellent shape when he fought the eldest son of the Ludwigs. Edith looked at him every time as if it were the first time. He was so dazzling. This man with a broad chest, muscles, and a sculpted back. Although it was terrible and annoying, he was really and truly handsome. There was no point in denying it. She liked Connell more than Connor, instead of the typical twisted body of the protagonist. Connell's defined muscles were more to her liking. The men continued their battle. And Edith, so as not to be late, had to step back a little. The girl came out from behind the tree. Now that she had enjoyed the wonderful show, she could leave. He held her gaze. And apparently not in vain, her husband smiled brightly and widely, looking somewhere. Sweat dripping from his face, and his body shining in the sun. The girl's eyes widened looking towards the training ground. And at her husband on it. Although he was not smiling at her, but at a girl he had known longer than her. And he called her by name Linda. Evelina raised her eyebrows, there was a blush on her cheeks, maybe deep down she was annoyed. But now she was only thinking about the face Connell has. In 20 years of life as Evelina, she would never have thought that she could go crazy like this. In her previous life, she had never seen a truly handsome man, and tears of happiness welled up in her eyes. But she couldn't concentrate on work. She needed to get rid of these thoughts and finally get down to business. The girl sighed, frustrated. On today's agenda was the analysis of the family's weapons and armor documents. This information about the state of the weapons is very important. The fact that she was assigned the task of sorting those documents probably meant that she was trusted. The girl suddenly looked inquisitively and surprised sideways at the figure approaching her. It was Linda, and she asked Edith, surprised, what she had in her hands. Evelina explained that she was distributing information in tables based on documents given to her by her mother. The girl asked what kind of table it was. Edith explained that this was a summary of all the information in this document. And she wanted to continue explaining, but she noticed Linda's surprised face. And amazed by this situation, she thought that here, in this world, there really was no table. From a historical perspective, such tables have existed since ancient times. But it is possible that the author intentionally created a world without them, because documents written in solid text looked better visually. In any case, Edith asked if it was easier to perceive the information when it was recorded this way. She thought that the ingenious Linda would definitely notice the effectiveness of this recording method. However, contrary to her expectations, the blue-eyed girl said that such a method would be an inconvenience for other people. Evelina wondered if this was true, although perhaps she rushed too much with innovation. Linda got up upon seeing the lady and asked if something had happened. The blonde told Duchess Amelia that it was only Edith who wanted to ask her something. Evelina was surprised. The mother said that Lady Linda helps Edith a lot and praised her, although she was only explaining it to Linda. This reminded Papadanka of a moment from her past life, when her colleague told her boss that Evelina was still ineptly handling documents, saying that she would correct them herself and that she was flattering her superiors. And just like in a past life, it was very unfair and very offensive. The girl glared sullenly at the table. After which she turned to her mother, saying that if she didn't mind, then she would like to know her opinion on the tables. The Duchess was surprised. Edith explained that the documents contained a lot of information, so she decided to briefly organize it in the following way. She pointed to the table. In one cell, she entered the type of weapon. In the other, she only wrote basic information about each item. Both the quantity and the price for a future purchase were written there, and if you organize it this way, you will be able to understand everything at first glance. Then Evelina looked up and realized that she had now openly opposed Linda. She realized that she had definitely gone crazy, but she was going to move away from the villain's image and wanted to correct the situation, saying that Linda had really told her. But suddenly, her speech was interrupted by her mother's enthusiastic cry. The girl startled and looked at the Duchess. She lit up and said that all the important information was written here, but briefly, so it was easy to understand at a glance. Amelia asked how Edith came up with this table idea, and the girl asked her if she liked this table idea. Amelia, smiling, said that of course this is a very skillful way, and said that from now on they should try to organize all documents this way. The Duchess asked if Edith could try to write down all the documents she was currently working on, so that others could see her work and learn. The girl felt inspired by the praise and recognition of her powers as the second Ludwig boss, and she said that of course she could. Linda watched this whole scene, filled with joy, and was very sad that all the ladies' attention was suddenly focused on another girl. The documents were handed over to Duchess Amelia's younger son, and he asked his mother what she meant. Is it really possible that the grid-like organization is precisely the method that Edith came up with? The Duchess cheerfully confirmed her words. With her hands crossed over her stomach and her head tilted to the side, she smiled. And she praised her daughter-in-law's achievements and said she was very smart. Linda looked at them. With him, she said that it certainly looked quite effective, but that in such a compressed form. It was also easy to move it off the property. His mother looked sadly at her son. She realized that he really did not love his wife. And so, with her hand on her chest, she asked him if this child was not in the same marriage of convenience as him. It was even worse for her. She left her home and found herself surrounded by people she didn't know, caressing her son's hand. She asked him if he could show her at least a little sympathy. The Duchess herself understood Edith's feelings, so she told her son to think about it. Canal frowned and looked irritatedly at his mother. He did not want to accept Edith, not even as a person. What kind of sympathy could there be when someone knocked on the door? Roland appeared through the open door, apologizing for such a sudden intrusion. He didn't know the gentleman was here too, and said that if he was in the way, he could come back later. The Duchess said that Roland arrived just in time, that she wanted to show him something and asked him to come. Connell looked threateningly at the servant, while his mother explained to him that she wrote down the documents she gave to Edith in the morning in her own way. The young man looked aside. Linda was still working hard with the documents there. She still had work here. Connell told her that his mother seemed pleased with Edith and asked the girl what she thought of her. Linda looked away, a little embarrassed, and said uncertainly that the lady had said everything correctly. The girl looked at the floor and said that, just as he himself had heard, Edith was quite smart and well-mannered. She grabbed the dress and said that, unlike her, she had not received any education from the Sinclair family. Even if she didn't know anything, she would learn quickly. The man raised his head and looked at his girlfriend. He thought that something was wrong here. The fact that Linda is now helping Mom with her work is solely because she has been studying this continuously since she was 4 in the duchy. If Edith is so good that her friend would envy her, this means that she was not only smart, but probably specially trained. And trained in such things. He thought that her opinions on the painting last time in the Sistine Hall were quite philosophical, which meant that she was not the idiot from the rumors. It was barely dawning when someone knocked on Evelina's room, and she went out to greet the uninvited guest. Her husband Connell stood in front of her, lifting his head with pride. He was dressed like a new man, and his hair was beautifully styled. Scratching his cheek, the girl, embarrassed, asked her husband if something had happened so early in the morning. A little jokingly, she asked him if the reason for his arrival was that he wanted to see her. But of course it wasn't. The man entered the room and asked her if she wanted him to get straight to the point quickly and leave there. Edith bowed, looked behind him, and answered the question with a question. As if she were asking him to stay longer, he would. Connell turned his head to his wife and said that she was quite perceptive, to which the girl replied that she was not taught to lose. The man exhaled dissatisfiedly and rolled his eyes, as if confirming his conjectures. He said it was visible. For the girl, this situation was amusing every time she saw Connell. She just wanted to tease him. Even though in her situation, it would be useless to kneel down, begging not to commit suicide and, in general, why he arrived so early. Count Riegelhoff was provoking something again. She was caught spying on him on every walk, thought Edith. And if not, it could be because Linda was upset about yesterday, and he came to blame her for it. Since she thought it wasn't worth doing. It won't happen until he starts scolding her. It was necessary to somehow dilute the atmosphere with insignificant conversation, she thought. And she said that the weather was beautiful today. The man crossed his arms over his chest and looked displeased at his wife, which indicated that the wind was a bit cold. Maybe because it was still early. He looked at the neatly combed and styled hair, the delicate and light skin, and the fragility of the girl. But even looking at this irritated him. The man frowned, thinking that all this was a simulation in front of him. And the next moment, Connell hit the balcony frame. The door that Edith was about to open turned out to be as if he had a vice on it. This situation greatly embarrassed the girl. A blush appeared on her cheeks, she stuttered. And she tried to ask Connell what he was doing. The man leaned his head closer to her ear. He had a different attitude. But Edith was already terribly blushing from how close the man was to her. When suddenly he said that his mother's favorite workshop was noble and elegant, and asked her if this was why it didn't suit her vulgar taste, Evelyn was stunned. She looked forward surprised, got goosebumps, and asked what her husband was talking about. Connell said irritably that she was known for her habit of never wearing the same dress twice, and that she didn't buy any at that time. Smiling maliciously, he asserted that even her methods of protest were quite primitive. Edith looked at him in the reflection of the glass. She grabbed the doorknob and thought that she simply hadn't ordered new dresses to change her striking image. And wasteful, but even this became a reason for hatred. The man declared smugly that if she wanted to say something, let her speak directly. He will listen to her. Evelina sharply turned towards her husband, intending to hit him, but regained her senses and, without doing so, she looked at him menacingly, scaring him. Looking menacingly and disappointed at Connell, she announced that he knew nothing about her. She said that if she hadn't liked that study, she would have looked for another one and asked him if she looked like a person whose opinion someone else could stop. She got angry and shouted at her husband that he was just looking for a reason to hate her. With a menacing look, she asked him if he was somehow trying to convince himself that she was the reason. That everything was her fault, right? The man was surprised and moving away from the danger that the girl hid in her eyes. He asked what she was saying, and Edith explained that she understood everything from the moment she entered the wedding hall. He blamed her for everything and wanted to find peace this way. Putting his hands on his belt, he seemed to duplicate his mother's words as if he were the only victim here. So cowardly. The man was perplexed by such a statement in his direction, with his brows drawn together over the bridge of his nose. He chuckled and asked if this could be considered an expression of her feelings after she got this position. Threatening and blackmailing his family. The girl, raising her eyebrows pitifully, asked him in shock and anger if he meant that she personally did it. He frowned and a mischievous smile appeared on his face, and asked if she wanted to tell him that she was not part of the Regal. And she was different from them. The girl looked at her husband astonished, raising her eyebrows. Everything was clear to her now. To all the people here, she was simply Riegelhoff. Evelina sadly lowered her head and looked down. Emotionlessly, she continued to look at the floor. Her face was darker than the darkest night. Connell was astonished by the girl in front of him to the core. In such a short time, her emotions had changed so much, but he didn't even understand what she had done. She looked at him with a dead and annoyed gaze and addressed Connell by his name, and told him that he absolutely knew nothing about her. Nothing. The man contorted his face, as if tired of looking at the girl, and a cold atmosphere, and oppressive hung in the air. He said he heard she was good at helping her mother, and warned her not to even think about doing anything suspicious. Hesitating a little, he added that this was the only advice he could give her. Connell left the room. Edith slumped disappointedly and told herself why she was so surprised. As if this was happening for the first time. She took him by the shoulder and murmured in a low voice. It was foolish to stay and enjoy luxury. She needed to find a way to get out of here as quickly as possible. The man walked not far from his wife's room and stopped. He thought about what to do now. He wondered if it was because of the rose scent filling her room that his head was clouded. And he had no idea what she was talking about. The words Edith told him that she knew nothing about her passed through his head. He realized that the girl had never made a slip-up. And from the very beginning, he himself could not see her outside the image of the Count's daughter from the Ralgohofs. The man held his head, wondered why, according to the data he had, there wasn't even a story about Count Riegelhoff. With his hands on his forehead, he was thinking about why his head had started to hurt so often lately. When suddenly someone called him. His close friend Linda walked up to Connell smiling and wishing him a good morning. She looked at her friend surprised and saw his shattered state. Approaching, she asked him why he had that expression on his face. The girl put her hand on Connell's forehead to measure his temperature, and the man heard a barely perceptible scent of violets. Linda was like a wildflower blooming in a field, just as lively and simple. She said there was no temperature. Everything was exactly as he thought. The strong scent of roses was simply nauseating and smiling. He told his friend not to get that into her head. Hugging the girl, he said it was because he had seen the unfortunate girl in the morning. Linda scolded her friend for talking about Edith like that again. To him, this girl was just a spy sent by Count Riegelhoff. He clenched his fist and asked if the food was served. There was no need to think about it anymore. Anna entered the room and asked her mistress if she had called her. Edith was left alone by the window and, smiling sadly, asked the maid if she would like to go for a walk together. In a past life, when she was depressed, she would order a large iced Americano and walk without thinking. Anna said she would not refuse and said she would let the Duchess know and then prepare a suit for her. Edith thanked the maid. Being imprisoned between four walls made her feel more and more depressed, and if you think about it, after moving into this body, she never walked outside. As soon as Evelina went outside, she immediately felt better and her mood improved. Anna asked her mistress where they were going, happy to have gone outside. The girl didn't even think about it. She said that he was the one who really wanted to ask her this question because, to be honest, she had never gone to the main street alone. Anna was surprised and, looking away from her mistress, suggested in this case that their destination should be what Edith wanted to do. If she was looking for a nice tailoring shop, a jewelry store, a dessert cafe, and similar establishments, Marie Street was a good option. Darceau Street houses cultural institutions such as art galleries and opera houses, as well as banks and various specialized shops. One of the most popular pastry shops in the capital, Peridot, is also located on Darceau Street. The strawberry cake and other sweets are famous for being hard to buy, even if you queue before the pastry shop opens. Edith said surprisedly that Anna was very knowledgeable on this subject and asked if she could find a jeweler. It would also be good to have a good place to shop. Anna said that if we talk about jewelers, Ambal has been operating since ancient times. And Atreys or Ruth Picken shops are also good. Relatively recently opened near the main street, she recommended these three shops. Evelina, for a long time, could not believe that Anna was not a character, but a walking encyclopedia explaining all the intricacies of the world for the writer's convenience. The maid called the thoughtful lady, and Edith told her that they were going to Darceau Street, and that she would like to order some of the jewelry she took off her clothes last time. Anna said that her carriage was ready on the other side. The girls left the jewelry store. She counted the money earned from the jewelry, 4,900,000. 5,100,000. They demanded a fairly fair price for the jewelry. Edith said that the diamonds were the smallest, but the price for them was the highest. Anna looked at her mistress surprised. Then she asked the maid if the bank was on the street and if she was mistaken about something. The girl said everything was correct. If they walked a little further, they would reach the largest bank. After a while, the girl happily stretched and said that she had finally finished all her work. Although she was a little worried because she didn't know what the bank did here, opening a bank account was easier than she thought. In any case, in this society, there is no ID card, so the bank had no problem using an alias when her money was outside the mansion. She felt much more comfortable, since it was now impossible to know in advance when and why she would be kicked out of the duchy. She said that there was a lot to do today. She suggested taking a walk, but instead she was doing business. Therefore, she suggested that the girl eat something rich and asked if she knew any local restaurants with delicious food. Now that she had a financial cushion, she would be on the next list, Evelina thought. Then she asked Anna what they said, that common people don't have personal carriages. So what do they travel in when they go on a trip? It's worth knowing this world in advance thoughtfully, the girl looked up. And she said that most of the time they rent a wagon or pay for a ticket for a freight car on a train, since tickets for a passenger car are too expensive. They say that freight cars are very narrow and shake a lot because the seating density is too high. Edith said she could imagine this car like a covered wagon. To get to the local city, you have to take the train at the South Gate station of the capital. In cheap taverns, they ask for 3,000 cents per night. And in the more expensive places, 7,000 cents a stable. It's better to be careful with fleas. Edith looked sideways thoughtfully. She had other questions besides this one. But it is unlikely that Anna will not inform the Ludwig family about her departure and not pass on all available information on this matter. Today she will stop at this topic. Having finished her ration, the maid wiped her face with a handkerchief and, noticing the mistress's expression, she asked if she needed anything else. Resting her cheek on her hand, Edith smiled and replied that it was not necessary. Thanks to her, she finished her work much faster, and her company significantly improved her mood. She would answer the next questions herself. Sitting in the library, the girl read a book and said that this was the way to distinguish fresh grains from old ones. And she wondered if she could farm if she read books on this topic. The door to the room opened, and, hiding her face behind a book, the girl asked surprised who was there. Anna entered the room. Edith asked what had brought her. The maid replied that the Duchess was looking for her. Her Highness said that the jeweler had arrived. Evelina looked up at the ceiling surprised, trying to remember if such an episode was in the original plot. She couldn't believe that today was the same day, the day of the original jewelry episode where Edith was humiliated. The visit of the jeweler from the opalite store, who visits the Duke's family every season. It is the episode in which Edith first received what she deserved in the Ludwig house. All the inhabitants of the house, as usual, pay attention only to Linda, who cannot object to anything. After all, she still didn't feel comfortable with Edith staying away from the attention of the rest of the family. She tried to rectify the situation by stopping everyone and offering them a piece of jewelry that, in her opinion, suited Edith, who could not stand being recommended such a simple necklace. And she asked how she was so sure it would suit her, saying that Linda had vision problems. Or blurred vision. She hoped she wasn't talking about herself ironically. The girl said that it wasn't so. Connell rolled his eyes, and Edith said she liked the rest of the jewelry. Except for the last one, after which Connor bought all the jewelry for his girlfriend with a signed blank check. And Edith kept the last one. All this constitutes a pleasant episode for readers. Let's move to the present. Edith was reaching for the table decorations. A nearby voice said that this aquamarine color perfectly matched Linda's hats. With the bright color of the dress, they make an ideal combination. Just like the pearl necklace, the voices talked to each other. The girl thought about what the Duchess had left alone and removed her hand from her neck. Amelia said it was different from the white pearl necklace she wore last time. Maybe because of the cream color, Connor asked for a different piece of jewelry. Linda, embarrassed by her brother's offer, was indignant because he was offering her a diamond again. She already had a lot of jewelry from previous purchases. Usually, Edith sat between them and helped them with advice, but today the day was much stranger than usual. And she looked sideways. Connell was sitting next to her and was telling Linda to just accept it. They both loved such necklaces, so why not buy them? Evelina didn't want to go because she was embarrassed to see Connell. She was sure Edith would feel depressed and look at the decorations on the table. While thinking about how much something like this might cost, Linda suddenly abruptly stopped Connor. "And Matuska," she called Edith. The girl writhed in fear, worrying if she looked depressed at that moment. And disappointed. She pointed to the red necklace and said it would suit her better. The girl felt embarrassed. They offered her so much beauty. Putting her finger on her chin, she said the necklace was truly beautiful and asked if it was a ruby. The jeweler praised Edith's vision, saying it was a top-level ruby. The design of the gold chain and the setting of the stone in the setting were also high-quality work. The Duchess asked why Edith shouldn't try on this jewelry. Evelina asked if she could really do this and took the decoration, when suddenly another hand reached for it. The girl, surprised, withdrew her hand and looked at her husband, inquisitively calling him by name. He took the necklace off the stand. He touched it and carefully examined how its clasp worked. After which, slightly frowning, irritated by his position or by the jewelry's clasp, he told her to turn her back. As a result, he got up from the sofa and stood behind the girl and put the ruby on Edith. She thought surprisedly about his facial expression and his behavior. But then she realized what the essence of the matter was and raised her head. And looked at the people opposite. This was because the Duchess was here, and Evelina realized that she could not worry her mother. She used all her feminine charisma. She turned to Connell and asked her husband how he was. The husband's face turned red with surprise, and the beauty of the girl he saw right in front of him pursed his lip. But as quickly as his surprise was, he regained his senses and turning his head to the side. He said she looked quite good. Edith, cheerful and embarrassed, asked her husband if he really thought so. And he, embarrassed, asked her to give him the bill for this necklace. Connor said that it was the first gift he gave to his girlfriend and called him a wonderful husband, saying that he would pay for the rest. The Duchess, raising her eyebrows, was indignant with her eldest son, because if he buys all the jewelry for Linda, Edith will get nothing. However, our heroine opposed her mother and said that she did not want to buy more than planned. Connor looked approvingly at his brother's girlfriend. Then Evelina continued to persuade her mother to give up this situation, saying that one piece of jewelry was enough for her, and the Duchess gave in. But whatever the case, she really wanted to know how much she would earn from the sale of one large piece of jewelry. The trembling in her body from injustice subsided, and the girl regained her senses and realized what she was thinking. She put her hand on her chest and looking at the necklace realized that, even if she were in the most desperate situation, she couldn't sell this necklace even then. One evening, she began to sort the letters accumulated during the entire time she had been there. Edith said that she ignores them with such effort and that they never stop sending her invitations, and threw the letter into the fireplace. Evelyn wondered how often Edith had gone to parties in the past and explained to herself that she must have gone out, and started rumors about Linda. Suddenly, among the letters on her lap, she noticed a familiar coat of arms. It was the sign of the Regelhof County. She unpacked the envelope and cautiously began reading the letter. Her father asked Edith to read more carefully. He said he had given her enough time to get used to the Ludwigs. He asked how long he should wait if she didn't have to do her part of the work. And he said he heard rumors that she was helping the Duchess with the documents, since she has access to the duchy's papers, and if there are weapons and armor among them, then it was necessary to steal them or take notes if the former is difficult to do. At the end of his speech, he wrote that he would be waiting for a response confirming the completed work. The girl slightly squeezed the sheet. Evelina looked rather annoyed. She thought that Count Regelhof knew that she was helping the Duke's family with the documents. She supposed that this was his way of hinting that, among the people in the Ludwig house, there was also a spy from Regelhof. Frowning, the girl looked sideways menacingly, thinking about who this spy could be, as well as how to answer her father, and she put the sheet of paper on the table. Taking a pen in hand, she decided to write a reply to her father and began by politely addressing Edith's respected father. She wrote that the Duchy of Louis, which she personally visited, is unshakable and beyond imagination. If someone was going to destroy this stability, then the unfortunate one should be prepared to lose his family. Moreover, in all the time she has been here, she has not committed a single bad deed. The title of nobility, in all aspects, was barley and the power of His Majesty the Emperor. And she asked him why he hated the only one under Louis so much, wrote Evelyn, satisfied with herself. She continued noting that now, that His Majesty the Emperor is on good terms with His Highness the Princess. Therefore, at this time, there was no reason for Archduke Patrick to take the throne. She believed that the most desirable options would be to abandon treason and develop the strengths of the Riegelhoff family. And all under the auspices of the Ludwig family, she finished her message indicating the sincerity of Edith's words. Finally, she expressed everything she wanted. Probably this is what the situation of the frying pan over the fire looked like. She was sure that the Count would not go further in abandoning his ambitions. And although this did not last long to worry her married daughter, and the work was done carefully, things soon took an unexpected turn. The head of the estate and the Ludwig family, Duke Jonathan, called the girl to his house and told her with a menacing look that she had just trampled her father and the honor of the house in the mud. But he insisted by asking again and again. Edith handed the duchy's documents to a third party. Sitting opposite on a burgundy velvet sofa, the girl assured that she had not done this in any way. Then the Duke asked her to swear on her father's honor, and she, without thinking for a second, she swore also on her life and her honor. All four men believed that in this case, she had just trampled her father and the honor of the house in the mud. She jumped forward out of resentment and anger, not understanding what he was talking about, and wanting to refute everything. Soon the Duke asked Renan to come and handed him some documents. This guy quickly handed them to Edith, who nervously took them without understanding what to expect. After examining the papers more closely, she recognized them as the documents recently given to her to sort. The man confirmed and added that all the data contained in it has no value. The thing is, Renan prepared this especially for her. And the fact that her father sold the items from these lists is proof that he used false information. Edith reacted with quite a bit of suspicion, not understanding what her father had to do with it. The girl apologized and said she didn't understand what the problem was. She began to reason, because there must be another reason why she was entrusted with false documents. It doesn't matter at all whether they were given to her or not. She just did what she was told and did not pass this information on to anyone. It seemed surprising to the men that even in such a situation, she pretended to be innocent. But then the information to which only she had access reached Count Riegelhoff. Upon hearing that the information was provided only to her, the girl was very surprised. They don't mean that only she could see these documents. But what about Renan, who was in charge of the documents, and the servants who occupied the same office, as well as the Duchess and Lady Lycy, who studied them together? The man interpreted these words as an accusation against the Ludwig family. Angry, they even called her Edith Rieselhoff, if you think about it. That's how it was in the original book. After the wedding, they never addressed her as Edith Ludwig, and yet, they put her into a fake marriage. The girl passively-aggressively suggested, then, what is Lady Lisa's name by any chance not Lise Ludwig? With this, she not only surprised everyone in the room, but also made the Count shout in anger that she should watch her language. He repeated that both the Duchess and Lady Lise knew that Edith was sorting these documents and, of course, he assumed that she would be the first to fall under suspicion if this happened. After all, if they trusted her, they wouldn't have entrusted her with false documents. Not only would they not have allowed her to hold them, but they wouldn't have even let her touch them. She understood everything at once and summarized it. They wanted to put pressure on Count Riegelhoff. But for this, they had to confirm her involvement in the data leak. The man with a rather serious face kept staring at her. He didn't know what to say. When Edith stared at the documents for more than a few minutes, the pressure from the men made her think that she was exhausted. She did not understand at all how this document fell into the Count's hands when she declared that she would not give him anything. She was a little sad that Renan, with whom she thought she had a good relationship, would betray her, but to be honest, she didn't believe he would do it, and there was no way Lee could have leaked the documents. It is possible that the spy from Riegelhof in the mansion did this, but if there was a spy in the mansion with access to these documents, there would be no reason to send her here, not even for a fake marriage. In the original novel, the transfer of documents was, of course, Edith's task as soon as the novel's girl started dealing with the documents. The information was immediately transferred to Count Rieselhoff. And the Ludwig family, who provided them with false information, tricked the Count without losses. And Edith, who was exposed, was punished for violating her parole and remained forever an outcast of society. This situation still happened despite all her actions. It is not a sign that she, who obtained Edith's role, cannot go against the current of the original novel. Unfortunately, she cannot change the course of history, no matter what she does. She already realized then that she would fall lower and lower to the bottom, until she finally dies at the hands of Killian. At this moment, this guy was watching every move and every emotion on Edith's face. But she just sat by the documents, almost crying. She wiped away her tears, blaming herself for them, calling herself a fool. She was ashamed to cry in front of these people. But she took her pride in her fist and repeated that she swore by her honor and her life. She, assuring them of her innocence, finally said that if they were sure she had done it, let her head be cut off. Killian was not only surprised, but also annoyed. Cliff leaned over the Duke and suggested that a deeper investigation should be carried out first. Smiling, he added that, of course, the suspect would be prohibited from leaving. It was decided to keep Edith on parole, and if she was truly innocent, let her pray that the truth comes to light. Upon learning of the probationary period, the girl remembered that everything was exactly the same as in the novel. The Duke was about to ask Renan to escort the girl, but Killian, clenching his teeth, he said he would do it himself. He roughly grabbed her hand and shoved her towards the exit. She tried to oppose him, but he simply dragged her silently into another room. Without worrying about anyone, the men remaining in the room could only sympathize with the girl, guessing what would happen to her now in the room. As soon as he threw her into the room, he started shouting that she was completely crazy. Edith only said that it would be good if it were so. Then he exploded even louder. She didn't know what the nickname of Duke Axel Ludwig was on the battlefield. Hearing that they called him the head chopper, the girl just rolled her eyes and noticed the exalted nickname he had. He seriously offers to slit his throat in front of a man who, if necessary, did not hesitate to send his army to the slaughterhouse to his enemy troops and his prisoners. The girl seriously asked him if it bothered him that she told him to cut his throat. He only replied that if she committed a crime, she would be punished, and if someone else did it, the truth would soon come to light. Edith turned around surprised, even feeling a little offended. Then she proudly told him that since he didn't trust her, she wouldn't trust him either, because he considered her a criminal to some extent. Hearing the inquisitive reaction of the guy, she objected, "It's not like that." After all, it was he who handed her the falsified documents, and also told her what actions the Count had taken based on these documents and, by the way, he is also involved in the investigation and punishment, and she just sits between four walls and silently accepts any of his phrases. He wanted to stop and pity her, explain to her, but then decided to restrain himself. And he simply, calmly, tried to assure her that he would investigate without any prejudice. Right in front of her, he swore on his honor that he would conduct a fair investigation. He said he would not allow unfavorable circumstances to turn in her favor, and that he would keep the girl informed as the investigation progressed. Then she simply said, let him do whatever he sees fit. He doesn't want to be impartial. Then she asked if there was a situation where she and Lisa were on the list of suspects at the same time. He would be sure that he would be impartial. This question clearly took him by surprise. That day it was very hot, and the entire castle was shining in the sun. The soldiers were already lined up, waiting for the guest to arrive in a golden carriage. A young woman stepped out of the carriage with the help of the young man's hand. As soon as she left, she heard the cheerful exclamations of a girl. A short-haired girl in a suit approached her. Waving her hand, she recognized her as the princess. Princess Catherine of Iberia asked how long it had been since their last meeting. This is the only blood relative of the current emperor, being his younger sister. 4 years younger, the most selfish and spoiled princess in history. A wild beast from the imperial palace, who releases her claws before opening her mouth. It's hard to believe that this savage belongs to the lineage of the imperial family. This is the only aristocrat in the empire with a short haircut, this horror that walks around the entire palace USA. Pants even at official celebrations, arguing that dresses irritate her. Even the emperor accepted such statements. But when Lady Liz greeted her as befits a princess, the girl didn't understand why not by her name. She approached the girl and remembered how on her last visit she said she would arrive in a month. Therefore, the princess decided to meet her. Catherine really hoped that the girl had not lost interest in her, because only in front of Lice could she be seen friendly. And all this, despite the fact that Lice won the heart of her ex-lover Cliff, approached the girl from behind, and asked her to stop embarrassing her because she was already ashamed. She laughed and said she was just joking, but the boy reminded her that her jokes were quite difficult to distinguish from mockery. Everyone headed towards the castle entrance together. Princess Catherine suddenly realized that Killian was not with them, and asked what had happened. Lady Liz immediately explained that she had recently married and that she would not leave Edith to meet. The brother agreed, but added that, to be honest, it is difficult to call it a marriage. He believed it was simply a common political game with the Riegelhofs. Catherine supposed that they had come here together to discuss this. Langston and Riegelhof were vile names, but this matter might turn out well thanks to Edith being dumber than everyone thought. And no one can even remember when this happened. The servant said that His Majesty the Emperor was waiting. Cliff noticed that the Emperor was probably annoyed because Catherine hated political conversations. The princess was very angry and called the boy a rude man. She started talking again about the current situation in the country when a hand fell on Liz's shoulder. It was the princess. She said that she and Liz were going for a walk and to see a new horse so that he could discuss all political wisdom with his brother. She greeted the Duke and Duchess, and then they said goodbye. Cliff found it tempting. He suddenly remembered his dialogue with his brother. When he asked about the incident, he only complained of a headache and asked him to be quiet. Faced with his proposal to go to the imperial palace, the boy became very angry and asked why now. He jumped up aggressively, saying that the investigation was not over yet, and that his father was already sending a report to the palace. Of course, he was going to say that the investigation was actually ongoing. But Renan was already calling him. It was the first time in his memory that Killian reacted this way to his father's actions. A girl with a black bob couldn't sleep and sobbed at night in the hospital room. Suddenly, she heard a voice from behind. He asked her in a low voice if she was in a lot of pain. When she turned around, she saw a bald girl with an IV. That voice belonged to her. It was Etta, her roommate. She asked if she had woken the girl up, but she replied that she also cried often. Etta sat next to her and asked if she was crying because she was afraid of dying. With eyes full of tears, the girl screamed that she was very scared. It would be better if she just committed suicide. The second girl didn't understand why she thought that. She explained that her parents are worried about the illness and have a lot of difficulty because of their sick daughter. And her older brother, who could be a bone marrow donor, said he didn't want to because the surgery would hurt him a lot. And she should just die. That's why the girl is now crying in this room, thinking it would be better if she died first. Etta laughed, drawing her attention. She said that we cannot have everything we want, and added that she, for example, still envies her because she has a relative with the same bone marrow. But she really wants to be 20 years old. Etta let her hair grow, tied it in a ponytail, and then applied lipstick, and put on makeup, and then goes out on the street. She wants to observe how the people around her live. The girl hardly had any tears left on her face. She looked at Etta. She was very thin, had an IV in her right arm, and was all covered in bandages from previous ones. The girl was moved by this dream. Etta even cried a little and said that she thought she could endure any difficulty as long as she had the chance to do it all. Edith lay in bed, crying, remembering this girl from the hospital. She said she was afraid of dying. But after receiving a bone marrow transplant, she just left without saying goodbye. This is the reason why Edith cannot give up as long as she is alive. She will be able to endure everything. After she changed her mind, life became quieter. A suspended sentence would be a harsh punishment for everyone. But for the girl, the homebody, it was a vacation to enjoy time alone. And all this happiness did not last long until Killian came for dinner. She asked what business had brought him here. After all, he arrived with a calm face without prior notice, even at lunchtime. But Killian simply sat opposite her and silently bored her with his gaze. And then said he didn't have time to talk. Edith got angry and told him to hurry up in that case. She looked at the guy and realized that he didn't like giving explanations, but he was behaving like a rude puppy. What does he think, how handsome he is? Then everything is allowed for him. It's really about a toned body and a beautiful face. Now she wondered if being beautiful was really the best trait. Putting aside all thoughts, she decided that for now it would be better to focus on lunch. The food is too appetizing to simply refuse because of uninvited guests. The girl greatly enjoyed the food. It was very rich. Killian looked at her. It seemed as if he was eating something like this for the first time. Then he started saying that at the moment they are carefully investigating all the loopholes through which documents can be accessed. And Lice also got involved in the investigation. This was expected, but they are facing more than just her. She wondered how she hadn't choked yet. She calmly replied that there was nothing to worry about, that she considered herself innocent, and that the soup was incredibly good. She ate and ate. The soup was finished, but there was bread left. Maybe she should enjoy the pizza too. Then the guy took it and pushed a white plate. He explained that this is an extra ration in case there is not enough food. Edith offered to share food with him, but he said he already had enough. As soon as the girl left, she felt an emptiness in her soul. She didn't know what to do, because there are no web novels here like in her previous life. She used to do origami as a hobby, but in the world of romantic fantasy, such a thing does not exist. So the girl decided to ask Anna what the ladies are doing these days. She said that if we talk about hobbies, they generally embroider and draw, and active women like to ride horses. Embroidery is probably a basic skill for girls in romantic fantasy. But she is not sure if she starts, she will be able to hold a needle in her hands at that age. She has even less confidence in drawing. And as for horses, she is frankly afraid of them. So Edith decided to ask if there was anything else besides this. She remembered that if you think about it, it is fashionable to sew clothes from fabrics and dress wooden dolls. And it seems that parents do not spare this hobby, as it is useful for developing sewing skills. They really like to dress up Barbie dolls. She could not afford it when she was a child. Sometimes parents are asked to make them, but now it is easy to find shops where artisans make dolls. And they sell them for 50,000 cents are enough to buy a couple of high-quality dolls. In this case, Edith will give Anna 200,000, and she can buy her some good fabric and a sewing kit for doll clothes, and keep the remaining money as a bonus. But the maid only replied that her job was to serve her mistress, and that she did not need any bonus. Edith did not want to scare her so much that she wouldn't even want to accept gifts. She knew from the beginning that it was Anna who was assigned to take care of her. But despite the situation the girl is in now, just like Renan, Anna is one of the few in the mansion who treats her well, even if it brings her no benefit. Probably this amount is not enough to bribe her and hurt her pride. Edith would be very happy if Anna considered this gesture simply as a sign of her gratitude. She will really refuse the gift. Having accepted this favor, the maid thanked her mistress. At first everything was great for Edith, and it even went well. But then, upon seeing another uneven seam among the white ruffles, the girl already wanted to give up. This is not as simple as you might think. It is possible that you will have to undo the seam again. And Anna, as always, prepared without problems. But when the girl entered the room, it seemed like she had bought a lot of materials. The dolls were bought as a ready-made set of a man and a woman, and the pattern was ordered from a tailor. To begin with, she took several options, but if Edith wants a specific one, let her say so. It seems that for some reason she has become kinder, although her face is still gloomy. But then she convinced herself that this was a hobby and that it was okay if it didn't work out. Because they did it to kill time and money on entertainment and relaxation. This can be called completely a luxury, since a hobby is not given. But if you think about it, in her past life, she never thought she would enjoy a vacation without thoughts in her head. Since she was always tormented by thoughts about the time spent and the justification of monetary expenses, maybe that's why it seems to her that she is living her life only now that she has taken over someone else's body. As soon as I finished sewing, the dress started to look quite good, but inside it's a nightmare. But it is not visible from the outside. Now is the time to celebrate it with kisses. Edith kept thinking about what to do now, while she still feels like it. Maybe try embroidering. When a deafening scream was heard, the needle almost fell from the girl's hands. It was Killian, shouting that they had found a handwritten document. Meanwhile, the Texas roof of the Sinclair estate was illuminated by the sun's rays. The members of this family held a pleasant conversation, drinking tea with a bunch of sweets. Cakes and muffins. The blonde in the green dress, clearly distracted from drinking tea, began to discuss what the girl had done to have her immediately forbidden to leave after the wedding. Her brother smiled. Because this girl stole the ducal documents, she was probably in a hurry. Because Count Riegelhoff plans to attack the duchy within a year. From the very beginning, Edith was a bargaining chip, and although they could have been put on parole in the duchy, she tried to get useful information as quickly as possible. Then they began to speculate whether the Count had really received all the secret documents. It couldn't be that the Duke had entrusted important documents to him. In that case, the Count did not receive the information. He would simply fall into a well-prepared trap. The blue-eyed guy was actually a little worried that Killian was taking care of this girl in a way that was unusual for him. The girl immediately suggested that, in that case, he should tell the Duke that Edith was just a bargaining chip. This would be an excellent opportunity to fleece him. But he refused, saying that Edith could handle it herself, that there was no need to worry about that. But on the other hand, there is the girl lies due to Killian's wedding, the probability that lies. And Cliff get married has increased. The girl opposite was so angry that she hit the table with her fist. The teacup next to her almost spilled onto the table. She angrily shouted that this upstart could not become the Duke's wife. Therefore, this girl was trouble. If the situation in which she strongly held Cliff in her arms worsened, the family's marriage contract with him would be void. It was noticeable that the blonde started to get nervous, biting her nails. She finally came up with the idea to resort to Edith Riegelhoff. The brother didn't understand what she was talking about. Layla explained with a smile that if Lies was also fascinated by Killian, then Edith would hate her. And if they also push the girl, she will take care of Lies herself, so they will kill two birds with one stone. At that moment, as the girl was just trying to make equal points, she was interrupted. She almost dropped the needle and got terribly angry, telling Killian to leave, since he has such manners. But the man could not be stopped. He rushed into the room as if he had burst through the door shouting. Upon learning that she would soon be summoned before the Duke, he calmly said that they were trying with all their might to frame her for something she had not done. Killian became even angrier. Maybe his roof has leaks, or maybe he is joking. He really despises the Duke. But he thought he still had a lot to do. It was not the time to disappear so easily, of course. In the original novel, Edith really ran away. But the Duke gave up his claims. The boy got so upset that he honestly didn't understand what was going on in her head. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a serious voice. It turned out to be Renan. He apologized and calmly entered, saying that his lordship was waiting for Edith. This man with glasses really thinks she is also a criminal. Bowing his head, he wondered why everyone was attacking her so much. But then he calmed down, raised his head and walked past Killian, telling him to relax his face, because he should be glad that all the evidence had been found. The guy turned around, stunned by such confidence. But Edith was no longer paying attention. Upon entering the office, she received a list of requested goods that the arms dealer received from Count Riegelhoff. This list was written in her handwriting. She looked closer and realized that someone had copied her handwriting. The Duke immediately began to say that most likely this situation was a mistake by his father, that he decided not to punish her. But the offended girl immediately stood up abruptly. After all, it was not about receiving punishment. This matter is related to her honor. She asked to compare these papers with the documents she had organized, saying that she did not draw these tables so clumsily. They were more like scribbles. The Duke suggested that maybe she drew it that way on purpose. But she, thoughtfully, said that it was not necessary, that if she expected to be discovered, she would not have written in her own handwriting initially. She asked them to bring her diary for comparison, because if you look closely, the handwriting is slightly different. And the Duke himself allowed her to do this. Renan had already run to call and ask Anna to fetch the diary. Edith kept looking at the document. It seemed rude, as if the person did not know the principle of its drafting. This would make sense if her handwriting had been forged by the Duchess, Liz, or someone who learned tables with her. But is there any other reason to go that far? There are many simpler ways than this. It's as if she, Edith, was pushed down the path of an original story. After receiving her diary, the girl noticed a slight difference from her handwriting. For example, the letter Q is completely different from what can be seen in the evidence. She turned decisively towards the Duke and told him that this was a document that someone had forged, and that it was necessary to catch the mole. The girl was delighted to see understanding and a little conscience on the Duke's face. At that moment, Lice entered the office, all snow-white, like an angel. None of those present understood why she was here, but it turned out that the Duke invited her. She began by saying that 4 years had passed since she started helping Jocelyn with her work. The last time, Liz said that Edith had taught her to organize information using tables. The girl was scared, but added that the Duchess was happy to know how effective this method is. But who else knows about it? Young Masters Cliff and Killian have a general idea, except for them, probably no one else. And Lise herself did not understand the essence of this method. So at best, only Edith and the members of the Duke's family can use this method. Lisa could only agree in a low voice. She, clumsily and timidly, asked why they were asking her all these questions. Somehow it turned out that the girl did not understand. Only Edith noticed that last time she explained. Liz definitely understood the technology. The Duke turned to Liz and told her that this does not concern her, that thanks to her, they solved it. And now she can leave. When the girl left the office, she turned around distrustfully and sadly, observing the action for the last time. Unfortunately, Edith once again found herself under suspicion, and she was clearly disappointed that the Duke had come to such a conclusion. She asked if this wasn't all, and if there was more evidence. They have charts in their hands that are completely different from Edith's, with a handwriting that does not match. And although she showed all the evidence, they trust Liz's words more. She did not exactly remember how Lice proved her guilt in the original novel. Edith believed that a kind and fair girl would provide more powerful evidence, and not this wonderfully developed nonsense about possible involvement. But if she didn't forge documents, then Liz won't have written evidence. At that moment, the girl noticed that Killian was on the side. He was calmly reading her diary. She ran into the scared man. How dare he read her diary? After snatching her notebook, the girl was indignant and said that the guy really didn't have the slightest desire to be polite. He had already started making excuses when a rude voice interrupted them. It was the Duke. It coincided with Edith. No matter how you look at it, they had no compelling evidence to dispel doubts. And yet, he decided to turn a blind eye to this case and also cancel the previously issued parole. After a difficult conversation, Killian continued to irritate her, saying that he didn't believe a single word of what she said. She just agreed, because it always was and always will be so. The guy said that remembering everything the Riegelhofs did, it was natural to suspect the girl. But she only said with clenched teeth. It would be enough to repeat several times that she had nothing to do with the Riegelhof family's affairs. Maybe he would remember. How then, did he ask, what if she helped in her father's plot before all this? When she turned around, at the same moment, numerous pictures flashed through her head. Edith not only seduced men to extract information, but also ruined the family party. That was favorable to the Ludwigs. More than once, she ruined the wedding of the sons of this family. The girl wondered why the memories surfaced just now. Killian calmly said that he would show her to his quarters. Slamming it shut and pressing himself against the door, she only realized that so many things had happened in a moment. Somehow the probationary period was cancelled. Everything turned out well, although not according to the script. Her thoughts were interrupted by Liz's arrival. She heard the girl approach Killian, wondering what had happened and what all the commotion was about. Edith started listening to their dialogue quietly. The guy told her about the suspicion of document theft, about evidence. Although it was suspicious that Liz expressed such interest, the girl decided not to eavesdrop. In any case, she already knows Killian's opinion. Alice was worried that what she said would harm Edith and wanted to give her lordship a full explanation right now. But the guy replied abruptly that it was unnecessary. Placing his hand on her shoulder, he explained that her father had decided to forget about that matter. So she shouldn't talk about it. That matter was already over. Then he ran off just as abruptly, at the same time recalling the lines she had read in Edith's diary about her observations of him on the way near the hall. Of palace training. She wrote about his shining face, his beautiful body. She preferred Killian over Cliff, but when she greeted Lisa, she thought she would go blind on the spot. Recalling how she described his beautiful smile, she got very angry. What was the point of teasing this girl? Then she ran as fast as she could to her brother's room. She found Cliff with a book in his hands and immediately suggested they go practice. The golden eyes lit up. Her brother was clearly surprised by this attitude. He started asking Killian what was wrong with him. He was very sad, but he silenced him and called him to go quickly to the palace. Early in the morning, Edith woke up, dressed, and immediately went to the family mother. She knocked only twice, but it was enough. The mother admitted that she was waiting for her and learned that she had a lot of difficulties yesterday. The girl began to make excuses because it wasn't precisely about difficulties. But her mother interrupted her, asking if the burdens of the mind were not heavier than the burdens of the body. Edith understood everything and started saying that she really didn't steal the documents. She sincerely said that she knew they didn't believe her and that it was okay for doubts to grow. The girl even wanted to curse her life. When her mother grabbed her palm, she surprised Edith by telling her that she believed her, that this woman was the first. And only one. Mom admitted that she understood how difficult it had been for her all this time, and repeated that she believed her. She knew that the girl was doing her best to help. The woman also noticed how Edith was trying to get used to the new environment. After all, she cannot help but know that she herself went through all this at the same time. The mother could not guess who played this cruel trick on her, but after patting her on the head, she said she was sure that Edith did not do it. She literally whimpered in her arms how long it had been since she felt so much care, how much she missed her mother's love. Suddenly she wanted to confess. She didn't even know that as her heart sank, her head started to spin. And her eyes darkened. One of the servants ran straight to the training battlefield and told the boys that Edith had fallen unconscious. The boys froze for a second, waiting, not understanding what to do. Cliff asked for an explanation of what exactly was happening and heard that the lady was talking with the Duchess in the office, and suddenly fainted. While listening about the doctor treating the girl, he didn't even notice where his brother had disappeared to. Killian instantly ran towards the castle entrance. The doctor concluded that the lady must have been nervous and fainted and asked if the lady had recently been in stressful situations. Killian carefully studied the girl's face while listening that after waking up. The mistress would have no problems with daily activities, but for a quick recovery, she should not overwork. He thought about how confidently Edith had behaved in front of her father during yesterday's interrogation, and why her face was so full of tears at that moment. After all, she herself is the arrogant Edith Riegelhoff, who never misses an opportunity to be sarcastic. And she was the one who made herself faint with tears. While she lay unconscious, with her face so calm, Killian found himself thinking that he enjoyed admiring her while she slept. Anna led the doctor out of the bedroom and heard all the treatment recommendations. Then everyone started asking Mom what the two of them were talking about with her. She turned to the boy and told him that he was unlikely to believe her words. But she insisted that she definitely did not forge the documents. Killian remembered that she had said the same thing before. That's why the mother confessed. She said she believed her. She went straight to her son and repeated that he really believed her. Mom continued the story. Then Edith started crying. After all, no one believed her before. She wanted to thank her. Apparently, this was especially painful for her and really hurt her. Killian started to sweat cold. The boy realized that he was the one to blame. It was he who could not believe a single word of what she was saying. Suddenly, he grabbed his head, and his mother immediately ran to him. Mom already wanted to call the doctor again, but the boy said it was not worth it. That it was just a headache, that he would rest a little and everything would pass. He was about to leave when he ran into Lady Liz. She came as soon as she heard that Edith had fainted. Killian looked suspiciously pale. But now this guy was only thinking about how her miniature hand touched him with the scent of violets. And he grabbed her hand. The headache slowly began to pass. Little Lady Lice again began to ask about her condition. Killian stopped her, saying he was fine. Even his mother noticed their strange interaction. The boy apologized, said he needed to lie down, and left the room. Edith was still unconscious. She must have been dreaming about something good, as she didn't want to wake up for so long. She dreamed of her real-life appearance. A girl with a black ponytail and a waitress uniform. She didn't understand where she was. Everything was completely dark. She really died again. Although, as she simply cried, but one does not die from tears. A screen appeared in front of the girl where it was written that Edith Riegelhoff could not talk about her secrets until she fulfilled the special condition of the third stage. But the girl could not understand what the special condition of the third stage was. When suddenly, the floor began to collapse under her feet. She turned towards the noise in that direction. Unfortunately, it was already too late. They never explained her condition to her, and she was sucked into a magic portal. She woke up again in the book and jumped out of bed. Anna was the first to notice that Mrs. Edith had woken up. She was informed that she had slept for 2 full days. Maybe it was because of what she tried to tell the Duchess back then. Edith tried to tell Anna the same thing again. She had already started speaking, but then coughed. And then reassured the maid by telling her that her throat was a little sore and asked her to bring some water. Anna was about to go get water. But then she heard the lady's voice. She seemed to have started talking about Killian, but suddenly stopped and decided not to say anything. When the girl first woke up in Edith's body, she thought she had become the main character of a romantic fantasy. Being a villainess, if she had behaved with courtesy and kindness, she would not only have avoided a deadly fate, but would also have solved the problems and become a good friend of the main character. Perhaps she would even get the main male character. As soon as this vain hope collapsed, she decided to live a quiet life. She thought she would be happy as a daughter-in-law of a rich family, living quietly, abandoning her husband. But regardless of her will, the original episodes continued steadily. No matter how the girl changed the course of events, in the end the result was the same as in the original. It's as if there is an unknown force that somehow orders the course of events. From the beginning, she simply made a mistake. She cannot change history. That's why Edith and she are not the main characters of this novel. Edith Riegelhoff is a negative heroine of romantic fantasy. Her role is insignificant. Her personal secrets are not revealed in the novel. A minor character who is destined for a brutal death at the hands of her own husband, who slashes her throat. For her, this would be a measured period of time, and she was already thinking about the next novel episode. But she knew everything in advance because the next episode was the same. Sitting on the bed, she thought and did not know what to expect. Edith felt threatened by the leaked documents. That night she snuck into Killian's bedroom. She wanted to kiss the boy while he was sleeping in an attempt to seduce him. She opened the door quietly and entered the room. Taking the first step, she entered without shame at all. She headed to his bed. The boy was lying with his eyes closed and sleeping peacefully. Edith looked at Killian. She probably thought he was a scoundrel for being forced to marry her. And even in those moments when he behaves courteously towards her, she cannot help but think what is on his mind. The girl admired his peacefully sleeping figure. He was beautiful, like an angel. This was the man she fell in love with, her favorite character breathing on the pages of the novel. But after what happens now, he will probably despise her with all his heart. She tucked her hair behind her ear and leaned down to kiss him. If he hated her, he could at least accept his fate. She kissed his forehead tenderly. Moving away, she realized that now Killian would wake up with eyes full of contempt. And everything would go back to how it always was. Edith wanted to take one last look at him and was about to leave when something roughly grabbed her wrist. Was that something Killian's hand? He grabbed it and didn't think of letting go. He got up, continued hugging her, and asked if she was really not pretending anymore. She was so emotional that she couldn't even play the role. Getting nervous, the trapped girl denied it and thought about what to think. But the guy figured it all out himself. Pushing her onto the bed, Killian turned the situation in his favor. Now Edith herself lay underneath him, without a single chance to get out. Killian began to unbutton her shirt, saying that now it was his turn to seduce him. Maybe he had a good body. The girl replied by grabbing his hand, trying to stop him. She asked him if he was sure he wanted this with her. This question made the guy stop and think for a second. Edith is not Lice and never will be. He began to convince himself that, compared to his feelings for Lady Lace, that girl meant nothing to him. That's why he continued to strike the girl. Of course, she knew that this was a marriage of convenience, but she did not expect anything from him as from her husband. He leaned on the bed a millimeter from her, making his position even more advantageous. Taking her by the chin, he forced her to look him directly in the eyes and told her that she should not ask such questions. Because it was she who snuck into his bedroom in the middle of the night with such confidence. Depriving the girl of the opportunity to answer, Killian pressed his lips against hers. At the moment of the kiss, he got onto the bed, trying to lay her down as quickly as possible. He continued to hold her hand, saying that it must have been annoying for her to simply spy on him. So he still gave Edith the opportunity to touch everything she had dreamed of for so long. The girl immediately began to make excuses when she remembered that the guy had read her diary at that moment. Killian himself took her hand and almost touched her chest. She took the opportunity to run her fingertips over the muscles, making his abs tense immediately and become even more expressive. With a smug expression on his face, the guy asked her if she was happy. Edith had no choice but to answer in the affirmative, because this was the guy of her dreams. The main character of the novel. Killian leaned towards her neck, burning her tender skin with his breath, making the girl blush. He began to lift the hem of her skirt, then she tried to stop him one last time. But then she gave in. They definitely went crazy. The next morning greeted the heroes with a dazzling sun. Its very rays entered the room through the window, illuminating everything in their path. After a stormy night, Edith woke up very cheerful as they slept together. The girl still couldn't believe it. As she tossed in bed, her partner had already woken up. His voice could be heard in the room. He ordered the maid to leave when she finished heating the water, because today he wanted to be alone. The boy turned directly to the girl and asked how she felt. She never answered because he was already taking her in an unknown direction. He took her straight to the bathroom. Having put the girl directly into the tub, Killian said that if the water was too hot, maybe she wouldn't be shy and would talk, but that was perfect. Edith sat opposite him with puppy eyes in the tub and reminded her of herself lying in the tub that first night. He asked if she would like to sunbathe in the water. The girl agreed, at the same time wondering what happened to the boy, what happened to him. Even if last night was only due to his anger, she thought he would regret what happened the next morning. After all, the innocence of her first kiss, which should have belonged to Lisa, was snatched by the fleeting temptation of the previous night. But it seems that trying to seduce Killian in the novel didn't work. She kept trying to guess why he behaved that way. Perhaps out of pity. Or he did it because Lisa was clearly inclined in Cliff's favor, and he couldn't do anything else. Killian's voice pulled her out of her thoughts. He apologized for making her move so much, although he stopped doing it quite recently. So she should rest for a few days. Edith would never have thought she would hear his voice full of tenderness, given the coldness with which he had treated her since the wedding. But what had changed in him? She kept remembering how he hugged her, called her name, and he hit his head hard. This caught the attention of Anna, who was working, but she calmed her down by telling her not to pay attention. She needed to sort out her thoughts and think about everything, because it was after that night that she had that dream. About the fact that the special condition of the first stage has been fulfilled. And once fulfilled, means that the copyrights have decreased. If this means that the condition will disappear, and if it is related to the other 3 conditions, no one will answer her questions. But what happened in the first stage? That she has already passed. Suddenly, the board emitted a sound, as if a notification had arrived. But the girl didn't understand what this could mean. She looked again and noticed that text appeared on the screen. The special condition of the first stage was to follow the example of Edith from the original novel. This system definitely knows that the girl is having an affair. And any hitchhiker would try by any means not to take advantage of the failed actions of the original novel character. This means acting against common sense. But Edith didn't like the idea much. It was Bill. She was just thinking about some strange things since she had completed the special condition of the scenario. It mentioned that the copyrights had been reduced. Rights are the limits within which a person's power and authority extend. This means that there is a subject who has this power or authority. Is it really the God of this world? Or the will of the novel that arose from the moment of its writing? Information too vague and insufficient to fully comprehend. The girl did not understand what it means that the copyrights are reduced if the novel was completed long ago. And if the rights are limited, in what part and to what extent? What exactly did the author influence to this extent on a certain episode, character? Or maybe even for the whole story? The girl thought maybe his influence covered everything that was happening, but then, where's the author himself? She could not answer these questions yet, but there was something important she learned that night. It is that it is very possible to change the original novel, because her relationship with Killian is no longer following the plot. And this meant that it was not time to give up. Looking at the sun's glare outside the window, the girl decided that she needed to check which choice Killian would make in the next episode. Suddenly, my mother jumped up from the table, and someone approached her. It was Edith. Her mother was clearly delighted to see her, but still worried about her health and well-being. She apologized for bothering her and said that she had recovered long ago and that everything was fine. The Ludwigs had recently visited the Imperial Palace, probably on a trip to resolve matters related to the growing threat of Archduke Langston and Count Riegelhoff, so it was better not to ask about it. The mother said that the Duke was also very worried about her health. He was all worried. He pressed hard. His way of speaking was somewhat harsh, as he spent a lot of time on the battlefield. Mom asked what the girl wanted to do in the future if she wanted. She couldn't help with documentation anymore. Upon hearing this, she thought, if she were guilty of that matter, they would have treated her negatively. This did not happen, but it still hurts to imagine such a scene in her head. They talked about her everywhere and pointed fingers at her, like a daughter-in-law who has lost the trust of the whole family. And now she cannot touch a single paper of the duchy. Edith offered to continue helping with the duchy's affairs, but the traitor can do the same as last time. She wants to work under the leadership of the person they absolutely trust. The mother understood her immediately. The girl wants a place where her actions will not be misunderstood, and she has such a person. Renan Field said he needs help. Edith remembered Renan. This is the one who works with papers and is not a member of the Ludwig family. It was he who later prepared false documents to verify her. Like Anna, he is one of the few who treats a girl with an open mind. Of course, if he is not disappointed. The girl happily accepted this option, but then remembered the expression on this guy's face the last time they met. He always seems so impassive or awkward working with her. Edith awkwardly approached the table and feigning cheerfulness, said that she would help him starting today. With obvious hope in her eyes, she asked if she should approach him. The boy calmly replied that first she would have to organize the receipts by year. And he handed her the box. The girl was very surprised to see all these receipts. They were in terrible condition. Renan explained that this was the fault of the previous employee. He said he felt offended, then threw the receipts on the floor and ran away. Of course, his attitude towards the papers of the Ludwig Duchy did not go unpunished. He warned the girl that he would not be lenient with her. Renan said that she would still regret deciding to work with him. With this agreement, they got down to business. The two felt quite comfortable working in this room with 2 desks, few pieces of furniture, and many books. After a while, Edith got used to the quiet atmosphere of the office and felt calm. This atmosphere of silence was interrupted from time to time by the scratching of a pen, and also the rustling of paper sheets when turning them over. The weak midday sun rays entered through the window. Everything here breathes tranquility. The girl was distracted from her work as soon as she heard the sound of footsteps. It was Renan. He said that it was already the end of the workday, and it was time to finish the day. Edith thanked the guy for the opportunity and handed him the box. Renan took the box of receipts and praised her, saying that the lady had done a great job. In response, she also praised him. He was even a little surprised, and the emotions on his face changed. The girl explained that she did not want and does not want indulgence from him. The fact is that in a past life, her boss, who emphasized kindness in the team, was terrible, and people like her were called introverts, at the same time belittling her ability to work. She admitted that she only wants 2 things from Renan: competence and honesty. And it seems to her that this guy is known precisely for these 2 qualities. She said goodbye to him, waved her hand, and left the office. As soon as she left, she immediately met Anna. Renan clearly thought about the girl's behavior. Something about her caught his attention. Cliff, although he knew how busy this guy was, called him to his house. It's just that he was interested, because from today, he is watching Edith. They asked Renan what he thought of this girl. Killian, hearing exactly how he spoke of Edith, thought that, despite everything, she wants to help her mother and the Duke. Moreover, he heard that it was Edith who asked for this job. Why did his brother choose those words? And why was Cliff talking about her anyway? Under Killian's watchful gaze, Renan said that Mrs. Edith expressed her desire to help with the documents. So he was assigned to supervise her work. The boy corrected himself by saying that Mrs. Edith had come to help with her duties. But Cliff did not lag behind, asking about anything suspicious, but Renan could not answer because he saw her at work only a quarter of the day. Although his office could not meet the standards of such an aristocratic lady, the lady worked diligently without expressing discontent with the situation. You can also say that the lady is quite meticulous in her work. Edith has excellent concentration, comprehension, and judgment. In addition, she is persistent. Killian noticed his face while speaking, and Cliff joked that she must have worked hard to please him. Renan only replied that it was possible, because so far he had only seen her at work today. Clenching his wine glass, Cliff said that he would call him again soon and that he should not stop looking at her. The castle cameras were illuminated by luxurious chandeliers. The golden decorations on the walls reflected every ray of light. Killian walked very nervously, remembering all the words he had said during dinner. His behavior changed, and it was clear that he was nervous. He remembered Liz's admiration, when she said that it was the first time she heard Renan congratulate someone. Cliff also agreed and said that Edith was truly magnificent and won this guy's heart once in 24 hours. The brother suggested that Renan was actually in love with Edith, but Killian was offended by this, and he abruptly silenced him. But he didn't stop to reason, saying that Renan was still single so anything could happen. And if these two got together, Count Riegelhoff would be ridiculed, but for them it would not be a bad outcome. Smiling, he added that, of course, it would be a shame to lose such a talented Renan. Seeing Killian's worried face, his brother asked if he was really worried about her. He immediately started denying it and supposedly laughing, joking that such a thing was possible. Finally, he remembered how Cliff reasoned that it wouldn't be bad if Edith had this insensitive fool who doesn't even blush in front of Lisa. He paced back and forth, making sure it wasn't so. Even when they gave the carriage to the young master, he asked to wait. All his thoughts were occupied with the fact that Edith's beauty was different from Liz's charm. It can be said that she is a sensual girl, so what will happen if both of them spend several hours in a crowded office? A few moments later, Killian was already near the door of Edith's room. Having made up his mind, he finally knocked. But no one opened it, and no sound was made yet. Day. So the boy opened the doors himself, and instantly smelled the wonderful scent of roses. And then he discovered that there was no one in the room. Approaching the fireplace, he noticed small doll figures. These were mini versions of the magic couple. Killian and Edith hugged and kissed. Or he immediately recognized Edith and himself in these figures. Just as he wanted to approach and see them up close, a silhouette appeared out of nowhere, sweeping everything in its path at lightning speed, including the figures. It was the girl herself. She began to explain that this was nothing important, just a hobby, and she was ashamed to show it to strangers. But then, realizing exactly who was in her room, she wondered why he had entered another person's room without knocking. And she asked Anna to put the dolls away. Killian sat on his bed, and Edith sat on the chair opposite. When the girl asked him about his mood, the boy replied that, apparently, everything was fine. Almost immediately, she understood what he meant, and explained that everything was thanks to her mother. The Duchess sent her to work under the leadership of Renan. She spoke of Renan Filch as if he didn't know him himself, although everyone who knows the Duke also knows his closest assistant. Killian explained that the Filch family are vassals of the whole house. Vignot Uncle Filch helped the Duke in his affairs from the beginning, but the Duke entrusted the estate to him. And his responsibilities in the capital were taken over by male Renan Filch, his son. They all grew up together from an early age. While Renan read books under a tree, the brothers fought with wooden swords. And when the younger brother was once again defeated by the older, craftier one, the temper was already perceptible in the eyes of his children. Cliff reassured him by telling him that he just needed to practice more. Then they invited Renan to wield their swords. Little Killian constantly asked him if he was bored of sitting with his nose always buried in a book. The boy patiently replied, "If you wish, then Renan will practice swords." Killian concluded that he still couldn't say they were friends. Edith thought, so this guy was like that. Renan was an insignificant character to her. She didn't even notice his presence in the original novel while reading it. Since childhood, he has had a strong connection with the Ludwigs, suggesting that in this world characters can be different from their wards. And their characters can reveal themselves much more deeply. But the girl was now interested in something else. He hadn't drawn her attention since that night, which made Killian arrive unexpectedly in her room. And talk about it. As if reading her thoughts, the boy noticed that the girl was wondering about such a visit. To which he said that very soon he would go to the Raisin territory to check on the estate matters. Edith immediately understood that these lands were far north of the capital. Several days away by carriage, Raisin lands belonged to the ducal family of Ludwig. The estate and surrounding territory will pass to Killian, as the second son who did not inherit the title of duke. Since the boy would be away for a long time due to the trip, he decided to ask Edith if she would like to go with him. The girl was taken by surprise, so she suddenly wanted him to go with her. In complete confusion, Killian slammed the doors of their rooms shut. He irritably remembered the girl's response to his proposal. She just laughed. Dismissing everything as a joke, he thought he had invited her out of decency. But he thanked her anyway and wished him a good trip. Now, remembering this situation, he could only think about how stupid and ridiculous he looked. They were already waiting for him in the courtyard, and he embarked on a long journey. Meanwhile, Edith hit the paper on the table, gathering everything into a neat pile. She finally finished her work for today. Feeling someone else's gaze on her, the girl turned to another table. Renan looked at her openly and even stared at her. But when she asked him what was wrong, he didn't answer anything and just adjusted his glasses. Since she finished working, it was time to go see the Duchess. She was invited, and this is exactly what her new friend told her. He himself, as soon as the girl left, stood up and went straight to Edith's desk to see everything she had done. Looking at her work, he was very surprised. How did she manage to organize the papers so carefully? My mother told me that next month Countess Irumonia's market would be held. And on this occasion, there will be a meeting at her house to embroider products. She invited Liz and Edith to join, and this meant that the episode with the bazaar began. Charity bazaars are organized to raise monetary donations, and ladies of high society usually offer their embroidery. In this novel, embroidery is one of the noble activities that ladies can perform. And these events are a great opportunity to demonstrate their perfected skills and their wonderful taste. Ladies of high society of all generations attend the meeting before the organization of the bazaar. And ages, considering the high position of the House of Louis among all imperial families. It is Duchess Jocelyn who organizes a meeting before holding a charity bazaar. Liz was worried because her embroidery skills are not that good. She is not sure if her embroidery can compare with that of others. While the mother calmed the girl down, Edith moved aside and thought that the difficulty was that she had no embroidery skills so as not to stand out among the ladies at the meeting. She found it very difficult to embroider Anna. She tried to teach her, but it was too difficult. The girl urgently needed to find an excuse. She was about to say that she was very grateful for the invitation, but she didn't think she could do it. Suddenly, Liz told herself that she didn't think she would get nervous if she went with Edith. And her mother agreed. Thinking that the girl could never surpass the main character, she agreed to go. The exhibition was already in full swing. Liz was showing off her recent creation. Mom and Edith watched what was happening, laughing, because she herself was worried. And now she perfectly wears the shawl. Liz recently finished this shawl. She wanted to embroider a flower garden, and how could she be nervous when she created so much beauty with her own hands? All the women became interested in how she sewed it herself and noticed her wonderful pattern, talking about how amazing she was with the loom. Edith didn't remember if Lice did this in the original novel. Liz's voice pulled her out of her thoughts and asked what the girl was going to do. Edith sincerely said that she was going to decorate the handkerchief, because it is the only thing she can do with so much talent for sewing. While everyone was distracted, the girl sat on a chair in a corner of the room, studying embroidery. She decided to use dirty sky blue and dark blue as main colors, matching her dress. Suddenly Lice approached her, holding 2 spools of yellow and pink in her hands. She asked her opinion if it was possible to make the main design in pink and the edges in yellow. Edith said it would look great. Surely Lice approached because she felt sorry for the girl. She was sitting alone in a corner. Suddenly Edith was distracted from her thoughts when a woman approached. She was very surprised and said that last year her niece sewed something similar and that the embroidery would turn out excellent. The second lady joined them and asked how old Lady Lalissa was. They told her she was about 16 and carrying a child under her heart, which means she sewed that scarf when she was 14. They talked about how fast the girl grew up. Edith thought that they were just implying that this pattern was embroidered by children, some kind of kindergarten. Calling Liz's attention again, the girl thanked her for her advice. But she said she wanted to sew a scarf for Killian. Her mother, who approached from behind him, laughed and said that these colors would match his eyes perfectly. Then Edith began to speculate whether they would match the Duke's eyes well. But then, having come to her senses, she asked not to tell Killian about this. She felt ashamed. Everyone just laughed. She seemed to be in the clouds. Meanwhile, that very serious guy had already arrived at the place. The Duke asked his son if he liked these possessions. He replied that it was a bit far from the capital, but it is rare to find land with such development potential. And 10 days of travel is not that much, especially since the horse ride will take less than a week. The territory looked much better than he had imagined once he had the land. It would be outside the Duke's domain. Which is why Killian was concerned about her comfort. The castle is in good condition. Thanks to the many years of effort by the caretaker and servants, the interior decoration is somewhat austere and lacks luxury. Upon returning to the capital, it will be necessary to find a good furniture manufacturer. After all, Edith is from the Riegelhoff family, which is drowning in wealth and elegance. He doubted that the strict decoration of the castle would be to her liking, and the fact that she grew up surrounded by the luxury of the capital was not the only problem. The boy asked his father how cold it is here in winter. The man replied that it is a little colder than in the capital, that heavy snowfalls would be a bigger problem than sub-zero temperatures. But that avalanches had not yet occurred in that area. Killian was glad to hear this. The father noticed that the boy was happy about his future lands. He confirmed and added that since there are many young people in the territory, it is worth aiming to expand into other areas besides agriculture. And if they pave a direct route through the Filiac Mountains, the entire territory will become one of the key points for merchants traveling throughout the empire. Then suddenly, the Duke addressed him directly and asked if he was really happy about it. Killian, annoyed, asked what would change. If he was not satisfied, he needed to demand more land or a higher title. Or perhaps it is completely necessary to take away his brother's heir status. He asked the Duke if he really wanted to hear requests for a title. And why is he only talking about this now? Because when he was a child, the Duke always elevated Cliff and prepared a good future for him. Of course, Killian was also happy for his brother and his achievements, but for some reason, the boy himself remained in the shadows. The boy always followed his father's instructions, even when it came to an unwanted marriage. The Duke mercilessly took away his first and last wish. Killian, as in childhood, decided to leave these thoughts behind and putting on a mask. He pretended and said he was happy with everything. As a father, the Duke noticed the expression on his son's face. He saw disappointment in his eyes. Killian said that as soon as he received the title, he would immediately start managing the lands. Then his father advised strengthening the security of the territory, because crime always increases with the arrival of strangers. Finally, the bazaar began, and products could already be offered by contacting a special shop. Edith and Lice walked fascinated around the bazaar. Its scale was truly astonishing. You can see a huge variety of products, such as jewelry, shirts, and combs. Edith could already smell the aroma of cake and desserts from the other side. But suddenly Lice screamed and pointed at the counters. There were embroidered clothes for girls, and they could already be bought. Anna said that Edith's embroidery looks more or less good. But what a liar she is. It seems someone managed to buy Liza's embroidery. There was a bow on the product. The girl wondered what kind of competition there would be at the market today. All this is true, of course, but her main male character is just looking for an opportunity to buy all the products. However, Edith decided to help Cliff and led the girl to look at the merchandise in the other direction. While the boy was discreetly deciding to buy embroidery, the girls were already walking in the opposite direction in search of a delicious piece of cake. As they then heard a voice talking about the modern customs of society. It was 2 girls and a woman. She didn't understand what was happening to the current generation, as an illegitimate daughter was wandering around the bazaar. Her daughter advised her to choose softer words, but the woman liked to be sarcastic. And continued to say that, of course, this is the illegitimate daughter of Count Sinclair. But she was accepted into the Ludwig family as her own. Who knows how much the Duke and his wife value her? Edith remembered that both here and in real life, there are people who, without remorse of conscience, they criticize loudly, hoping to be heard. While they continued to say unpleasant things about the girl, that she was a bum, or that they kept her as a pet, Liz squeezed Edith's hand very tightly. The poor girl was almost crying when her friend decided to intercede. Edith said with a shameless face that she was not yet accustomed to the behavior of society in those days, the peasant. Without any tact, she tried to start a verbal skirmish in the market. She added that it was probably true, the village is far from the capital, since look at the face. And she doesn't remember who she is. Her daughter began to complain that if she did not recognize Countess Brynn at a glance, it was not a sign of the scarcity of knowledge of secular society, calling her Edith Riegelhoff. Then the girl proudly replied that they should know perfectly well that after the marriage the surname changed. And next time they should check their knowledge before criticizing others. And they should also tighten etiquette rules. The mother got very angry and said that she had heard rumors that the Duke had an unpleasant daughter-in-law. But she did not think it was so much, even this girl is much better, at least she knows her place. So, Edith asked in what situation they found themselves when they were inferior to an unpleasant daughter-in-law, which was much worse than an illegitimate girl. She added that she could wait for this news to reach young Master Cliff and see what would remain of the Earl's Brynn family. These insolent girls began to leave, saying how much they felt for young Master Killian. Liz immediately began to apologize to her. Then Edith asked her how she knew them. Liz replied that she was friends with Countess Sinclair, but because of her, she was now saying bad things. Edith, affectionately stroking the girl's head, said she had nothing to be ashamed of. So let them keep chatting. Come to think of it, we've covered approximately a quarter of the original novel already. And Liz's reputation is divided into two opposite poles. While all the girls crowded around her and praised the embroidery displayed at the market, Edith sat in the shade and was bored. The girl tried to say that she wasn't that good at this, but the others didn't understand why she was being humble, since the Duchess considers her her daughter-in-law. And they decided not to notice the real bride Edith at all. The girl decided to pretend she didn't care that she was being ignored. Then out of nowhere, Killian appeared. He approached Lisa, and she was happy to see him. Edith thought that if she greeted him, he would really ignore her too. But if she didn't come, others would argue that she didn't even speak to him. She decided to look at him, and suddenly saw that his eyes were focused and looking directly at her. The girl approached him and was about to tell him that she missed him, but decided to ask him how he got there. Only now did she realize that she almost blurted out that she missed him. The boy became serious for a second. His eyes clouded over. Edith asked what was wrong with his gaze, but he just smiled and replied that the trip went well. And he also asked her how things had gone in his absence. She said that she actually tried to embroider something suitable with her zero skills in this matter. She drank a lot of iced tea out of boredom, so now she needed to powder her nose. If it ended this way, it would be a wonderful day. The girl walked calmly, not noticing at all the person around the corner. So, suddenly, he jumped out at her from the shadows and grabbed her hand. This man began to draw her towards himself. It turned out to be her brother. She had truly forgotten the voice of her loved one. Edith had completely forgotten that Shane Riegelhoff could also come to the market. This guy started asking what was wrong with her. If Ludwig's people were watching her, she thought she had gone crazy when she wrote that she needed to stop the attacks. He claimed that she sent false documents. Maybe she sent that letter because of surveillance. Her brother was about to teach her a lesson when she told him that he simply hadn't understood everything. And she started explaining that she sincerely wrote a warning letter and it was not a diversion, and asked where they got the documents from. She pulled her hand away from his strong grip and started rubbing the marks from the pinch, saying that she didn't send those documents. Edith had been waiting for Edith for a long time, although she said she would be back soon. In a toga, he arrived very late. He looked to the side looking for signs of the girl's disgust, but only saw Liz. Surrounded by a crowd of girls praising her as best they could, Edith really feels offended by people who behave well only in front of Liz. But recently, she defended her and certainly didn't care about other people's opinions. She didn't care that everyone was discussing her way of speaking, ignoring her husband. How much they felt sorry for Killian. The boy pushed his glass of orange juice as a reason to leave and stood up, wanting to quickly find the girl. All the girls immediately rushed to him and told him that he had surprisingly become such a handsome man. But he, attracting all eyes, simply left, only with a small apology and an explanation about sticky hands. But no one knew that he spilled the juice on purpose. Killian was already heading towards the bathroom. The boy suddenly noticed a dialogue between brother and sister around the corner. He was surprised that Edith was next to Shane Riegelhoff and decided to eavesdrop. But he couldn't hear what they were saying. But it was clear how angry his brother was trying to reprimand the girl. After which they parted. But the girl seemed sad. After this dialogue, she seemed to be putting herself back together piece by piece. Killian couldn't even guess what was wrong with her, as the girl seemed very depressed. She was already turning the corner to return when she suddenly found him. The boy asked her why she had been absent for so long. But she, as expected, did not confess, but said that the decoration of the mansion was so amazing, and that she couldn't stop admiring the beauty of the interior. In response, she asked him if he specifically came to look for her. But the boy, omitting the question, asked her if she was happy with so much attention. And he heard a positive answer. The girl calmly replied that her heart trembles because there is a person who cares where she disappeared. Looking at her face, Killian couldn't understand what was wrong with her. They returned to the market and heard the announcement that this year all products had been bought at the highest price. Edith was interested. Probably her handkerchief was also bought. She was very afraid that her embroidery would remain until the end of the market and was glad that this did not happen. But who bought the scarf? Mom turned to Killian. She asked him to take a look and asked if he knew what color Edith had embroidered the bird in. The bird on the handkerchief was the same color as her eyes. The boy was surprised, but continued to listen to how Edith embroidered a scarf with thoughts about him. But he asked not to talk about it. Surely this was a trick on the part of the girl to impress her mother. So Killian bought a scarf so that there would be no rumors that he had left something unnecessary. At the Ludwig family bazaar, Edith was walking around the castle and suddenly heard a scream. She wanted to get angry when she said the letter was sincere, but she didn't know yet that this was not the end. Right in the red courtyard in front of the palace entrance, a maid was screaming on her knees next to her brother. The girl didn't understand why they were coming without notice. Shine apologized for causing a commotion, but after Edith left the house, Count Riegelhoff had no less worries. Sophia, Edith's former maid, almost went crazy with worry for her mistress. She heard that even in the territory of the duchy, Edith was being watched and could not attend her friend's tea party. Edith sent refusals to the tea party, thinking nothing bad would happen. But how he negatively rephrased everything. He pretended to feel very sorry for his poor sister. She really didn't think they would find a way to tighten the collar around her neck. The girl didn't know what to do. She tried to understand his intentions, but nothing came out. Then a voice replied that in that case, the maid could stay with them in the mansion. His last word before Edith went to hell was the news that she would become his mistress's personal maid. After all, she has been with her since childhood, and moreover, the Count's family will worry less. The girl wanted to express resistance to such a decision and already wanted to express it all. She felt a pain in her heart and began to choke. Edith began to fall when a maid caught her. This vile girl whispered in her ear that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and that she was bored. Then she led her inside to take her to her room. Killian eyed them suspiciously, as if scrutinizing them. But then he asked Anna to give the new maid a uniform and prepare a room for her. Edith didn't understand why everything happened this way. Probably because of the development of the original novel. At that moment, his assistant shared his impression that it seemed the girl was really living here in peace. If you think about it, the episodes that will happen in the future will start precisely because of Sophia's actions. An investigation into an information leak and an attempted poisoning. She said she had heard about documents related to weapons and that Edith had not sent them. This means that they were sent from the duchy, having first copied the handwriting. For a moment, the maid lowered her gaze and said that there was no need to talk about sad things, and suddenly grabbed Edith by the dress over her chest, like a kitten by the neck, and said that it was time to remind that stupid bitch who her master is, since she forgot who she serves. And she found herself free for a second. The maid, after hearing Lord Shane's story about Edith, didn't believe him at first. The girl lay on the floor writhing in pain. It hurt her much more than she thought. Maybe she had broken ribs. Edith supposed that they hit her in places that were not visible. The maid looked arrogantly at the girl while she suffered, and said that she did not expect such treason to the family. Then the girl started making excuses, saying that she had sincerely written the warning letter, and that since everyone was so confident that the Archduke's supporters would win. His Majesty the Emperor firmly holds his power, and the Ludwig family, loyal to him, has proven in battles that they are not inferior to their emperor in military strength. This is easy to understand from the way Duke Louis obtained his title through military feats, leaving Count Riegelhoff with nothing and leaving no doubt that he should remain on the emperor's side. This insolent woman spoke with such confidence that the Ludwig family would fall sooner or later, as if she had already overthrown them. Then Edith told her to imagine that Archduke Langston took over the emperor's throne. But the henchmen who helped achieve such heights by dirty means were eliminated in a matter of days. The maid's gaze changed and darkened. She asked if she had really lost all fear since she ridiculed her masters. And then, supposedly, she had to instill in the poor girl's head that she could continue pretending to be a stupid girl, as the owner demanded, but that if she became useless to the family, they would kill her, and the Ludwig family would be blamed for the death. Renan was especially diligent today and immersed himself completely in work. But the same could not be said for Edith. Her whole body hurt. She certainly did not want to return to her room. As soon as Sophia set foot on the threshold of the estate, she took away those grains of freedom that were there. Not only did she beat her, but she also forced her to starve, taking away her food, saying that to eat, a girl must deserve it. If she really liked treating people like animals, the maid merely repeated that even a stupid person would understand what was required of her in such a situation. So Edith, once again, said sarcastically that it was fun for her to hear this from her father's lapdog. Sophia, who was eating a raw steak, suddenly hit the table with her hand. Jumping up abruptly, she grabbed the poor girl by the hair and threatened her with her fist. She asked when her tongue had managed to come out. It seemed she was not like that at her home. Edith probably believed she wouldn't do anything during the meal, or she simply expressed the truth, that she had been keeping to herself for a long time. Even in her previous life, the girl was not treated so badly, and she did not believe she could endure this. But this heroine had faced this since childhood, and when the girl thought of her, she didn't understand why they never tried to resist the beatings. But this in no way will make her give up. After work, Renan noticed how much Edith enjoyed her cookies today. At first, he didn't even understand what was happening, but only after that the girl noticed that she had eaten almost the whole plate. Only one cookie remained. Under the boy's suspicious gaze, Edith agreed that today's cookies really turned out especially delicious. She kindly suggested he try it, although very little remained. But unfortunately, Renan refused because he does not like sweets. The girl should have guessed that he looked like someone who didn't like desserts. He was more likely the type who would choose bitter or bland dishes. In her mind, she wondered why he looked much more charming today. Well, if so, the girl decided to finish it, to which the boy offered to bring her a second portion, but she refused, which she immediately rejected when she found herself back in her room. But how could she know that he was on a business trip and that they would see each other in only a week? Edith will be eagerly awaiting his return. She just has to be patient. She was used to eating in her room from the moment she was put on probation. And Anna usually brought food from the kitchen to the room. Therefore, no one even suspected Sophia when she started doing the same thing. Besides, a long time had passed since Killian had come to have breakfast together. Remembering it, Edith didn't understand why he suddenly decided to come, but that was already a thing of the past. But remembering the boy's words about the fact that the maid had been with her since childhood, and the fact that the Count's family would worry less, the girl realized that he really thought about Shane's words and did it only because he was worried. The girl's thoughts were already beginning to get confused from hunger, so she decided to go for a walk before Sophia had dinner. Meanwhile, this girl was thinking about how she could change in such a short time, because she had definitely trained her for several years. Even after the slap, she doesn't jump back in fear. She seems to have lost control over her. And even after the beating, she looks him in the eye and is defiant. So this sadist laughed maliciously and came up with something new for fun. As she carried more portions of food, Sophia suddenly stopped. Upon hearing, she heard a vile voice. In it, she recognized Lys Sinclair's own voice. She was inviting the girl for tea. And she remembered how Shine stopped her before arriving at the estate. She was clearly delighted with the young man's new request. But after hearing exactly what he was asking for, her face changed. He was interested in ice. He asked her to study how she was doing on the estate, what kind of things she liked. If there was anything unusual, and under no circumstances, did he ask her to tell his father about this request. Remembering all this, she became angrier than usual, squeezing the handle of the tray so hard that it broke under the pressure. After all, Sophia couldn't even dream of becoming his wife for her. It was enough that he was near. But now she saw that he was openly interested in this illegitimate girl, and she couldn't stand still and watch while the girl seduced her master with her innocent appearance. When Edith returned and sat on the bed, she felt dizzy from hunger. It doesn't matter. What she ate with Lys Sophia will force her in any case to clear her stomach. So there was no point in trying the cake, knowing where it would end up a little later. Besides, Killian gave her a pitiful look. She already wanted to cry with shame, but she had neither the strength nor the tears. When suddenly, she heard someone entering. It was Sophia, and she was holding a tray. On the tray was a delicious peach cake. She said that Lady Lys asked to relay this. It seems she will have to yield once. Otherwise, people will start suspecting that she is starving. The girl said to eat, otherwise she would change her mind. And Edith, hungry, immediately agreed. It was a piece of fragrant peach cake and hot black tea. It was unexpected that Sophia had prepared a tray for her. No matter what she was doing, Edith needed at least something to eat. But as soon as the girl took a bite of the first piece of cake, she froze in horror. Blood immediately gushed from her mouth. She immediately fell to her knees, coughing up a purple liquid. The event with Edith's poisoning happened, but she did not poison the food. Seeing that the maid was not really surprised, the lady immediately understood everything. It was Sophia who poisoned the cake. The tired girl lay in the shade. Her throat was dry, and she felt like a month had passed in the desert without a single oasis. She immediately noticed the scene in which Sophia supposedly scolded Lys for poisoning the cake. But the girl only wanted to share. Getting up, Edith realized that everything was happening again like in the original novel. A piece of cake sent to Lisa had poison added to it that causes stomach aches. This was an episode in which they try to blame the baby for the poisoning. Killian was also here, although he did not show it, but he was probably worried. When Edith tried to speak, Sophia immediately flew to her and asked her not to worry in vain. But she was actually just trying to shut her up. The girl asked her not to make a scene and apologized to Lys for the maid's rude words, explaining that she only had a slight stomach ache. But the maid only became indignant and reminded her that she was coughing up blood. Upon hearing the children's excuses about allergies, Cliff even laughed. But Killian ordered a search of the entire room, taking Sophia by surprise. Edith asked why they were doing this, thinking that the maid had probably managed to get rid of the poison, so they wouldn't find evidence in her room. But the event resembled the original chapter too much. One of the maids found a suspicious vessel. There was a giant skull sticker on the bottle. She cries to herself that it's a bottle of poison, strangely. Sophia didn't even try to hide the evidence. Cliff examined the bottles closely with interest. Edith immediately said it wasn't hers, which means someone entered the room, and hid a bottle of poison in the cabinet. The girl was glad that Sophia was caught. The miscalculation on her part was funny. Liz tried to calm Cliff with her jokes because Edith is sick, which seems to be the result of how the original novel's plot is handled. Cliff said he would come back when he dealt with the new evidence, as he couldn't wait for a new stream of excuses. Sophia was angry. She didn't expect them to think of searching the room. Edith, despite the pain, was amused to see how she tried to appear the smartest. But in the end, she couldn't do even the most basic thing. The girl just threatened her and left. And the lady could only lie there and writhe in pain. In any case, nothing would help her get out of this situation. Killian stepped aside, listening to the dialogue between his brother and the doctor. The doctor concluded that this is not a strong poison, but in a weakened person it causes pain. Or even bleeding. After thanking the woman, Cliff left immediately. And then the boy turned to the woman who was about to leave. He wondered if there was any medicine to help alleviate the situation, as she seemed to be in a lot of pain. The doctor explained that he had already prescribed her a painkiller, but he didn't think it would help his wife. And seeing the incomprehension on the man's face, he added that since she had been fasting for several days, even a weak poison could be deadly. But he could not understand how she could starve. The doctor suggested that she was willing to do anything to lose weight. Killian remembered her condition, which meant she was so thin that it was difficult to look at her. A sharp understanding shot through his head. Since, knowing that her body was weakened and in terrible condition, she poisoned herself. Did she really do this to get attention? What a calculating woman is definitely plotting something. But are his conjectures really correct? Before marriage, she had a reputation for attracting the attention of men. And society instantly forgets those images. If you follow this reasoning, then the whole situation with the poison happened not to incriminate Liz, but to draw attention to how insidious it is. It is hard to believe that Killian can just sit and watch her efforts. He still couldn't understand why she took poison. Of course, the girl was sad. She thought that he would decide all this was on purpose. Seeing that the girl had woken up, he immediately wanted to bombard her with questions. But she simply turned away and asked him to leave. It seemed that Edith had long since stopped expecting his kind attitude. But even now his words hurt. In the end, only Liz defended her. She thought there was another reason for the poisoning. But there was a bottle of poison in her room. There was poison in the bottle and in the cake. Edith did not stop, because if Edith really tried to set a trap for him, why did she? As soon as she woke up, she complained only of slight discomfort. Liz sincerely did not understand why everyone was so sure that this girl wanted to harm her. She was the same age. The girl eagerly awaited his arrival, and she is sure that they will become wonderful friends. How could they not succumb to Liz's charm after her sensual performance? She is a living angel descended from heaven. Once recovered, Edith wanted to give her a gift as a token of gratitude. So she asked what things she liked. The mother said that the girl loves to embroider. That's why she chose something related to this activity. The girl decided to express her gratitude to Lisa with a gift decorated with beautiful white paper and a silk bow. And now, an eternity later, after recovering, Edith can finally work. Her enjoyment of the moment was suddenly interrupted. It was the sound of doors shamelessly opening without knocking, and a scream that made your heart shudder. Killian ran into the room, shouting what he had done. Approaching the bed, he asked her if she would really deny everything now. The boy angrily explained that Lice lost consciousness while embroidering with donated threads. The girl became unconscious and was poisoned. Edith didn't understand how this happened because the threads were packed by the seller, and immediately gave them to Lisa, during which time no one could touch them. In the original novel, during this time, an attempt to poison the girl occurs. Sophia applied the poison to the tip of an embroidery needle that was part of the gift, and the girl thought she could change the events. If she changed the content of the gift, all her efforts went down the drain, and ordinary threads were replaced with poisoned ones. Killian abruptly grabbed the girl and started pushing, asking her what she had done. Edith tried to stop him, asking him not to suspect her even for a moment. And to think seriously, if the power of the original novel is so strong, then she could not change anything in the current situation. She asked the boy to think again how she could do this. He pinched the bridge of his nose and said he wished he could believe it, but this is not the first time this has happened. The girl truly believes she can make everyone around her stop suspecting herself. Edith admitted that she didn't want him to suspect her in everything. She even assigned her a maid who supervises each of her actions. Dissatisfied, Sophia hit the table. The lady replied that she was innocent, so it wasn't that important, but that she definitely needed a better maid. Killian did not expect her to want this. She truly believes that he will go to the meeting in such conditions. But still, the boy agreed and immediately called Anna. Killian immediately took action and ordered Anna to become the new maid, which made Edith very happy. She turned and looked at her torturer. After all, if she had delayed even a little, Sophia would have finished her off on the spot. How much longer did she expect to mock her? Killian had solved the problem and now demanded an explanation about lice. The merchant is definitely being interrogated. He is quite famous, so he would not expose his business in this way. Then, the girl asked if anyone had access to the threads after she gave them to her. But only a certain number of people have the right to enter the girl's room. Only him, Cliff, the girl herself, the mother, and the maids. Although this seems like an excuse, Edith decided to say it. Someone is trying to make her a scapegoat. She is sure they are trying to harm lice with impunity. If she suffers a lot, they will punish her for it. In this way, someone will kill two birds with one stone. For example, Earl Sinclair. There are rumors that his half-brother and sister tried to harm her more than once. This was the first time Killian had heard of something like this, but he could not deny the possibility. Indeed, among the many servants of this estate, at least one spy from Count Sinclair can be found. But it is impossible to detect him. Riegelhoff spies may also be involved in this. Edith recounted that she actually thought her family was trying to set a trap for her to discredit the Riegelhoff family. This terribly angered the boy. How dare she say such vile things? After all, his family would never do this. But the girl condemned him for the fact that he himself unjustly suspected her. Although she was on the verge of death, but he still did not believe her. These words surprised him because he had only recently suspected her. Killian admitted that he did not intend to criticize her and told her not to worry anymore, that he did not think so anymore. The conjectures were good, of course. It was not clear whether his father and brother would believe them, but this time he at least pretended to believe them. Unlike the incident with the cake. Edith understood everything, to be honest. She didn't even want to be recognized as innocent. The main thing was that Liz did not suspect this, in fact, not only her, but the girl has no reason to if she is honest. So far, Liz, who has seen all the justice, thanks to the past of the Riegelhoff family, has stood up for her and would be very disappointed if it turned out that the gift was a tool in an attempted poisoning. Then Killian asked her if she didn't hate lies. The girl was surprised. How could she even think of such a thing? Why would she need it? And upon hearing the boy's version of how everyone praises lies, but she is in the shadows, she simply laughed. She rested her palm on the bed and leaned closer. Looking him straight in the eye, she asked him not to be confused. She was Edith Ludwig. She would have envied the girl for some kind of praise. She never thought she would ever say such a thing in her life. Suddenly, the boy calmly took her, forcing her to look at him. She thought something was wrong with his hair, but then her pupils dilated. He pressed her against him and finally decided to kiss her. Edith did not expect this, but responded by deepening it. It seemed that the two of them were together in this castle, and in this world too, while she thought about what and why he was doing it. Killian moved even closer, and then put his hands around her neck and hair. After a long kiss, they parted and looked into each other's eyes. A moment later, he was gone. The boy stood up abruptly and looked at her dumbfounded one last time. And wiping his lips, he apologized many times, as if he had done something wrong. After which, he rushed out, leaving Edith alone with her thoughts about how strange she is. A few days later, the probationary period ended. Anna said that this poison is too rare, so it is difficult to find its origin. It was decided that the evidence is insufficient to draw definite conclusions. All this seemed very strange to Edith. She thought that Lee would believe her, but the poison was too dangerous and she did not recover. This means that Cliff could not easily turn a blind eye to this. Upon hearing this news, the princess became angry and hit the table with her hand. How will this probationary period end in a few days? But no matter how crazy Langston is this really acceptable? Cliff himself was surprised. A father is a father. But the fact that Killian did this surprised him. Victory muttered through clenched teeth that since then no one had tried to contact Liz. Everyone thought everything was fine for her right away. She said this was unacceptable and that she would have to deal with it herself, because not even the Duchess, in whom she trusted so much, said nothing about it. She herself would have visited Lice, only if her older brother had not ordered her to stay in the palace. Killian said that, in any case, nothing could be changed, and that too many people could sneak into IESE's room while no one was there. Then Cliff objected why he poisoned his own gift, because the poison was applied to something the girl would definitely touch. The brothers began to argue that the poison was too strong, and that Edith would not have been able to use it without drawing anyone's attention if the guards of her estate were really so incompetent. The father stopped them and said that Killian's theory was correct. Killian was about to start indignant again, but the Duke stood up, adding that after the incident with the cake, the maid's belongings are checked regularly, and it would be difficult to prove whether it was Edith or the maid from where they could get the poison. The details will be kept secret until the investigation progresses. Then Cliff offered the princess an idea about when her father would visit the palace. Edith, excited, traveled to the palace in a carriage wondering how this could happen. In the original novel, Edith would not only not go with the Duke, but would not even set foot in the palace. But a few hours earlier, she went to her mother's office to see how she was and noticed that the girl was almost recovered. All this was thanks to Anna, who became her maid again, and they had dinner together more and more often. It turned out that Renan was interested in the lady's health and well-being so that she could start working again. Mom also gave the news that the princess herself wanted to see Edith in the palace. And now the unfortunate girl was traveling in a carriage with the Duke. Of course, the Duchess took this invitation positively because the Emperor and the princess have been friends with the family for a long time, and they treat Liz with great affection. And now they decided to meet her. Edith was annoyed and was driving almost crying. She knew that whatever the real reason was, it definitely had nothing to do with joy. Princess Catherine is known for not observing not only palace etiquette, but general etiquette as well. Moreover, she always does what she wants. She was known for her tomboyish character. She wore her hair short and refused to wear dresses. And it was even said that the princess often tamed wild horses. And only next to Liz did the girl become sweet and soft. In the palace, she was the only living soul who was not limited by rules. And that's why she pleased the reader. She is really cool, with a daring personality and as Edith rode and looked out the carriage window, she thought that maybe she could manage to get her on her side. Although at first Catherine was not very fond of Liz, after all, she was accompanied by Cliff, the princess's first love, and she was very jealous of this girl who had captured her heart. But in the end, she too was fascinated by Liz's kindness and began to worry about her even more than Cliff. The Duke noticed Edith's growing enthusiasm and, somewhere in his soul, sympathized with her. The girl, of course, expected him to have bad intentions, but she got out of the carriage and immediately bowed her head. Directly in front of her, on something resembling a throne, sat the princess herself. The situation was really bad. She could only hold the hem of her dress and guess why they invited her. But Catherine looked at her nails slowly, and yet the girl cannot even open her mouth until she speaks to her for the first time. After half an eternity, the princess finally looked up with her violet eyes, studying Riegelhoff's own daughter. Then Edith kindly corrected her, telling her that she was Ludwig. Catherine agreed, noticing that she hadn't brought tea, but that was even better. Because there were rumors that the lady was poisoning people. The girl realized that the atmosphere and topic of the meeting no longer boded well. She nervously looked down, looking at her hands, fidgeting with her dress out of nervousness. Which means that Cliff told her everything. Composing herself, she calmly replied that she had never used poison, but her previous behavior was not the best. After all, she couldn't say anything other than that the rumors she had heard were just the result of a misunderstanding. Then, Katrin realized that she was aware of everything, which means that she must know that her father's request for this marriage was the same misunderstanding. This marriage would only bring suffering to Killian. Edith, not losing hope, replied with dignity that yes, it was her father's decision, but that she deeply regretted that everything had turned out this way. The princess suddenly got up and rested her elbows on the table and said that now many people want her and her brother to die, so they value loyalty above all else. She was interested to know if she was trying to curry favor with these sweet speeches. As Sidit, the most colorful flower in high society, had done before, if for her all this was a game she was trying to win. Edith denied everything and said that she sincerely liked the princess. Towards the end of the novel, when Langston's coup had already been suppressed, there were several episodes where Lies and Catherine spent time together in Rue Rubelmurray. The princess wore a wig to hide her identity and went shopping with Lies, wearing a dress for the first time in the entire novel. And then, with the help of a friend, she had her own party throughout the novel. She grew significantly as a character, becoming not only a leader, but also learning to communicate with people. But the girl thinks that she simply followed her own path, despite what others said. She loved being a princess who wanted to protect her own freedom. Edith continued by saying that she didn't want to bring up the good words of all the nobles again, but that she trusted good judgment, but wanted to be understood too. The princess looked her in the eye and thought deeply. Maybe she was telling the truth. The girl returned from the palace, thinking only about how she had been wrong again. She should learn not to lose confidence just because she is different from the imperial families. Suddenly she sped up, walking quickly down the hallway, thinking that she should stop thinking about it and simply work in her office. But something suddenly stopped her. Someone grabbed the girl's hand, and with all his might turned her towards himself. Edith was very frightened because it was Sophia. Maybe now she would do something bad again. She seemed to enjoy hurting people. This vile tormentor liked to mock and gave Edith one last chance. Sophia ordered to steal the Duke's office papers, and, if she betrays them again, she will kill her with her own hands. This vile servant still could not understand why they had not killed Edith yet. If this illegitimate daughter and the other inhabitants of the house had been transmitted through the air. She thought that after the girl poisoned this bastard's threads, everyone would finally come to their senses. But Edith cunningly turned the situation to her advantage. As she thought, the poisoning was not Sophia's doing. She just wanted to kill Edith as quickly as possible, because even the master had already given her permission for this. The maid hit the poor girl again, and in a moment she was on the floor, coughing from lack of air. And if they catch her, then Sophia will finish her off so that everyone thinks it was the Ludwig family's doing. Edith threatened to reveal all her crimes, but the girl just laughed and said she would have done it a long time ago if she could. And she added that she knows why she remains silent, because she is afraid that everyone will turn their backs on her. But she didn't know that Edith remained silent only because of the limitations of the original novel. Once the family finds out that the girl was a spy for the Count, Killian Ludwig will be first in line to throw her out. She hadn't thought about that until now, but she could have told them the truth if it weren't for the restriction. But this boy recently believed her for the first time and took her side. Besides, don't forget that he can leave her and go to Lisa at any time. Sophia approached Edith and told her that her father could derive something even from useless things. But what terrible things would happen to her in that house? She took her chin and promised that if the papers were stolen, she would speak well to the master, because even such an idiot could handle such a task. Angrily, Edith decided to make a prediction. She said that no matter what Sophie did, the Riegelhoff family would end up anyway. and even Shayna, whom he loves so much. The atmosphere of the office was striking for its comfort. An unfinished cup of coffee, the smell of books and tulips carelessly scattered in a vase. Renan heard someone disturbing his peace. It was Edith standing at the door, asking for permission to enter. She apologized because it was probably already too late. The girl justified her lateness by saying that she spent a long time choosing what to wear. Renan definitely found out about the incident with the threads and is probably predisposed to it too. But the boy calmly told her to get to work, although it would take time since many documents had accumulated. But that she shouldn't rush, it's better to work at her own pace. The girl was surprised. She shouldn't have worried. After all, he was a good person. She walked in awkwardly and got down to work. Upon sitting down, she immediately felt the familiar smell of papers, the calming fresh air, the sound of a pen writing, and the singing of birds outside the window. Flipping pages and only silence. How did she want to get here again? It had been a long time since she felt so comfortable. Even though she is at work, no one looks over her shoulder and tries to find fault. She didn't need to try to predict what others expected of her. This was the safest place she had ever been in her life, which is why she finished the work very quickly. Renan clearly did not expect her to finish everything so quickly. That's why he sincerely wondered how she worked with such speed, concentration, and skill. He seemed to be praising her, but she simply downplayed it and said that it was an easy job. She proudly said that if everyone worked like this, he wouldn't have to fire so many people. And he thanked her for being of great help to him. Although the task was simple, the documents she was working on were designed very carefully, down to the smallest detail. Renan couldn't even find anything to complain about. Hearing that the girl was silent and only occasionally sobbing, he looked at her. And he discovered that the girl was so moved that she even shed a tear. She immediately started apologizing, but tears were already flowing. Edith immediately tried to cover herself, talking about how ashamed she was. She couldn't stop the tears, no matter how hard she tried. Suddenly, Renan stood up and stopped her by taking her hand, and said that she didn't need to control her emotions, as if she were to be punished for them. He put his hand in his pocket, feeling the soft fabric. Taking out a blue handkerchief from there, the boy began to wipe away her tears. If a lady hides her emotions, someday they will definitely burst out. Suddenly someone sharply called the boy, but finally told the girl not to rush, since the work was not urgent. The very one who called seemed to be watching them, hidden behind the door. Edith returned through the hallway to her room, thinking that there was still a way out. Besides, with characters who had little influence on the plot development. Like Renan, she feels less pressure. In the hallway, she ran into a girl and a boy. Apparently they were servants. After greeting them, she decided to tell them what a good job they had done today and wish them a good day. Although her words surprised them, she continued to smile politely. She definitely needed to befriend the nameless minor characters. After thanking her, they rushed away. Perhaps, having done this, she will not be able to correct her situation with the help of the estate servants. But at least this way, there is a chance that not everyone will turn against her. And she will receive their support, and not that of the useless main characters. She wondered if Killian went to see Lies today. In the middle of the night, she found this boy in her bed. He began to talk about the fact that she had finished her work, but decided not to show himself to anyone. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about, nor even what he was doing here. But he simply approached and asked if she was really disappointed by their last encounter. He covered her hand with his and asked why she went to his room so quickly. He was very close, so she asked if she was supposed to go to his room after work. Then Killian objected, he doesn't usually do this. She pretends to be innocent, but still tries to seduce. Of course, if we look at everything from this boy's point of view, then his behavior can be assessed that way. After all, she is a depraved girl who tries to distract attention from her lies with temptation. He admitted that she almost succeeded because he acted like a fool. The girl indicated that she had committed no crime. And that day, she had no intention of seducing him in general, she just misunderstood everything. But the boy objected again. She was in a vulgar dress and kissed him in the middle of the night. How could it be a misunderstanding? Killian asked her if she was disappointed that night. It seems that, although she tried to seduce him, she was not happy with the result, so she went to find other prey. It seems like he had been drinking, otherwise how to explain what is happening now? Where could he even find prey? The boy said he knew where, because it had always been a topic of discussion among young aristocrats and, even though he didn't want to listen, rumors always reached his ears. Rumors about how she likes to seduce other men. After all, no one could resist such a beautiful and sexy girl. How many men became her victims? If it weren't for Count Riegelhoff's instructions, Edith probably wouldn't have done this. But the rumors did in her work. The boy moved even closer, taking her by the fragile shoulder, and told her that it wasn't difficult for her to seduce a man. She just had to wave her hand at him, and they would run to his feet as if they had lost their minds. He got angry because she is Edith Ludwig. It seems he is really jealous. But Killian Ludwig knows absolutely nothing about this. This girl was not as stupid as Killian thought, but she was not as insidious as men thought she was. Quite unexpectedly, she turned out to be an art connoisseur. It was easy to please her with the food prepared by the Duke's cooks, but in moments of tension, she became calm. And calm, finding an appropriate response to any rudeness without losing her temper. No matter how desperate the situation, she always looked for a rational way out of the situation. She even supposed that they wanted to make her a scapegoat and that the Sinclair wanted to harm Lice. Blame everything on her. As a result, she was even able to influence her father, bringing reasonable arguments that no one expected. If you think so, then everything fits. The only strange thing is that as soon as something happened, they immediately blamed everything on Edith. Since when did the sons of Duke Ludwig start driving their investigations so badly? This smart and proud girl pretended that this did not hurt her at all, although it was not so. She never showed her weakness in front of Killian, and she didn't even ask for help. She never talked about her difficulties or asked for help. Renan is really more to her liking. Or maybe everything became like this from the moment they were together, which means she didn't like it then. The boy didn't understand anything at all, so it was very easy for him to agree with his inner voice that said Edith was bad. Renan simply behaves like a worthy gentleman. And Edith simply takes advantage of this like a cunning fox. Apparently, she was going to seduce him, taking advantage of men's weakness for women's tears. And so Edith comes out badly. She is the only bad person here, but this thought suddenly stopped spinning in her head. Now it was impossible to hide the fact that Killian Ludwig did not know her at all. Such wounds cannot be received by accident. Judging by the color of the bruises, they were received not 1 or 2 days ago until now. None of the servants reported anything like this. Killian asked her who did this to her. She turned her back with bruises and remained silent. The veins on the boy's neck swelled with anger because his servants did not remain silent about this. Which means everything is clear. The next day the palace looked completely different, it simply shone. Edith sat awkwardly at the table in the morning, nervous, remembering this night. Even Anna noticed that the girl did not sleep well. But last night, Killian apologized for losing his temper and got dressed to leave the room. Edith, covering herself with a blanket, admitted that it's not that she didn't like it, she didn't mind continuing. Because it was also important to fulfill the duties of a wife. The guy said that he is not the type of animal who hugs a person whose back is covered in bruises. She looked at him with joyful eyes, still remembering his kisses. But as soon as he left, she felt alone. There was nothing to do, and when Killian left, she went back to bed. As soon as she got up in the morning, she felt a kind of stickiness on her back. It seems it was an ointment, but the only people who know that she has bruises on her back are Killian and Sophia. So while she was sleeping, the guy came and put an ointment on her back. She couldn't believe she had missed it just because she was sleeping too deeply. Immediately someone knocked and entered the room. It was Killian, although it was early in the morning. Apparently the matter was urgent. The girl carefully turned towards the entrance, not expecting to see what was happening. As soon as Sophia was thrown directly, onto the girl's lap at her feet. She tried to justify herself, saying that the Count had specially sent her to take care of her, and that there was nothing to blame her for. Killian just laughed in front of him. There was a maid who could not perform her duties, which means she should not be near Edith. She began to object that they had known each other since childhood and that Sophia had been trained since she was little to become her maid. So, Killian said that the maid who knows her duties not only failed to report the bruises received by her mistress, but didn't even help to heal them. And when he thought about who could have caused her such injuries, only Sophia came to mind. Edith, standing beside him, was in shock. Yesterday she learned everything just by looking at her. The maid tried to justify herself for not reporting those small abrasions to her mistress. But Killian immediately interrupted her, gritting his teeth, and offered to provide her with several equivalents. From the maid's face, it was clear that she was cursing everything around her in her thoughts, because she did not expect such an outcome of events. She and Edith are married, but knowing this, Sophia hoped that clothes would cover the wounds. And that is why she decided to hide the tracks. It's funny even to think about it. And since when did Count Riegelhoff hire servants and now demand that the maid be returned to him in good condition? It wasn't until early in the morning that he had time to find everything out. Suddenly, Killian announced that he did not need her permission to throw out Sophia, and it seemed he was being polite at that moment. The boy decided to leave Edith with Anna, while he made sure this precious maid was sent back in her carriage. The girl still looked stunned by what was happening, but she was happy nevertheless. Anna suggested entering the room and examining the body, and the lady agreed. She took off her blouse, and the gauze dress fell to the floor, revealing what was painful for the maid to see. Edith asked what was happening when she noticed the silence behind her. Anna only asked why she had been silent all this time. Seeing her face, the girl realized that she was blaming herself a little. After all, she didn't notice anything at all and didn't even suspect such a thing. She immediately ran to get the medicine. It was clear to her that she was worried, and this was not bad. The person received a notification warning that if the conditions of the second stage are not met that day, she will be sanctioned. Sitting in complete darkness, she pressed the screen and continued analyzing the situation. All this turned out to be very strange, because she was never worried about not being able to meet the stage conditions. But if you think about it, everything was strange from the beginning. Most of Edith are glad to have been reborn as a girl with a golden spoon in her mouth. And then, from beginning to end, they act approximately the same way. Firstly, they try not to follow the path of the villain and be kind. However, as soon as they move into the Duke's house, they fall in love with Killian. Or Cliff. They try to win the love of characters who don't even want to look at them, trying to follow the flow of the original plot, until they realize that they cannot change anything after the document leak incident. They usually start panicking and losing their composure, instead of calmly demonstrating and clarity your innocence. But that's not all. She also won the affection of minor characters whom he cannot control. As if she knew that characters, who were rarely mentioned in the original, are not so subject to their laws. But it cannot be said that she does it on purpose and is polite to characters who can benefit her. Perhaps she really is like that, even when she noticed the aristocrats walking through the market, as if they didn't notice the common villagers. And as soon as a person begins to think that they have won, they immediately change tactics to meet the condition of the first stage. No matter how many conditions are met, the influence of the characters is no longer so strong in the first stage. Only minor characters could influence events. But why did the main character, Killian, do this? Desperate, the man hit the table with all his might. He really didn't know what to do, but he made sure everything was under control. On the contrary, everything is equal for the better. It will only help to highlight the main character even more. She has become an ingredient for the perfect scene. However, it seemed funny to him that the ingredient was trying to resist its own destiny. So, only trying to conduct experiments with the 13th remained, Edith was interested to know if she could meet these conditions. Meanwhile, Cliff was arguing with Killian again. He was not happy that his brother simply let Ear go to the maid. It was necessary to catch her and conduct a thorough investigation, because she could be behind Liz's poisoning attempt. But if they had investigated this without evidence, they would have been accused of illegally detaining Riegelhoff's maid. So the guy considered himself lucky to be able to get rid of her. Then Cliff reminded him that it was he who initially gave permission for her to stay and work on the estate. The Duke gave permission for this, and Liz also agreed. Cliff turned to the girl and asked why she did this. But she sadly replied that she didn't want to talk about the topic anymore. Even if the Sinclairs or someone else is behind all this, the only thing left is that someone really doesn't like her. And it seems that if Liz finds out who it is, she will get hurt. Killian was very happy that she supported his words. If it weren't for the fact that Edith was the Count's unloved daughter, this marriage between families with tense relations would have been in danger. That's why Edith remained silent all this time. Killian continued to reason, but still, if such an intelligent woman allowed herself to be beat and didn't tell anyone, then this is strange. How did she come up with it? And he remembered how she tried to hint to him, telling him that she didn't want to be suspected of everything, and asked for a maid to be assigned to monitor her. Finally, he understood everything. After all, she didn't remain silent, but simply used it. Suddenly, his brother's voice pulled him out of such long thoughts. He asked her if she was now accidentally ignoring Lys, who was sick, because he was thinking about Edith. Although the girl felt a little sad, she still asked Cliff not to say that. Killian returned to the present and looked at the girl. Then he apologized, saying that he was confused in his own thoughts. Smiling, Liz said that on the contrary she was happy, because she wasn't sure if she could stand so much attention on herself. She also wanted to ask the boy to take care of Edith while she recovered. She couldn't stop thinking about how difficult it was for her after the poisoning. After all, they visit Lys together, and Edith endured all the hardships alone. Therefore, she would like Killian to comfort Edith, who has been going through such difficult times until now. Pulling his little hands, he thought what more to add, and invited the boy to have tea with Edith, take a walk and talk. And in general, she asked him to be as kind to the girl as he was to her. That night, a strong wind blew that blew the curtains out of the windows. A bored Edith lazily hit the table. She wondered if Killian had noticed the situation she was in. After all, her own maid beat her, and Count Riegelhoff sent a carriage for Sophia to return her to her estate. It is difficult not to notice this if you look beyond your noses. And yet, Killian sent Sophia back to the Count in a carriage, instead of throwing Edith out the door. And since no one condemns this decision, it means that Killian did not tell the Duke about it if the girl suddenly received the sympathy of the main male character. In fact, she knew that the probability of being kicked out the door was not so high. Because, after all, she as a character is more important than Sophia, and according to the laws of the original. She could not be expelled like that, as she still had to experience many key events. The girl was more worried about the fact that there were events related to Sophia that never happened. What would happen instead, and how she should behave? Now she will have to be even more attentive. Maybe Killian realized her situation, but he cannot fully trust her. So she still has to prove that she poses no threat. Now he sees her as a woman who tried to seduce him so that he would help her out of a bad situation. And she will definitely make him think differently. The next day, in the morning, Killian invited her for tea. The girl smiled nervously, looking a little ridiculous. But after politely thanking him, she still politely refused. The boy looked for the reason for the refusal, but thought that maybe he had been too sudden. And the next day, he waited for her in the corner, offering to have dinner together this time with everyone, noticing that she always had dinner in her chambers. But the girl does not want to spoil the family dinner, because she believes that the Duke experiences some inconvenience when she is around. And thanking him again, she left the boy alone with his conjectures. He thought that since Liz's poisoning, his father really felt uncomfortable. And probably Edith too. The next afternoon, he tried his luck again by inviting her for a walk in the park. He took her away from reading a book and having tea, but still hoped she would join. But Edith again politely refused, explaining that the sun was too hot. and that she preferred to stay inside. The boy slammed his room door shut again, remembering all the girl's refusals. He simply remained silent and wondered why she wouldn't agree. Maybe she simply feels uncomfortable that he was wrong. And he perfectly understood that he was doing it not only at Liza's request. Killian was already thinking that this woman was a real snake, but maybe not as bad as the rumors said. Just when he thought he had figured out her motives, the truth about such a complex situation was revealed. Therefore, the boy thought that the best thing would be to meet her when they were alone, but he didn't think it would be so difficult to achieve. So he started to think that he was doing something wrong or at the wrong time, and decided to invite her to lunch next time. When Edith turned the corner, she didn't expect to see him here because she thought he was walking. Killian stammered for a long time, racking his brain for an explanation for what he forgot here. Still not knowing what to say, he talked about the cakes he had recently brought from Peridot's pastry shop, and invited her to try them. Just thinking about the food, the girl was already drooling. These were the same Peridot strawberry cakes she really wanted to try. But she had to refuse, supposedly because she was a little chubby. Without allowing the boy to say a word, she quickly thanked him and immediately ran away. Edith certainly won't fall in love with food. No matter how much she tries it, the result will be himself. She will be a grateful, obedient, and sweet wife, as long as he doesn't disturb her peace. 3 days later, when visiting Liz, the girl asked her if she was disappointed with Killian. Edith was confused and didn't understand where she got this from. After all, this is not entirely true, and he never disappointed her for a moment. Although she exaggerated a little, she was sure that everyone around her understood everything perfectly. On the contrary, she is even grateful to him because he takes care of her in his own way. Then Lice asked why she avoided Killian. Edith even felt a little embarrassed by this question, since she didn't understand where it came from. The maids must have spread the rumors quite well. So the girl asked not to misunderstand her, and she said she was sorry for Killian. That for the good of the duchy, she had to give up her desires. Arranged marriages are common, but it's different when it comes to a marriage with a girl from a hated family. So she replied that she didn't want Killian to spend time with her, just out of obligation. Every day this boy comes up with different offers, whether it's for sports or horseback riding. And he even persistently offered to teach. And yesterday, he even came to Renan's office and persistently observed his work. Edith was sure that he was doing all this in vain, but Liz asked her to open her heart to Killian. In one of those usual moments, he approached her and told her that he knew she had nothing to do that night. But after work, Renan really only has plans to eat and sleep. Then the boy invited her again to go together, for example, to the opera. But to this, she only invited him to go with Liz, and it seemed to her that she already felt much better. She assured him that it would be great after all. They are very close, and she doesn't mind in the slightest. She was silent for a moment, as if searching her head for something suitable to express. Of course, Edith did not expect such a violent reaction. She was almost swept away by the wind and the energy emanating from the offended guy. Leaning on the table and getting as close to her as possible, he asked her what she thought of him. Edith naively replied that he was her husband. What could she imagine from him? Then she thought, if this is also part of the test, she shouldn't say that, and added that it was only on paper. Killian sat down and listened to the girl with a face of sad and depressed conscience. They are in a marriage of convenience, where the union exists only in documents. This is a duty that has suddenly fallen upon him as a member of the ducal family. The man was put in shackles, which ended his last hopes of marrying his beloved. Edith Riegelhoff zealously desires to receive the love of a nobleman, like the devil himself. A snake. Killian's thoughts were confused. One part believed that Edith was a bad person, but the other wanted to believe that she wasn't. She doesn't know how to envy a sweet and fragile girl. She was sitting across from him, gritting her teeth. She thought that she didn't care about a person who was even unpleasant, and now he seemed jealous and annoyed. So he said, since she doesn't want to spend so much time with him, she probably wants to spend it with someone else. He guessed that this person was Renan. It seems the boy really wasn't pretending. She had to run after him and stop him. She touched his palm and turned her face in his direction. He had an expression on his face as if he had felt offended. Then he began to reason further. Since Killian is only a husband on paper, it means he only needs to play the role of a purebred stallion. He covered the girl's hand with his, showing that he understood everything. And apologizing for his slowness, he leaned down and pressed her against him. And then pressed his lips against hers, as if they truly loved each other and it wasn't all simulation. The girl tried to stop him and explain that it was a misunderstanding. But nothing went well for her. Killian could not be stopped. Finally, he picked her up and carried her to his room. The conditions of the second stage have been met due to the occurrence of exceptional events. The author's influence is reduced. The girl finally realized what had happened. Her luck in this world does not increase if she gets intimate with Killian. The condition of refusing him 10 times is simply ridiculous. As she thought, whoever is behind all this is just playing with her. He knows what she feels for Killian and takes advantage of it. If the girl hadn't regained consciousness in time, she wouldn't have fulfilled this condition. Well, thanks to this, she is even closer to becoming the goddess of this world. Is this person really that stupid? The man in front of the screen was furious. He didn't expect this. He didn't understand how she managed it so quickly. How did it happen that she received invitations from the person she likes and refused them 10 times? For love, they would fulfill all of Liz's wishes, no matter how absurd. They will give her gifts again and again, sparing nothing. Because they just want to wrap her in their arms. How could she even think of saying that she didn't want Killian to spend time with her out of a sense of duty? He was wrong, she really loved him. Previously, no one could meet the conditions of the second stage. Now, even over the main characters, their power has diminished. What will he do if she meets the conditions of the third stage? Then he will completely lose the author's power. The influence of the original will fall. The novel's plot will unfold under the influence of the character's desires. And even when the original story comes to an end, time will not stop there. Dulceles will grow old and eventually die. The time has come to set the conditions for the third stage. Of course, this man did not want to lose the author's power, so he tried. And thought about what conditions to set. But all the conditions he tried to impose were unacceptable. After all, the girl herself will never die. So how can he do this? Perhaps with the wrong hands, the conditions for the third stage have been set. The morning sun entered the room, illuminating the tea table and a pile of books. Edith lay with her husband, bathed in a warm blanket. She liked lying quietly together and touching Killian's muscles. But he said there was nothing interesting in it. If you do physical activity, the muscles will naturally grow. He was much more interested in her body, so he pulled the girl closer to him. How did this boy learn to give such gentle caresses so quickly? Edith quietly admitted that she thought he would crush her when he loomed over her so suddenly. In response, he simply kissed her forehead silently in an attempt to soften her. It's not that this made her forget that moment, but for a moment she fell silent. How was the silence interrupted by the boy's response? He wondered if she really didn't want him to be just a stallion. She said no, of course, without understanding why he was asking that. As if this boy really cared what she thought of him. And this is definitely not pity. He wouldn't have gone this far just for her. Of course, knowing how powerful the original novel is, this is definitely not love. All that remains is carnal desires or loneliness. The girl knew Killian's story well. No matter how hard he tried, he could never surpass his brother. After all, Cliff is the main male character who has everything, the heir to the title. All the attention of the parents and their expectations were placed on him. And even the girl he loves only sees her older brother. Apparently, he finally understood that in such a world, Edith faces the same thing as him. Edith Ludwig can understand it like no one else. He really saw the good in her. He looked the other way. After all, she shares his pain better than anyone. She knows what it's like to be lonely and receive no attention. But all this time it wasn't Edith Ludwig, but Choi Soo-na. But he will probably never find out. The girl gently touched and ran her fingers over his face. And she asked him what she had to do for him to start believing. Some time later, Killian took the girl to the theater. She was shocked by its beauty. The hall was so large, but the music was still clearly audible. She spoke as if it was the first time in the theater. In fact, it really was her first time here. The boy was surprised that she had never been to the capital's largest opera house. It seems that a woman detached from culture will appear again, but returning to Edith's memories, where her father and brother kept saying how ignorant she was, and that she didn't need to get involved in these entertainments. He realized that the girl knew about opera, but art, music, and even books were inaccessible to her. All because of her father, who feared that his daughter knew more than she needed. The tragedy was called Odelit. The story begins with Odelit, the daughter of a ruined viscount, who goes into the forest to pick raspberries. And there she finds Laszlo wounded in the woods. The compassionate girl helps him. Laszlo has lost his memory and decides to stay with Odelit until his wounds heal. However, he is actually a prince from a neighboring country who fled an internal war. Soon the two fell in love with each other. But Count Elvis, after many deliberations for the well-being of the family, forces his daughter to marry Hubert, a rich baron living next door. Laszlo convinces Odelit to run away with him for the sake of their love. But Baron Hubert, knowing that she loves another, decides to seduce the girl with his wealth. Edith felt the story so much that she could barely hold back tears and wiped her tears with a handkerchief. The main character asked for answers on what is better, family or love. She asked Laszlo to forgive her and told him that her heart would be his forever. The moment she admitted that she needed to leave him, Edith was already crying, filling everything with tears. The event ended and all guests were forced to leave. Wiping her tears, the girl admitted that the opera was very interesting, and if she had known, it was so incredible, she wouldn't have refused to attend. Killian listened to her and studied her very attentively the whole time. Since you decided to ask, if you were Odelit, who would you choose? The girl proudly stated that she would choose Hubert and would not commit suicide. Edith tried to prove to him that Laszlo was a bad person. He knew about the situation the girl was in, but he hid his identity. For him, it was more important to check if their love was true. Everyone perfectly understands that the survival of their family depended on whom Odelit married. Killian was amazed by this deep understanding. After all, in the opera, Hubert is portrayed as a bad person, but in reality he sincerely loved Odelit. He promised to give her everything she needed and respectfully waited for her to make her decision. In fact, Edith didn't just believe the ending of the opera, even though it turned out to be very emotional. When Odelit sees the prince marry the princess, her heart breaks and she commits suicide. However, this is a very stupid and unlikely act. If Edith had been in the heroine's place, in the end, Odelit and Hubert would have lived happily ever after. Killian wondered how this would have happened, how he would have forgotten about Laszlo. But we must never forget about time. With time, even the heart can change its mind, and wounds that seem to bleed always heal. After all, people are much stronger than everyone imagines. She is really trying to fool the boy again with sweet speeches. It turned out not, she was simply strong. She cannot be broken. She cannot be broken, she is stronger than everyone else. Realizing that Killian was staring at her, the girl asked him why he was looking that way. Instead of answering, he suggested taking a walk together around the city. During the walk, Edith constantly walked with her gaze lowered. It was clear to her that she was embarrassed, because everyone walked very elegantly next to the villagers. And he probably walked like this often with other girls. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a small movement on the side of the road. This is a girl with a handkerchief on her head, selling flowers to passers-by. But unfortunately, no one bought flowers from her. The annoyed girl kept asking. Edith, with her big heart, stopped the boy, approached the girl. And putting hope in her fragile eyes, she asked how much all the flowers would cost. At the same time, she smiled and looked as sweet as if she were an angel descended from heaven. When Killian approached them, handing them a wad of bills, he asked if it was enough. The girl was surprised, thanked the young master, and ran away. Looking at Edith, the boy smiled. It seems she will be the only aristocrat in the empire who buys her own flowers. Handing her the bouquet, he said that there is no need to buy flowers yourself when a husband is nearby. The girl looked at the flowers with joy. Never before had she been given such a gift. Killian suggested that this was the first time she had received such a limp bouquet, and that she should have bought it in the morning. That way they would have been fresher. But Edith reassured him by telling him that they were perfect and that flowers had never been given to her before. He looked at her, not understanding how this could happen, because she was beautiful and a multitude of suitors seemed to run after her. In real life, the girl's parents were not the type of people who spent money on useless bouquets. Let alone the ex-boyfriend who cheated on her. The real Edith definitely had a lot of people sending her bouquets of flowers. But the flowers never reached her hands. That's why she received flowers for the first time in her past and present life. She didn't think touching her soul so much. The boy watched in surprise as the girl enjoyed the delicate and pleasant smell of the flowers. Edith suggested that we go see what else they were selling there. Taking the boy by the hand, the girl smiled and ran in the other direction, dragging him with her. He, of course, had no choice but to follow the girl and her good mood. Killian didn't even understand exactly where they were going. He simply held the hand of the girl in front and felt good. They often stopped when something caught the girl's attention. And this time, it was a delicious strawberry ice cream on a stick. When suddenly, a clown appeared out of nowhere, scaring Edith. He appeared and disappeared. The girl turned around, but couldn't understand where he was. This creepy clown grabbed poor Edith, making her heart beat faster. It was at this moment that Killian asked him to leave his wife alone. The girl felt total trust and protection in Killian. He gently and confidently took her hand and finally pulled her out of the monster's embrace. Next to him, she finally heard herself being called wife. In fact, all this was created only for one girl. The main character, these beautiful streets, squares, attractions, all this was invented only for the main characters of the novel. But now she and Killian are enjoying a walk here. Maybe it's because they managed to meet the conditions of the second stage. After all, the boy invited her to the opera right in bed, without even doing her a favor. He was completely serious in his intentions because he wanted to know more about her. If Killian's attitude towards her changed due to meeting the conditions of the second environment, she and he will be freed from the restrictions of the original novel if she meets the conditions of the third stage. Staying close to him, she walked calmly down the street. But she wondered if they could simply love each other. Sometimes sad, sometimes happy, they will be able to find their happiness. Will they be able, like ordinary, free people whose names are not even mentioned in the original novel? Simply live. That night, the full and bright moon lit the way for everyone who needed it. Late at night, Killian walked down the hallway, recalling the previous day. No matter how much he thought about it, he still couldn't understand Edith. Because she was interested in art, he invited her to the opera. Although he feared she would get bored, he thought she had been to the theater with other men countless times. But he couldn't even imagine that she would cry like a child after watching Odelit. And even more so, he couldn't think that Edith Riegelhoff had never in her life received a bouquet of flowers as a gift. She had already approached him several times and told him how wonderful today had been. And thanked him with a smile. She did quite a few things for the first time today. Killian seemed happy to hear that it was her first time. He was going crazy. Suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, a voice echoed down the hallway. Looking around, the boy saw the lonely Lisa. Rubbing her sleeve, she said it was already very late. Killian approached her and asked what was wrong. She simply denied it and said that he was probably tired. Come to think of it, lately he had spent all his time with Edith, not Lisa. So he asked her to tell him what the problem was. Hesitantly, she admitted that she had heard that someone had seen Edith applying poison to the embroidery threads. It was one of the maids. She suddenly packed her things and left the mansion. Cliff had been looking for her all day. But why didn't she tell him this earlier? Lace didn't know what to answer. After all, Cliff said that he would solve it himself, but she thought that he should know about it too. The girl suddenly turned to the boy. She did her best to find in him the assurance that Edith would not do such a thing. Although he replied that of course not, he himself thought that this was definitely the work of an insidious woman. Suddenly, Killian heard someone's voice again in the distance. He looked around but found no one. The boy was about to ask if the girl had said anything, but then changed his mind and calmly told her not to worry, because this is definitely not Edith. After all, she has no reason to do such a thing, if you think about it logically. Even if Count Riegelhoff ordered Edith to commit murder, it makes no sense for him to kill Lies, who has no power, instead of any other member of the Ludwig family. Although she has minor motives to be jealous of Lies, he does not believe that Edith is jealous of him. On the contrary, instead of fighting for his attention, she withdrew from his proposals several times. He thought that someone had told the maid to say this. This means that the real culprit can easily approach someone in the family. It is worth interrogating other maids working on the estate. For some reason, Liz didn't want this to become serious. He asked her not to worry and gave her his jacket, throwing it over her shoulders. Because it was quite cold at such a late hour, and she needed to bundle up more. Killian asked if Cliff would ever again think about dealing with Edith alone. If she would tell him as she did now. He also asked not to mention his request to Cliff, otherwise he would keep it a secret from everyone. He thanked the girl and told her that it was already late and it was time to return home. Perhaps Liz expected a completely different reaction, so she was disappointed. Liz stopped the boy to say something. She even turned around without understanding what had happened. But she changed her mind and said that everything was fine and wished him good night. 3 days after visiting the opera, Killian had lunch with the girl every day without exception. Edith was sure that during the date, she would find answers to her questions. So what she needed now. So the girl asked him if he didn't have work today. Killian really didn't understand why she was asking this. The boy said that she was late and that he had already returned from work and called her his wife. Edith didn't understand why he made that face. So, without joking, she asked why he suddenly started behaving this way. For the 3rd consecutive day, they have had lunch and dinner together. But they are spouses, so it should be. Putting the knife on the table, he realized that maybe he had been rude to her. And probably what he said that night was rude. The boy knew that it was too late to say this, but he made many mistakes. He suggested, if she didn't mind, to really get to know the girl. After all, she is still the main suspect for all the incidents that occurred. But he is increasingly starting to think that someone else is to blame for this, if it is really because of the conditions of the 2nd stage. The man who was so reluctant to even touch her that he put on a wedding ring. And now, he wants to really get to know her so that he can get rid of preconceived notions. He also changed his mind to the point where he could tell her, hoping that it wasn't her after all. Eddie didn't even know how to react to this. Not everything went according to the original plot. Then, with hand on heart, the girl thanked the boy from the bottom of her heart. She did not expect at all that she would start thanking him for this. So, he replied that on the contrary, he should apologize to such a beautiful woman. It seems that Killian really would like to spend more time with her than now. After all, to get to know someone, you need to spend as much time as possible with that person. This boy wanted to know what she liked and what she didn't like. He wanted to know everything, even insignificant things like habits. Killian didn't want to miss anything. It was a novel about 2 main male characters fighting for the love of the main character. But it's not necessary to act like a pawn to get to know someone better. They started a study period. The girl couldn't understand Killian's logic. She thought all this would be very awkward. Not only was she much more comfortable than she thought, but it also happened very naturally. Together they went for a walk, observed the morning training ground, and admired the roses. It was as if the wall separating them had collapsed. Killian constantly cared for the girl. He even asked her to wear warm clothes when it was still summer. He was worried that she would catch a cold and irritate him, but she assured him that if she got sick, she would do it without him noticing. To which he replied that if she hid her illnesses again, he would definitely not let her go. Then he remembered that he himself had said that she would tease him jokingly and immediately apologized. So they argued kindly, right at the tea table. They didn't care that his brother and Liz were watching them. Then she realized how good they looked together. The surprised girl said that they really look like spouses. It seems it's time to have tea with Lice. Edith already wanted to object and say that she misunderstood everything, because after these words she felt strange. But suddenly she looked towards Killian. Her husband sat with a smug and proud expression on his face, as if he was really satisfied with everything. This means that nothing really bothered him. Liz shared that today she prepared Martinez's strawberry tea and hoped she would like it. The girl found the aroma very pleasant, and Killian assumed that she liked strawberries, and continued to do so even here. Edith laughed and admitted that strawberries themselves were a bit sour. She liked the ones that were sweet and fragrant. Her husband remembered that her perfume smelled like roses, not strawberries, but added that it was better to wear the scent of flowers on the body, not food. After he agreed, saying they weren't that bad, Edith understood everything. It seems he is trying to make Liz jealous, so she decided to try a new tactic. And she objected unexpectedly, since he says they aren't that bad. It means they aren't very good after all. The boy was absolutely shocked by this statement. He didn't mean to say anything bad. They were stopped by Cliff, who noticed that his relationship with his wife had recently improved. And he confessed, instead, that Liz hadn't gone too far. All this seemed the strangest thing possible to him. Why Cliff, who in the original novel didn't allow Killian to get close to Lisa, now behaved this way? Lice shared that she recently received a letter from the boutique, informing her that her new shoes are ready. Cliff observed Edith's reaction with great suspicion. The girl remembered that Killian once suggested that she go there. She didn't want to buy anything too expensive. But the boy said he saw a suitable option there. Edith was lost in her thoughts, completely forgetting the dialogue. She only came to her senses when everyone started calling for her. She explained, saying she was just thinking. Killian asked if she felt cold due to the cool wind. Again, she had to prove that she was completely healthy and that she was not unwell. But the boy stood firm. Lice looked away annoyed, asking him to pretend they hadn't heard anything, and saying she was simply going there with Cliff. Cliff! Killian reassured her by telling her she would have free time, that there were many shops on La Belle Marie Street, and that he and Edith would definitely have a good time. Cliff objected to this, saying it would be a bit difficult as he, her father, and Edith had to visit the Imperial Palace. It was unlikely she could go. And this was also very strange. He did not interfere in the meeting between Liz and her brother. Cliff said it's a shame, but it seems the two will have to go to the boutique together. Apparently, he is doing everything possible to keep them alone. That day the palace seemed somewhat renovated. It seemed to shine with cleanliness. Edith walked through the park with her husband and wondered what she had missed. Lisa and Killian chose shoes for her together, but this episode had to happen before the boy established himself as her main romantic interest. Therefore, if Cliff were jealous, on the contrary, he would do everything possible to prevent Lisa from taking these shoes. It is also suspicious that she was summoned to the palace, but Killian also behaved strangely. Edith was about to ask what happened, but the boy's thoughts were busy with something else and, in general, he turned in the other direction. The Duke and young Sinclair were near the estate. What is he doing here, and how did he get here? The blue-eyed boy greeted the couple. He told them he hadn't seen them in a long time and called Edith Riegelhoff. Young woman, understandably, got nervous and squeezed the boy next to her tighter. She calmly told him to go in without her and headed towards the men. He immediately corrected Count Sinclair, because the girl's name is Edith Ludwig. During dinner in her room, Killian shared that Demian wants to take away his iron mining rights in the south. The girl was surprised, because the iron mining rights belonged to Count Riegelhoff. This was the main reason for the marriage between Edith Riegelhoff and Killian Ludwig. If it doesn't exist, then perhaps the girl's position loses importance. If Killian could talk to his father, he would know that everything was already decided. He stood up, said he had to leave early today, and asked for understanding. The girl already wanted to start eating. She almost grabbed the fork. But suddenly, the boy decided to come back to her. He approached, leaned down, and took a lock of burgundy hair. After smelling it, he said her perfume wasn't bad, and added that he really likes the rose-scented perfume she always wears. Today, Edith went to Darcis Street to run errands with Anna. Right at the cafe where she came to relax, she was asked if she loved Mr. Killian. And although she apologized, she didn't expect such questions from her maid. So she was surprised. And then she asked him why he was interested in this. Anna replied that she had heard that the gentleman had gone for a walk with Lise. Despite the various shops on Rue de Belle Marie, the street is mainly famous as a place for dates. It seemed to her that Edith and her husband had become much closer lately. But if this is a walk like brother and sister, then everything is fine. While recounting all this, Edith realized that this girl was truly worried. And worried about her. Anna was the Duke's employee who was always calm, no matter what happened. And it was she who began to put her well-being before Killian's opinion. For this, the lady thanked the brown-eyed girl and added that she was fine. And that if every day was as wonderful as this one, she had nothing to regret. This morning, she sold 3 of her dresses and most of her jewelry, saying she didn't want to wear dresses that could ruin the reputation of the ducal family. Even though many people have been wearing even more revealing dresses than these lately. And they would look very good on her. Count Riegelhoff carefully selected dresses for Edith in which she would be the center of attention, such rich dresses. And elegant ones suited her perfectly. Few people wear dresses with this silhouette, so no one could buy them at a high price. Emerald necklace, diamond earrings, she took out her jewelry box that was part of her dowry. And sold almost all the jewelry that was more expensive than the rest. She needs money to be able to escape this unstable situation at any moment. Even if she didn't earn much. No matter how kindly they treated her here, no matter how warm she felt here. She couldn't trust all this. You can never trust anyone. She realized this in real life, in childhood, when she had an illness. There was no money at home. And her brother was asked with all his might to be a donor for her, because finally. And after all, she is his younger sister. He simply got angry and shouted at her to die. While the girl bitterly held back tears, her brother was persuaded with a reward in the form of a laptop. If you wait for help, it can turn into a debt. Complaints will attract attention, and she will be scolded for them. She sat down and lost her gaze in a cup of tea, thinking that the only person you can trust is yourself. When Anna suddenly interrupted the silence of her thoughts, the maid was clearly nervous. But she definitely wanted to confess something. Anna worked for over 10 years as a domestic servant for the Ludwig family. She had all the qualities a maid should have in a noble family's house. And she did not eavesdrop on the conversations of the head of the family. She did not spy on what the family members were doing. The girl worked quietly and imperceptibly, like a shadow, so that no one would notice her presence. As if she didn't have the mind to think about them or the heart to feel emotions. Servants exist only as doers of dirty work. Anna was ordered to be Edith Riegelhoff's maid, to monitor her and report if anything was suspicious. Or if she offended her. It is rumored that this girl has been involved in many unpleasant incidents. She definitely needs to be watched. Not to mention the relationship with her husband, with whom she is in an arranged marriage. But Anna was not among those who took pity on the young master. She eavesdropped on the gossip of the other maids with contempt. When they talked about how terrible Edith was and how she caused nothing but trouble. The girl simply remained silent. Anna remembered when Lee first came to the estate, but felt nothing special when she saw the smiling girl. Even though she was wearing rags. Anna, who became a maid and worked so hard since she was 12, knew what pain was. But Lise was no longer distressed, and the maid felt no pity for her. However, when she first saw the new girl on the estate, Killian's wife, everything changed. She treated her completely differently. After all, Edith thought that since they came to the restaurant together, they should sit together. It would be strange for her to sit alone. This girl did not draw a line in her interactions with the servants. She was always interested in Anna's opinion and listened to her answers. Edith always treated her like a human being, inviting her to lunch and spending time together. And everything seemed so natural, not forced. Anna suddenly, looking directly into her mistress's eyes, admitted that she wanted her to be happy. She didn't feel any feelings for her masters, but at one point the mistress became just one person to her. Although Edith laughed and replied that what she had was enough for her, Anna wanted to make her even happier for such a kind attitude. The girls returned chatting, like best friends, about the strawberry cake. When suddenly they were interrupted by a loud voice, someone was addressing the lady. It was Killian. He was outraged that the girl sold all her dresses and jewelry. He still couldn't understand why she did it. A married aristocrat suddenly sells her things, and what could others think? It seems she could completely discredit the Ludwig family. Now, looking from the other side, high society often interpreted the most insignificant events unusually. For example, the pressure from the Ludwig family was considered the reason behind the refusal of an invitation to a ball. No matter how much she tried to be lower than the grass and quieter than water, she became Edith Riegelhoff. The flower of high society and the Duchess's daughter-in-law, every insignificant action of hers would inevitably be noticed. The girl apologized. She didn't think about it at all, since she has no personal funds other than the dowry she had. Killian couldn't understand what she was spending her money on, that a month's salary wasn't enough. And how much is the reputation of the Ludwigs worth, in her opinion? It turns out the girl has a monthly salary. An hour later, she was already heading to the palace by carriage. The girl was very scared and didn't understand what to expect. Well, at least she arrives at the meeting on time, otherwise she might be late. Killian kept bothering her with questions about money, and she needed to get rid of him as quickly as possible so she could go to the palace. She even tried to send it through Lisa. But she didn't care anymore. The boy took her hand and pushed her in the other direction. She couldn't keep up and seemed to be in pain. Killian finally led her to some farther corridors. He turned and asked her why she never told him anything. Of course, she has always been like this, because she is used to trusting no one. And to trust only herself, even when the maid sent by her father did terrible things. Even when she was starving after being poisoned. She really thought he couldn't protect her. He touched her cheek, stroking it gently and softly with his hand. Edith suddenly remembered that she only needed a moment to leave her here. Just as her family was happier without her, Killian would be better off if he let her go. She held his hand and said there were some things she couldn't say yet. Killian then said he couldn't believe what she was saying. He took her hand off and told her she would have to accept it. She replied, then he will have to buy everything back. But Edith insisted that she didn't really need those things at all. So why take as dowry things that are not necessary? This is not a necessary loss of money. Killian asked Renan to immediately prepare the documents for the payment of her salary, and apologized for such a misunderstanding. She will have to check all the documents when she returns from the palace. At least she is glad that he promised to give her the money. But for now, you should forget about these matters. She was riding in a carriage towards the palace, in front of the boy, and realized that all this was no longer so important. It was much more important to understand what Cliff wanted from her and what underpinned all his actions. The horse-drawn carriage finally arrived at the long-awaited place. All this time, Edith looked at the boy opposite with obvious contempt. Cliff returned her gaze with a malicious smile, as if he knew more than he needed to know. But then he couldn't stand it and admitted that when she looks with such suspicion. Even he starts to get nervous. It was so noticeable that she felt uncomfortable. She apologized, she just felt a little uncomfortable. The boy said that although they are family, they don't spend much time together. But she and Killian seem to have become much closer lately. With a polite smile, Edith replied that this had only been happening for a few days. And who knew what would happen in the future? After all, his interest can disappear quickly. After Cliff said that it was useless to even compare this to the time Killian spent in the company of lice. The girl realized that it seemed like he wanted to start a fight. However, she hoped that the boy would continue to show interest in her. Cliff suggested that he and she had the same desires, although she didn't quite understand what he meant. His intentions were absolutely transparent. After all, Edith needs Killian, and he needs Liz, everyone, just like in the original novel. Both will benefit if they don't look at each other fixedly. But the girl said that it seems like he misunderstood her. Although she is Killian's wife, she has no goal of chaining him to her. Cliff said that sounds great, but he doesn't believe her. When her husband behaves as before, she can say these words again. Hearing the silence, she wondered who she was, whether a man or a snake. Edith hesitated again. The girl didn't quite understand these stupid insinuations. The brothers started talking again, but this time about how Killian liked to swim in the lake. As soon as it gets warmer, he starts going out into the water, and his mother always says that summer begins when his candle starts turning white on the lake. With Liz's arrival in their family, they often spent time together on a yacht, which may be the reason why he hasn't been in the water since their marriage. Besides, Killian is very interested in art. And if she praises everything he does, then that might work too. Looking directly into her eyes, he justified his brother with a smile. That said, he has complexes because he is always ahead of him. He laughed at her cautious reaction, and at that moment, she was only thinking about when he would stop saying such nonsense if the relationship between them was really that bad in the novel. Original. No matter how fierce the battle for the heart of the main character was, she thought that since they were blood brothers, at least they loved each other a little, even if they weren't that close. The carriage finally arrived at the palace. Cliff grabbed the handle to open the door and said that if she used his advice, he and Killian could benefit. He advised her to think carefully about his words and offered her his hand. With an invisible displeasure inside, she still offered her hand to the boy to get out of the carriage. As soon as she got out, Cliff asked if she knew the maid Sabina. Edith had no idea who it was. The boy replied that she was a thin brunette with freckles. But then he turned around with a smile and said that nothing could be done because she didn't know her. But it would be better if she didn't know her. The boy thanked her for the good conversation and hoped that the girl would spend useful time with the princess. Before Edith had time to ask what his words meant, he left. And the maid called her to take her before Her Highness the Princess. Thus began her meeting at the palace. A trotting sound was heard in the stables. Catherine was near one of the horses with a menacing look. She finally waited for her guest. The girl greeted the princess and introduced herself as Edith Ludwig. She arrived a little late, due to the fact that as soon as she entered the palace, she was immediately ordered to change her clothes. And she had to obey. She was lost, not quite understanding why all this was happening. Catherine noticed that the girl had never ridden a horse and was surprised that the pants did not cause her discomfort. But for Edith, this was not wrong because in her past life, she wore them every day. The body felt comfortable, but the nerves not so much. Having opened the pen, the princess let go of the horse to go for a ride. Catherine ordered to follow her. Now she will personally be taught how to ride a horse. The sun shone through the cherry blossoms and other trees. They tried to teach the girl, giving her advice she needed to straighten her shoulders. Maintain posture, look confidently ahead, and hold the horse tightly with her knees. After all, a horse is an extension of the rider. If you are afraid, it will immediately discourage you. Edith remembered how she bravely responded and asked the princess to understand her. It seems she decided to take revenge on her for that insolence from the last meeting. She decided to see what she could do and reward her for those words. But then she admitted that Killian asked her about it. The eyes became brighter, and the girl's pupils sharply dilated. Just like Killian, it couldn't be him. And why does he need it? Catherine was also surprised to hear this. But he would never joke like that. The princess, of course, did not understand how he wanted to do this secretly from the Duke. And her brother. But she really asked to give Edith horse riding lessons. At the same time, we will call her Edith Ludwig. After all, the place she wants to move to is not as crowded as the capital. Of course, the aristocrat's wife can travel by carriage, but in case of heavy snow. This will be extremely difficult. He, of course, wanted to teach her himself, but said he didn't have the necessary attention to teach her. Although the girl perfectly understood that he didn't teach her only because she refused him every time he offered. Killian considered Catherine the only person to whom this could be entrusted. But the princess still couldn't understand why he was doing this. Although she wasn't interested in politics, until now neither the Duke nor her brother had kept a single matter related to the Riegelhoff family members a secret. The princess asked if this marriage was not inevitable, since her family needed an alliance with Riegelhoff. And after all, the problems related to the unstable situation were resolved. He could immediately get rid of his temporary wife. Upon hearing such an insult, the boy instantly calmed down. Did his father allow himself such insolence, or did Cliff himself instill it in her? Or maybe that's what they talk about in high society. In any case, Catherine disappointed him. He thought that she was not the type to listen to gossip from aristocrats and the like. So the princess objected, because just a month ago this woman carried the surname Riegelhoff. All her crimes are just rumors, or she has no connection with her father. The girl might find it hard to believe, but Edith has nothing to do with what her family is doing. She did not want to go into details and did not ask to believe her word. And even if Edith told him something like that, Catherine saw everything herself. The boy did not need to convince her. This whole situation turned out to be a farce. Still, Killian was right about her. It was very funny to call a snake what high society considers a snake, and for no apparent reason put her on a horse. The girl sincerely apologized, saying she thought she had fooled Killian with her cowardly tricks, and that Lisa was going through a hard time. She couldn't believe he would say such hurtful things based only on gossip. Even someone she respects pointed out this ugliness to her. After all, the princess, like no one else, should have spoken like that. She asked to accept her apology the moment she offered her hand to Edith. Besides what they said, Killian is a much gentler person than everyone thinks. And that turned out to be true. Edith was already so moved that she wanted to cry. Meanwhile, on the dating street, Liz and Killian walked hand in hand. She kept showing him different places, and finally they found the same shop. But unfortunately, it turned out to be closed. Liz really wanted to buy those shoes today. Of course, they left later than planned, but they had to do it before closing. Edith tried to warn her husband, but he asked Renan to look again and told her that there was still time. Killian said she should have told him in advance and asked her if she wanted to buy anything special. Meeting again in the shadows, Liz replied no. In my thoughts, recalling those same shoes. They were so wonderful that the boy asked her to sit down. She didn't expect it, but she actually offered to try them on. Killian took a shoe from the shelf and began to unbuckle the strap. Sitting on his knees, he handed her the shoe, which looked tiny in his hands. The blue-eyed girl leaned forward, wanting to take it and try it on quickly. But he put the shoes on her himself, saying that with such beautiful shoes, she could attend the most beautiful balls. She put on both shoes and looked directly at the surprised Lizzie. The girl was still just as sweet and wonderful, so she said it suited her well. Killian loves sword fighting since he was little. And one of these days, his gaze was caught by a new movement in the trees. Liz was the most wonderful person he had ever met. That day, her hair got caught in the branch of a tree, and she tried with all her might to get it out. But nothing worked. She was a kind person with a big heart, and Killian couldn't ask her for more than a glance and a smile. Because it was the first time he felt something like this. He thought it was love. It seems his whole life he thought it was love. Only if Edith hadn't settled in his head. In her memories, she laughed and said that with time even the heart can change its mind. And wounds that seem to bleed will always heal. Satisfied with the work done, Killian stood up. And then he approached the seller, a master of his craft. The boy wondered how long it would take to make 4 pairs of winter boots. He would like the boots to be to his wife's taste, because it's 2 months anyway. Lisa immediately became afraid of how and where Killian was going. He reported that sooner or later, when his brother inherits the title, he will have to leave the estate. Suddenly, the girl asked him if he would leave with Edith. The boy didn't quite understand why she asked this question. But Lee just looked with her sad blue puppy eyes. He had absolutely nothing to answer. Killian waited for an answer, but only heard silence. The girl asked to forget everything, saying it was sudden, as Edith was one of her few friends. After all, Liz really doesn't have many friends her age. As a child, she couldn't make friends due to Count Sinclair. Even after they brought Liz, she was always under the protection of the knights. So she didn't have many opportunities to meet her peers. The couple left the shop with their purchases, walked down the street, but Liz seemed somewhat embarrassed. Come to think of it, the atmosphere on Darcis Street, where he and Edith walked, was completely different. This is a street with a cheap candy seller, a girl selling wild flowers, and a clown who does tricks all day for a few coins. But the main decoration of that street was Edith. She was in the company of common people, without any disgust. And of everything she bought then, nothing remained. The boy was pulled out of his thoughts about his beloved with a touch. Liz brought him closer to her and squeezed his hand tighter. Killian asked why she suddenly did this. The girl, lowering her bright eyes, admitted that she felt very strange when he said he was leaving. The boy noticed that she seemed annoyed, so he suggested they go to another shop and see what they were selling there. It was a jewelry store, and the seller was already advising Liz on how to wrap her hair and secure it with a clip, saying that this jewelry will not look so good on everyone. The girl asked to look at it. She really looked beautiful, with a pink flower clip adorning her blonde hair. Killian asked to give him an invoice for everything she liked and send it to the address of the Duke Ludwig's property. Seeing the look of astonishment, he reassured the girl, because they don't go out like that often. Since they had seen everything here, they decided to move to the next shop. Killian, with a hint of joy in his voice, talked about a place he liked. With the same speed, he opened the door. As soon as Liz entered the shop, she felt embarrassed. There seemed to be a completely different atmosphere here. Unusual for a gentle and fragile girl, the boy agreed and said he wanted to buy a gift for Edith here. The girl's angelic eyes looked at him with visible disappointment. After all, he buys a gift with such sincerity, but for someone else. Looking at the jewelry she was interested in, he asked if Edith didn't like things with stones and more ornate patterns. He also thought so before, but it turned out not to be the case. Looking at the simple chain, he said he was wrong, because it was the richly decorated dresses that suited her. But now she prefers more modest jewelry. So he definitely can't go wrong if he chooses something elegant and sensual for her. He recalled how often he had seen that small ruby pendant on her. Liz understood that he meant that garnet brooch and said it would look good as a modest decoration. She continued to try to choose something that was not pretentious and beautiful. She even asked if the satin ribbon was available in other colors. He was so obsessed with the gift, tormenting the girl who was watching all this. The lit candles in the darkness illuminated the corridor floor at least a little, revealing a satin carpet with gold patterns leading to the bedroom. Cliff walked calmly around the castle, heading towards Liz, when he saw light coming from the slightly ajar door. It was the door to Edith's bedroom. He couldn't help himself and decided to spy on what was happening inside. Killian gave the girl many gifts. She was very happy and couldn't believe he had such a trained eye. After all, since childhood he learned to recognize good things. The boy asked the girl to turn around and started putting on the jewelry. It was a satin ribbon with flowers and precious stones, and he wove it into Edith's hair. She looked so beautiful, unpretentious, but matching her gentle image. He couldn't take his eyes off her, and it wasn't just the decoration. He liked to please her. It gave him pleasure. Edith said that if she had chosen it herself, she wouldn't have been able to find anything so beautiful. And if she had known she would like it so much, she would have bought more. Cliff smiled, pleased with their closeness. He entered the room and closed the door behind him. This was Liz's bedroom. Now was his chance, so he went straight to her bed. Cliff, with a predatory look, said he heard they returned early because Lisa was feeling unwell. The boy suggested that Killian was also trying to win her over today. But that wasn't the reason why Liz was upset, and he understood it perfectly. The girl began to tell him that Killian was very loyal, and she was probably worrying him in vain. Cliff couldn't stand seeing her so upset, so he approached and threw all the gifts off the bed. They were the only barrier between them, and they flew down with a roar. She asked if it was about Killian, but she only said annoyed that she was always worried about both Killian and him. Although she couldn't do anything for them, Cliff came even closer and asked her if she couldn't be the only one for him because he trusts her completely. And he wants her to trust only him. And for the moment, Lys seems to be very disappointed with Killian. She didn't quite understand what being disappointed meant and started making excuses, saying she was fine. Just tired because they walked more than she expected. From nervousness, she even started squeezing the sleeve of her nightgown. Lys suddenly asked what Cliff was doing today. She seemed to be pretending to be interested. She even said that while walking around the city, she thought only of him. In response, Cliff smiled and said that today in the cart, he had a wonderful conversation with Killian's wife. He said she was going out on the water this summer. Why is the guy even talking about this? He leaned on the bed, thereby bringing himself closer to Lys. Taking the girl's head in his hands, he admitted that he lives only for her. He is willing to give her anything. Then he took her hand by the wrist, brought it to him, and told her he would do anything. After all, she is his spring goddess. At first, the girl felt a little embarrassed because it sounded too frank. Her golden eyes shone brightly in the darkness. It seemed like he was speaking sincerely. Gathering courage, Lee suddenly spoke up. Delighting Cliff, she said she wanted him to only look at her. If he really wants to look at her even more than now, since he is obsessed with her, then the situation will become a little more dangerous. A few days later, Edith and her husband were eating. The girl was deliciously eating strawberry cake when she suddenly decided to mention that she hadn't seen him swimming in the lake this summer. Although the weather is fine for going out on the water, he didn't expect this from her. She has never been to the opera, but she likes sailing. Edith said with admiration that, when the day is fine, she likes to swim in the lake and have fun. And there is someone who wouldn't like that. After several days of deliberation, she finally decided to mention the yacht in conversation. It was difficult to decide on Cliff's words, but in her past life, she had never been on a catamaran, let alone on a yacht. It reminded her of bouquets of flowers that no one had ever given her before, and she never thought she wanted something like that. As soon as it gets warmer, Killian starts going out into the water, but he hasn't done it once since they got married. These words stuck in Edith's head, so she thought she should try to talk about it. It is dangerous to sail in a regular rowboat. It can easily capsize, and this can lead to an accident. But Killian has a yacht, so there is no need to worry about that. Her husband invited her to swim with him if the weather was nice tomorrow. The girl immediately agreed, thinking about what she would have done if Cliff hadn't told her. Killian immediately asked Anna to tell Samuel to prepare the yacht. Luckily, the weather was really sunny. Edith ran into Liz, who was returning from her morning walk. She asked where she was going. Edith explained that today she and Killian agreed to swim in the lake. Liz also added how beautiful she looks today. The girl said that he used to take her on a yacht every year and that it was a lot of fun. And that he also took her fishing. But the boy said nothing about fishing, so she advised me to definitely try it. It's very interesting. She is really showing interest in a minor male character now. But Lee admitted that she was very happy for her because she and Killian look very good together. Edith was already getting ready to leave so as not to be late. Then her husband approached them and apologized for making them wait. Then he realized that Lys, although she didn't understand a little what she was doing here, greeted her. She explained that she had gone out for fresh air and ran into Edith. She greeted them and wished them a good time. Edith looked at her husband, and everything became different. Killian smiled and offered her his hand, finally inviting her to leave. The girl couldn't stop admiring the views. She couldn't even take her eyes off. They were really floating on the lake. There were so many boats, and how bright the water is. The sun is hotter during the day. So everyone goes out on the water early in the morning. You could even see boatman Samuel in the distance, who waved to them to go on their way. Edith constantly noticed something in the distance that attracted the boy's attention. He liked to look and observe the changing image. But at one of those moments, Killian warned her not to stretch too much, because that's how muscles can be pulled. He covered her with his jacket, protecting her from the sun, and said he was glad she liked it. And in the moments when their gazes met, she liked the warmth emanating from his eyes. She loved the time they spent happily on the lake, how close they were to the wind. The boy understood nothing when Edith suddenly puckered her lips and said not to spoil the moment, but to just do it. After all, it is bad for a man not to know what to do, even when the girl has already closed her eyes and comes closer to him. It was another of the most beautiful kisses in her literary life. She pulled away, but Killian continued to kiss her face, provoking a smile and a slight blush on her cheeks. This day was truly perfect, and she couldn't even imagine that something terrible would happen. Everything was so perfect for them. They thought together what to wear. Any dress would do. The main thing is that she could move freely with him. The two talked about the trip. No need to take an umbrella to protect from the sun. It's better to wear a hat. They also wanted to prepare food to eat on the yacht. Everything was fine with the yacht. Yesterday Samuel checked every inch of her. Everything is fine. Surely the yacht couldn't wait for this day, and finally set sail. They wished the two of them a good time together. So they set sail. The girl was sincerely happy for everything around her. Edith noticed the beauty in everything, in many boats, Mr. Samuel. And Killian loved watching her admire the world. Suddenly she felt so happy that she thought this moment would last forever. But when you think like that, something is likely to go wrong. There was a very relaxing atmosphere on the yacht. Killian really felt uncomfortable when he learned that she had already been sailing. After all, this is a very popular date option where you can be alone. But Edith simply replied proudly that she had none of that. The problem was clearly him. He said they would continue when they returned to the mansion. So the girl offered to have a snack, and Killian agreed. The familiar yacht sailed further and further away from the lake shore. The girl had finally prepared everything and invited the boy to eat. He was already planning to anchor the yacht here and come towards her. But suddenly, silence filled the space. Only the murmur of the water could be heard. Killian grabbed the rope to steady himself. For some reason, suddenly, out of nowhere, the sail began to lean to one side. All his thoughts were occupied by his wife, because it was in her direction that the boat was leaning. He tried to hold the boat steady while looking in her direction. The guy tried to shout to warn, but it seems it was already too late. All the furniture, dishes, and food were already shaking around the yacht. Edith's hat fell off, and the girl herself was already falling into the water. Killian immediately hurried, wanting to grab her in time, but it was already too late. The wet dress weighed too much and quickly dragged the girl to the bottom. And the water shining under the sun turned out to be ice cold. All she saw in front of her were hands and a moving boat. But she couldn't die like this here. The plot was predetermined. She had to die at Killian's hands. The girl didn't even remember that such a tragedy was mentioned in the novel. So she definitely cannot die so easily. Suddenly, a sign appeared before her eyes. It said that Edith was dying in the villain's state. The story would follow the original plot. 3 minutes were left until death. Bubbles of air came out of her mouth, and she screamed in horror. That's impossible. Now everything will follow the original plot. Then her relationship with Killian will be the same as in the original. He will feel contempt upon seeing that she died. Edith opened her eyes in bed. It seemed she was alive. She began to move her fingers, searching for the silky blanket with floral patterns. The first thing she saw was Anna. The girl was sitting with her fists clenched, as if praying for her mistress's health. The maid lifted her head and suddenly saw that she had woken up. Anna ran towards her happily. After all, she wasn't dead. After a few minutes, they were having tea together. But Edith's thoughts were clearly not here. She didn't understand how she could accept all this. She knew from the start that the author of the original was hostile. He set conditions for her that she would not fulfill, because this way she could not deviate from the original plot. However, the original plot became a more serious obstacle for her than its author. From the relationships of the characters around her to the events, her actions were always limited by the plot of the original novel. Then her life would be threatened by an incident that was not in the original. She couldn't even imagine such a thing, but still, you cannot punish yourself like that. Based on the system messages she saw while unconscious, part of the original plot was jumbled due to excessive author intervention. This means the author's control was weakened. At least the original plot and the author are not the same thing. The girl smiled, realizing that restrictions also apply to him now. Edith placed the cup and saucer directly on her lap. She had been sitting next to Anna for several minutes and was silent, only occasionally taking small sips. Then she remembered Killian and, worried, asked where he was. Anna was a little surprised by this reaction because the girl had just woken up. She escaped death and was already looking for her lover. Looking down, she said she was currently questioning Mr. Samuel. Clearly, Edith did not expect to hear such an answer. It seems Mr. Samuel was the one who prepared the yacht. He seems to be in charge of all the family vehicles. None of this was a coincidence. But Edith died in the capacity of a villain. The story followed the original plot, and it was not a minor character who was to blame. Anna was so moved that she began to cry. Tears dripped and dripped onto her apron. She said apologetically that Mr. Samuel could not do such a thing. Edith didn't know how the original author's idea would be implemented in the plot, even if Anna said so. The girl definitely wasn't going to tolerate innocent people suffering due to the whims of the original author. So she asked Anna to tell her husband that she was conscious and that she really needed him. The moment she went overboard, her heart seemed to stop. All the furniture, dishes, and food were scattered around the boat, and she couldn't change the situation, so she decided to stop trying to level the boat. And ran in the other direction, jumping overboard, immediately submerged herself in the water behind the girl. It was difficult to swim down. But she simply couldn't watch Edith sink into the abyss before her eyes. She even forgot how she swam down to save her. Killian threw her, all wet, on the floor, shouted loudly for her to wake up, but she didn't wake up. The boy begged her to open her eyes, because he couldn't let her go like this. He still had something to tell her. Her husband would really buy all the ribbons, all the jewelry she likes, if he knew she would like it so much. Edith was sincerely happy, not for the ribbon, nor for the decoration, but for the fact that he chose it. Thinking of her, she had never experienced this before when giving gifts to someone. She nervously swallowed the lump that had formed in her throat and said that they would definitely go together again. When he was with Liz, Killian was always only thinking of her. He had already placed an order for winter boots for moving, no matter what he looked at. No matter what he heard, he always thought whether his wife would like it or not. It was not in those moments when they fought, nor when he always suspected her of everything. Not when he constantly had to prove again and again that she was not involved. Not when he thought nothing could hurt her and called her a snake. Now, being in the basement and not understanding whether his beloved would survive, he was disgusted with himself. He interrogated the poor worker, who had worked in his house for 10 years and still never stumbled. He was not proud of his work. He did not appreciate how Duke Ludwig trusted him. Killian, angry, tried to find out who forced him to do this. When someone knocked on the terrifying room, it turned out to be the servant and Anna. They came to report that the lady had woken up. A little frightened by their abruptness, the husband rushed into the room. Of course, he was glad to see her. He immediately sent her into his arms, inhaling the familiar rose scent emanating from her hair. The smell hadn't changed, and she hadn't changed. How glad he was to see her again. The girl hugged him even tighter in response. Their reunion was very touching because they thought they had lost each other. She felt so warm next to him, and it wasn't because of the weather or the warm blanket. They parted, and suddenly, she noticed that he was somewhat pale. But all this is because the boy thought she would die. It turns out the yacht's sail was unsecured, the rope was not tied, and the yacht lost its balance. This would never happen to a yacht, so Killian will find out who convinced the employee to do this. And very soon, he will tell you the results. Edith stopped him by telling him that she didn't believe Samuel was the culprit. The girl didn't believe he would be capable of such a thing. Why would he do this? If he is the first suspect, this case is very similar to the poisoned embroidery threads he gave Lisa. She concluded that since the author was punished for excessive interference, it was his doing. He tried to eliminate her with an event that was not in the original novel, but how he did it. And whom he used. Firstly, the less important a character is in the original novel, the less influenced they are by the original plot. For example, Anna and Renan. If the author could control them, she would have a tense relationship with them. It would break if those she trusted disappointed her, but instead, the author took the difficult path and created new episodes in the plot. The original itself tied his hands. In this case, whoever might be behind the scenes of this event must already hate Edith. Or this character, which naturally harms the villain Edith, one of the most important characters. And Mr. Samuel, who is not mentioned at all in the original, does not fall under any of these conditions. But since she couldn't explain this to Killian, the girl shared her feelings that she had been set up. She sincerely asked him to believe her. The worker, meanwhile, sat in the basement, waiting to see what they would do to him. Samuel no longer expected to survive. Killian ordered him to immediately release the worker. He already thought they wanted to fire him, but since there is no evidence of his guilt, he will not be punished. They even offered him a break from work and a day off. Samuel didn't quite understand what he had done to deserve such happiness. But the point was that Edith believed that he wouldn't do such a thing on purpose or through bribery. That's why Killian decided to trust him. He hopes that the employee will not betray his trust and will continue to work on his estate. Although Sam was released, the husband did not calm down. He still believed that he was responsible for the yacht's condition, and after such an incident, it was impossible to go unpunished. But Edith objected it's really worth punishing someone who is not guilty for this, instead of the real criminal. Killian didn't understand why his wife was so calm. She was the one who almost died recently. The girl admitted that, of course, it was fun to compare the situation, but as punishment she was reprimanded in the Duke's office and locked in a room for a probationary period. And Samuel has been sitting in the basement for several hours, and they are still interrogating him. Killian decided to agree and do what Edith wanted. For this, he received gratitude and went to investigate. But when he left his bedroom, closing the doors, he plunged back into his thoughts. Her pale face was still before his eyes. With suppressed anger, he slammed his fist hard on the table. The guy thought he needed to recover and, first of all, find the culprit. In sailing accidents, women are the ones at greater risk, so it made sense. Even a light dress will become heavy if a woman falls into the water, so it is worth thinking that this crime was directed against Edith. This might be Riegelhoff's revenge for his dismissed maid. If it's not him, it could be the work of members of Count Sinclair's family, who were suspects before. By the way, the person who committed the past crimes has not yet been found. Something was escaping him, and that something was important. Suddenly Samuel was led into the office. He stood up, lowering his head without even showing his eyes. Killian asked him to sit down, but he refused for fear of staining the expensive furniture. Then the worker started talking. He swore he didn't cause any accident with the yacht, although when they checked it last night, it was in perfect condition. However, if someone touches the yacht, something comes to mind. Sam recounted how at dawn, shortly before arriving, he took the yacht out and went for a ride for a while. The thing is, Mr. Cliff approached him then and said he needed help finding something about Mrs. Lies. And then he went to help the gentleman look for his boat. Not much time passed, and if something happened while the man was away, it was his fault. Killian didn't understand why he said this now if he hadn't been released. He would definitely have been sitting in the basement listening to these words for a couple more days. But Sam asked if they shouldn't find and catch the culprit. And finally, taking off his hat, he added that the one who tried to harm the lady was still wandering around. It would be right to keep his mouth shut just for his own salvation. He could not let down such a kind lady. And merciful. The information that could not be extracted from him, even with the help of tough interrogations, came to light only thanks to Edith's trust. He said it not because he was afraid of being punished, but because he risked and cooperated with the investigation for the sake of the girl. The man lowered his head, waiting to be punished for his lack of attention. But Killian only asked him to raise his head. Edith would not have wanted him to be punished after hearing these details. She would not have changed her mind. On the contrary, she would thank him for his honesty. So he sent Sam home to rest. He had already received enough punishment for his mistake today. The fireplace fire warmed, crackling and burning the wood to the foundation. Killian sat in thought, watching the flames. It was quite strange that Cliff went to the lake early in the morning to find Liza's things. And as soon as he approached Edith that day, he found Liz next to her. She was a little strange that day. According to her, she went out for fresh air and ran into Edith, but most likely she was waiting for Cliff. During that incident with the ropes and stolen documents, these two almost always appeared out of nowhere. Then, of course, he tried to conduct the investigation fairly and put everyone under suspicion. But Lice participated in every case. Even though she had all the evidence in her hands, she always took Liz's words into account. So a fair consequence is just an illusion. Neither Cliff nor Liz were properly interrogated. So you cannot be sure of their innocence. First, you must find out who was near the lake at dawn. After all, this is where we had to start. From the place where it all began, where the yacht was waiting for them that morning. And if there are no clues, Killian will find a new way to investigate the actions. He will do everything possible to investigate the actions of the eldest son and heir to the duchy, and of his beloved. While Edith was recovering, she rarely ate alone. It tasted good to her that a blush reappeared on her cheeks while eating delicious food. Even Killian noticed that she liked it. Apparently, her fall overboard seriously scared Killian. The guy gives Canelay with a spoon to his wife, although this does not fit the style of his character at all. Then he recounted how Samuel confessed to him the night before that he left the boat unattended for some time. He conveyed his apologies to the girl. Killian also added that he was able to get information from him about this incident only thanks to Edith. The girl thought even the fact that he said that is strange in itself. But suddenly, this sweet couple was pulled out of the dialogue. Cliff and Liz entered with Anna. The brother brought flowers to Edith, supposedly worried that she had suffered because of him. Angry, Killian immediately took his wife's hand away. But Cliff calmly replied that he was just being sensitive. After all, it was he who recommended to Edith that she go out on the water. Naturally, to provoke events that did not occur in the original, a main character is needed. The more important a character is in the original novel, the more strongly the original plot influences them. Killian ordered Anna to put the flowers in a vase. Cliff confirmed that he was at the lake early in the morning because he forgot something on the yacht. At that moment, Lice looked fearfully at the girl, as if feeling guilty about what happened. If the influence of the original plot is equal to the influence of the original author, then only characters like Liz, Cliff, and Duke Ludwig could provoke this event. Edith became nervous when she thought it could be Killian, while asking her brother if he really went there in the morning to find this thing. Suddenly, someone roughly grabbed her by the blanket. It was Liz. She was worried because the girl looked too pale. Moreover, Killian did not allow them to visit her yesterday, and they were very worried. It was the first time Edith heard about this, but the doctor advised her to remain calm. And she herself would not have been able to refuse visits, so her husband took care of everything himself. Killian suddenly declared abruptly that this conversation was enough, and that it would be better for her to rest. Then they left, wanting to quickly heal their wounds and get better. Killian followed her with his gaze to the door. And suddenly, he noticed the maid Anna. She also seemed suspicious. But his wife stopped him before another suspicion. Edith said that she was really fine. But Killian didn't understand how she could say that. How can you be fine if the culprit has not been found yet? Suddenly, she touched his cheek and asked him if he had slept or why. While continuing to stroke him gently, she noticed that he was somewhat pale. He had been thinking about her since yesterday. And yet, I decided to tell him that he shouldn't risk his life like that. Even if something like this happened again, he cannot jump into the water like that to save someone. After all, this can be very dangerous. Killian was surprised and even a little offended by her words. He took her hand away and asked, would he really want to get up and watch her drown? The girl only agreed in a low voice. In this bright room, as bright as the soul of its owner, silence reigned. She objected, would he really want to go with her? That's why she said he should take care of himself. But Killian, once again, taking her hands in his, like a small child, exclaimed that trouble almost befell him. Some time later, the palace came back to life, because Edith Ludwig had almost recovered. The lady left the room with Anna when she suddenly realized that all the maids were interested in her health. And the gardeners greet each other courteously while working. When another maid approached them and asked if the girl could walk yet, Edith, unable to stand it, turned to Anna and asked what had happened to everyone. She only explained that it was because she was helping Samuel, as he has been working on this estate for a long time. And he helps many other workers. Suddenly, Anna mentioned the same Sabina that Cliff was talking about and said she had disappeared. A few days before her disappearance, she said bad things about Edith. Because of this, terrible rumors arose. Many even said that the lady herself had done something to her. But due to the fact that the girl helped Sam being on the verge of life or death, everyone's doubts dissipated. However, this did not mean that this news was not discussed in high society. For example, at the table of some ladies, there was a heated discussion about the fact that Edith Riegelhoff almost drowned in the lake. The yacht tilted and she fell overboard. They say it might not have been an accident. One of the Sinclairs was also sitting at this table, and when he heard that the rope was unsecured, he immediately thought that the Duke's family had decided to get rid of her, or that Killian himself had decided to kill her. But then the girl suddenly discovered that this man jumped into the lake after her and saved her. Her pupils suddenly shrank in horror. She expected anything, but not this. While the rest of the girls laughed and were moved by the boy's action, for the fact that he jumped into the water without hesitation and then looked brave. The blonde in the green dress sat down and simply boiled with anger. She still couldn't understand why he did this. The blonde was very angry, waiting not to fall in love with this Riegelhoff. Therefore, I asked if it was known who organized the incident. The girls shared that it is still unknown. The progress of the trip is not made public, but they say the boatman was not punished. She didn't quite understand what that meant. There was an incident on the yacht due to a problem, but the boatman was not punished. This happens. The girl calmed down and laughed, and stated that it seems the attitude towards Edith and the Duke's family has not changed yet. The girls at the table agreed because, according to rumors, it turns out that way. The Duke's only wife almost drowned, and the culprit was not even punished. So it's no wonder there are rumors of hostility towards Edith reigning in the family. She didn't know who was trying to kill her, but it was obvious that the Duke's family had no plans to protect Edith's life. And at this rate, she would soon die. Sinclair couldn't wait for the opportunity to win Killian's heart. Getting out of the carriage after another riding lesson, Edith didn't understand what the commotion was today on the estate. But Anna explained that Mr. Cliff invited people from the weaving workshop. The girl thought Madame Rial was here. But here were people from the Lifetime Rob workshop, whose services are used in the palace. They say they are taking measurements of Liz for a dress for the Empire Foundation Day. Her friend, so to speak, asked her what dress she would wear, but she spent so much time in class that she completely forgot. But Empire Foundation Day is very soon. Just a week ago, Duke Ludwig was talking about this. Cliff noticed that Archduke Langston had been acting quite strangely lately, and he might use this holiday to demonstrate his power. Well, that would be a rather stupid act for a greedy person. They needed to make sure that the number of supporters of the emperor did not decrease. For the Duke's family, this is less a celebration and more a political event. So Killian said that the Archduke might be trying to show his disrespect for the emperor's authority. In the original, The Archduke appears at the Empire's foundation in the second half of the fourth volume. But Edith was on probation at that time, so she could not attend the celebration. Perhaps they were plotting something in secret with Sophia. Since the plot of the original mainly concerns lice, she did not remember what Edith's role was in this event. Anna snapped her out of her daydream. And she, surprising the girl, replied that she would simply wear one of those dresses she had, because Killian bought almost all the clothes that she then tried to sell. There were rumors that Edith Riegelhoff never wore the same dress twice. But for the girl, all these dresses were completely new. Anna wanted to stop the mistress, but Edith was already about to put one of them on. Edith entered the office and saw Renan and Killian. They were clearly busy. She hastily changed her clothes. She wondered why her husband called her to the weaving workshop, because he was exclusively engaged in business. Even though the girl refused and did not want to buy new clothes, the boy happily decided to go. Because this would be their first public appearance together since the wedding. He thought they should choose matching outfits to suppress rumors of disagreements. He already wanted to think that Edith didn't like matching clothes. She just didn't like feeling like a celebrity, but told him they wouldn't be allowed in without an appointment. But Killian admitted that he booked everything a few days ago and said that, as he might have heard, it was just a waste of money. The young master left his friend alone in the office. Renan simply looked at them, dismissing them with annoyance. Like in childhood, he could only read books alone, and today his choice fell on a book about manipulation and control. The carriage took them to their destination. Edith was clearly nervous, so scared she clung to Killian. They were immediately welcomed in this golden boutique by Moffat Dahlia, who had the honor of them visiting her humble boutique. The girl was even a little scared, thinking that the concept of obscenity was really that broad. With an elegant and graceful gait, she ordered them to walk forward and not be shy. The two sat on the sofa and started flipping through fashion catalogs. Upon seeing the outfits, the girl was stunned. This guy really likes this. She asked him if he really liked this style, and he admitted that he thought she would like this boutique more than the actual weaving workshop. When asked how he found out about this place, Killian recalled a dark story about how he stopped a random passerby to find out where his outfit was from. This was a couple of months ago. But instead, he came up with the idea that he would simply be informed. As far as he knew, this boutique was quite famous, so he decided to buy clothes here. And instantly made a decision. He showed her what he thought would look perfect on her. The girl just wanted to take a look and see it better when a stylist jumped out of nowhere, scaring her to death. The boy immediately prepared her for the fitting. As soon as Edith changed clothes, the boutique owner said that the dress had finally found its owner. He didn't want to brag, but many could only dream of buying this dress. And then, without restraint, he exclaimed cheerfully that no one had been worthy of it until that moment. And the only thing he could do was advise other models. Killian really has such a trained eye. She looked so elegant and majestic in it. The girl called Killian to share her opinion and impressions. She began to get a little nervous, but still admitted that it was a bit pretentious. Edith, with the usual blush on her cheeks, asked him how she looked. But upon hearing a suspicious silence, the girl turned annoyed. Killian couldn't drag her to the weaving workshop, just because of rumors of disagreements between them. The eldest son and heir to the family could calmly negotiate with the workshop, whose services the imperial family uses. That's why the charming main character chose him. Cliff was willing to do whatever she wanted for her. How could he not immediately understand that Killian simply wanted to escape the stage, where a magnificent love story was unfolding? That was the real reason. Seeing Edith in a new image, the boy said she was very beautiful. Smiling, he added that it suits her even better than he expected. But the girl was nervous because she guessed the reason why they were here. Therefore, she should not smile at him as if she were free. Killian got up and approached the girl and began to comb her hair, making her look even more beautiful. Edith abruptly changed the subject and moved on to choosing a costume. The boy wanted their outfits to match and asked Dahlia for advice. The stylist was delighted because it was very romantic. And she led them to look at costumes as they were looking for something similar to this dress. After a while, they had already chosen dresses and were walking down the streets among the shops. Killian kept thinking, maybe he made a decision too quickly and needed to think about a few more options. But Edith convinced him that the dress was perfect and he had a good eye for it. The boy was definitely pleased that his wife praises him so sincerely. He immediately started making excuses. Earlier, they told him that he had keen eyesight. Well, since they weren't tired yet, they went to choose some shoes to match their outfits. The shoe store smelled clean and looked bright and cozy. Killian walked arm in arm with his wife, and the salesman recognized him immediately. He reminded him of the order. And Killian remembered that he had ordered 2 pairs of boots and shoes here. The girl began to worry if she would need 2 pairs of boots, but her husband convinced her that it was much colder in Risen than here, and that she would need warm and waterproof winter shoes. But now it seemed to him that his wife also needed suitable winter boots for horse riding. Edith had already measured the size of her leg, tracing the contour with a pen. The man, the owner of the store, asked her to lift her leg. Sitting on the sofa, she thought about that place. It was cold, and there was a lot of snow. She wondered what the cultural and economic situation was like there. Since this is not discussed in detail in the novel, she knows little about it. Killian had been silent for several minutes, probably with many thoughts in his head. Edith looked at him, analyzed, and tried to understand what he was thinking. Still, she asked her husband why he was staring at her so intently. But Killian said he just thought about it and ignored her. Somehow, suspiciously, he changed the subject to choosing a shoe design. After a lot of shopping, they finally decided to go for desserts. Edith was happy because she didn't think that in this body, she could live to see such a wonderful day. She thought about Cliff's words in the carriage. His attention lasted briefly in comparison. Killian is kind and polite, so there is nothing to worry about. The husband explained that last time, she liked strawberry-flavored black tea. That's why they came here. He asked her if she liked being here. The girl assessed the place well, although it was a bit noisy. The handsome man in front of her was happy to hear this. They were drinking tea quietly when they heard an argument about the Ludwig family. Edith also heard someone arguing about whom Cliff would marry if he postponed the engagement. Even his younger brother already had a wife. Some ladies at the table assumed it was Sinclair's illegitimate daughter. Because as soon as this cunning fox was accepted into the family, she immediately seduced 2 brothers. The girl tried to encourage the boy. And now they will have to listen to gossip and conjectures that Lice will supplant the wife of her younger brother. After several offensive conjectures, Killian had already directed his cruel gaze towards their table. Trouble was brewing. That's why Edith stood up decisively, frightening her husband a little, and confidently walked towards this gossip table. One of the ladies continued talking about her family, without even knowing who was behind her. But her friends had horror written on their faces, as if there was a ghost behind them. But it would be better if there was a ghost there. The lady turned around and shouted upon seeing Edith Riedelhoff. But the girl, looking directly into her eyes, calmly corrected her surname to Ludwig. And she asked me to call her that. After all, recently, this woman was harassing her husband and the entire Duke's family. And now she is making simple mistakes. The girl, of course, rarely appears at balls, so she understands that high society might have been shaken during this time. The tea that Edith poured into the cup was already spilling over the edges, dripping in small sticky drops of sugar onto her dress. Said the girl, her elegant speech was so loud that she managed to hear what they were talking about. But she wasn't going to put up with it anymore. She asked if, in their opinion, she would live under the same roof as the one who sleeps with her husband. All the ladies began to unanimously deny it. Edith continued to look them directly in the eye, hoping they would remember that look for a long time. At some point, she even started laughing at their scared faces and excuses. The tea had already spilled all over the table and dripped in small sticky drops of sugar onto her dress. She poured the entire teapot into a small cup, not without consequences, of course, and warned them that in the future they should not spread such ridiculous rumors thoughtlessly. She advised them to be more careful. Tossing her hair back, she stood on tiptoes and walked away. She sat down noisily next to her husband, her eyes still closed in anger. But suddenly, I heard some giggles and opened my eyes. Killian could barely hold back laughter with his hand. And then he let go and laughed out loud. Edith brought a piece of dessert to her mouth and couldn't understand why he was laughing so much. The scene was really great, but not funny. He laughed even while they were returning home in the carriage, as if remembering that moment, turning it over in his head like a record. Unable to bear it, she asked again the reason for his annoying laughter. Still, he managed to stop and remained silent for a moment, and then admitted that the more he looks at her, the more surprised he is. She didn't quite understand the meaning of his words. Killian explained that instead of being angry with him, she was somehow angry with them. Edith only replied calmly, "It makes no sense for her to be angry with her husband. She is just angry because people talk without thinking about their words." The boy believed that he himself allowed this rumor to spread, but then he remembered that she did not love him, and decided that probably that's why it's not so important. He apologized and asked not to pay attention. Edith already wanted to explain to him that everything was completely different. On the contrary, she doesn't care about these rumors because she loves him very much, but after that she decided to calm down. Because this character was created for lies. The girl herself understood what he meant. As a result, they returned home in the same mood. By the way, for some reason the mansion was still restless, but the craftsmen who came to take Liza's measurements should have left a long time ago. The couple decided to ask Anna and Renan about this. They didn't expect to see them so quickly and apologized for not having met them. Anne explained that the Duke and Duchess had recently recovered the Lorraine Radiance from the treasury. The Lorraine Radiance is the oldest jewel of the Ludwig Duchy. Lise will come out wearing this necklace, thereby announcing that she is part of the family, which is probably why the jewels were taken from the treasury. But Killian became enraged, grabbed the girl by the hand and dragged her. Edith didn't even have time to ask him why he reacted that way. It was impossible to stop him. The guy rushed into his father's office making noise and shouting, asking why this decision was made. The Duke didn't understand why he was behaving so rudely in front of his mother. He took a step forward, looked them in the eye, and said, if he didn't understand correctly, ask for forgiveness. But right at the door, Killian heard extremely strange news. They told him that while he and Edith were choosing outfits for the Empire's foundation, the family had obtained the Lorraine Radiance. He asked them if they wanted Edith to wear it. But the girl herself was not really ready for this. This will definitely not happen. Everyone around him knows that it is intended for Lisa, and what does she have to do with it? The family replied that the Lorraine Radiance is worn by the daughters-in-law of the Ludwig family, and that, according to tradition, it is worn at the first appearance after the wedding. The boy noticed that Edith had not yet attended any event, but now was the time. He was already thinking what kind of earrings they would choose to match this necklace. But the girl refused. And then, under pressure, she shouted with all her might that she didn't want to wear it because it didn't suit her. The whole family was shocked seeing the couple's loves. Edith laughed and said that her dress simply had gold-colored details and that her hair color. And her red dress would not look good with a blue necklace. She apologized for the two of them, said they were very tired, and pushed Killian towards the door. The family still didn't really understand the scene that had just happened. Lise immediately became worried and apologized, thinking it was because of her. But her mother told her not to take it to heart because it was their decision. Since the girl was tired after long fittings, she was sent to rest. Cliff tried to support Liz and calm her down as quickly as possible. The mother and the Duke were left alone. Didn't they know that Killian could get so angry? Suddenly, the Duchess wondered if she was getting old and looked at the decoration. After all, if Liz were the first to wear the necklace, that would put Edith in an awkward position. So why didn't she think of it? The couple continued to argue in the hallway as usual. The girl thought she decided to discuss everything calmly, but she was very rude to the parents. Taking his hand, she asked him why he suddenly got angry. Without even thinking about Liza's feelings, she was there too. Edith turned around, wanting to hear the answer. But Killian seemed somewhat depressed, and once again found himself in the shadows. The boy asked if that made her spill. After all, Liz, who doesn't even bear his surname, will come out with a family jewel that she has never had the chance to show off. He could already imagine what people would say. She took his hand trying to calm him, but his hand was shaking violently. Then he tried to justify his parents. Maybe they didn't even think about it. But Killian was beside himself with anger and injustice. The guy already supposed they would talk about his wife after the day the empire was founded. But Edith, accustomed to being treated with prejudice, would not have been surprised by one more rumor. She has long been accustomed to being Edith Riegelhoff, vulgar, vain. Dissolute, unpleasant, more of a snake than a person. But my husband wasn't talking about that at all. People will think their relationship is so bad it couldn't get worse. And if they divorced, no one would be surprised. It would be surprising, and she treated Alice with such cruelty that even the servants hate her. Edith was surprised but said, let them say what they want, she would simply grind them to dust. Like those ladies at the cafe. The guy immediately laughed. She really could start a confrontation with them on the holiday, but the girl believed that if they already said such things about her, then her reputation could only get worse. Killian simply approached her quietly and gently took her face, stroking her cheek. When everyone around him told him his future wife was a bitch, he thought his life would become terrible. But he never thought that thanks to Edith his life would be so wonderful. Approaching, the boy said it seemed like now was the time for her to close her eyes. And he should kiss her. It would be a lie to say that it doesn't bother her at all. People at the Empire's foundation will say unpleasant things about it. But the consciousness of this pain, the resentment towards her, the anger, all was reflected in Killian. Worry for his wife, all problems had no meaning for her when he was so kind to her. They merged into a kiss, and she didn't understand why and why she felt so good with him now. He walked towards the bed. She had no choice but to step back and give way. Suddenly, the boy stopped abruptly. A note of concern appeared again on his face. Killian asked her how she was after the incident on the yacht. Edith insisted that she had already recovered, and that horse riding had no effect on her that day. So she was still waiting for him to fulfill his promise to continue with what he had started. Every time she touched him, because he was kind, sensitive, understanding, and at the same time sexy. Daring and also able to defend herself. To ignite. Early in the morning, Liz wandered through the forest looking for a friend when she heard a familiar voice calling her. It was Catherine. She galloped directly on her horse and was already waving her hand at full speed. The girl carefully dismounted her horse in her white boots and headed towards the girl. She told her that this time she had decided to cover the clearing to have a picnic. Liz immediately praised the princess's wonderful idea, and she replied saying that she decided to quench her hunger this way after riding lessons with Edith. Recently, she has been teaching her how to stay in the saddle. Of course, she has no talent. But she works very hard. After the lessons, they always have very interesting conversations, and she makes funny jokes. Edith said that the girl had finally recovered, and Catherine was very worried about her. The princess asked her what she had been doing lately, but looking at her face, I became even more worried. It seems she was jealous of Edith towards everyone, immediately towards Killian and now towards her friend. But she told her that everything was fine. This answer did not please Catherine, and she slowly began to interrogate her, just so she would tell her everything as it is. Then the girl admitted that she still remembered the incident with the poisoned threads that Edith gave her. She was still worried that they would never find the criminal. Catherine remembered that she herself had said that she wanted to stop the investigation. Breaking down in tears, she admitted that she didn't want to know who hated her so much that they decided to kill her. So she thought everything would end if she stopped the investigation. But a maid who hated Edith appeared, suddenly disappeared, and was later found dead. What could have happened to her? Lee believed that it seemed she shouldn't have closed her eyes to the truth. Katrin began to calm the girl because it wasn't her fault. The long-awaited Empire Foundation Day has arrived. Killian looked at the chain with the red stone. She will be really happy with this. Edith decided to wear a ruby pendant that she wears every day. Last night, lying in bed, Killian said that besides Lorraine Radiance, there were many other ancient jewels in the duchy, and that he could talk to his mother and ask for any of them. But the girl believed that if she wore something else, she would look like a truly envious person. And because of that, rumors would spread. But there is none of that in this pendant, because she always wears a piece of her husband's heart around her neck. What could be more valuable than this? Because this is the first thing he gave her. The girl is almost ready for the holiday, and asked him to help her put on the pendant. This was the first gesture of attention he showed her then. He placed the pendant around his wife's neck with visible pride. The pendant suited the girl very well, although it was small. Killian joked that no one knew the girl was so generous. So Edith asked if it was too stingy of a compliment. After all, she is the owner of Killian Ludwig. The boy immediately became embarrassed by her words and hurried, because he might be late. All the attention of the evening's guests, of course, focused on the main character. No one expected to see that same necklace on a girl from the Sinclair family. She walked arm in arm with Cliff in a heavenly dress, and her chest was adorned with that very family heirloom. Everyone wondered if she would really become the Duke's future daughter-in-law. Edith overheard all the gossip, because this is the world of the novel. Here whispers sound much louder, so that she will definitely be heard. Which means the day promises to be spectacular. Suddenly, she heard someone choosing the best-dressed couple. She decisively turned her head in that direction, wanting to know who it was. Isn't it Liz or Killian who look best at tonight's ball? And the Countess, her dress had an unusual style, with several symmetrical patterns. And voluminous. Edith didn't even expect this dress to suit her so well. After all the dresses ordered from the royal workshop were sent out, the Duchess really liked the one Liz chose for her. What Edith chose for her, she never wore. The girl thought that it simply didn't fit her style, but she would never have imagined that she was only saving it for a special occasion. All the ladies said that this dress suits her. She can be seen in it even from afar. It is very beautiful. So my mother said that Edith had chosen this dress for her, and decided to introduce everyone to the wife of my younger son, Killian. It seems such a scene did not exist in the original. She became very nervous because she didn't know how to behave. But Killian whispered in her ear that everything would be fine and invited her to come. Edith Ludwig started meeting everyone, the Marquise and Cecil Edelman, the Viscountess, and Larissa Cross and others. Her husband only watched her in splendid isolation, clearly rejoicing in her success in society. No event would be complete without dancing. The music started playing, and everyone immediately began looking for a dance partner. And start dancing. During the dance, Killian asked her how her first contact with the aristocrats went. To be honest, she had already forgotten everyone who was introduced to her, because she was not used to Western names. Her husband replied that it was not a pity, the main thing was to remember the dance steps. He seemed afraid that she would step on him, but apparently forgot that he was dancing with Edith Ludwig. Although it is difficult to remember local names, the girl's body master's dance moves perfectly. For her, it was enough to simply surrender to the music. As she bowed, she asked him if he was still worried about her legs. This caused a small blush on Killian's cheeks. He apologized for his rudeness and asked if she had mastered dancing with other men before him. The girl only replied that she was not attracted to men who were jealous of the past. Somewhere in the distance, gripping her fan with dissatisfaction, the youngest Sinclair was furious. The brother asked Layla how it happened. Killian Ludwig had not tried to kill Edith Riegelhoff. The girl was furious, and this girl, Liz, appeared with a familiar jewel on her neck. She was really being paired with Cliff. The blonde didn't understand what was going on here. The boy agreed. Everything is really very strange. This woman, Edith, has become completely different. Before she was beautiful, but somehow gloomy. But now, on the contrary, she shines more than anyone. And yet, she married an enemy of the family for convenience. Layla, biting her elbows, watched Edith happily twirling at the ball. She didn't understand how this girl dared even to approach her Killian. She would never forgive him for this. After finishing the dance, the couple greeted each other courteously. The boy's ears were red. It seemed that Edith danced too fast for him. She invited him to rest aside. Suddenly, a silhouette caught her attention. The black and white patent leather shoes suited them very well. The girl immediately bowed her head, as if hiding behind her husband. A tremor ran through her whole body. She was very afraid of this man, who had tormented her all her life. Killian immediately noticed the change in the girl's mood. So he decided to turn around and see who was making his wife shrink in fear. It was Count Regelhoff. Supposedly he approached them cordially. They hadn't seen each other since the wedding. He wanted to talk to his daughter for the first time in so long, and asked Killian to leave them alone for a while. Edith didn't know what to do. Maybe because it woke up Edith's memories for the ball, she can't even look the Count in the eye. If the original restrictions are still in effect, she can refuse him. Everyone can think he is an exemplary father, but only she knows what he is really like. But suddenly, the girl felt someone decisively taking her hand. Killian didn't understand the need for her to leave. Something he shouldn't hear. The father immediately lost his temper. But in the end, he said he only wanted to discuss a couple of topics with his beloved daughter. And how he dared to be rude to his father-in-law. The boy immediately reminded him of the situation with the maid and asked how she was. After all, she was sent to them as a gesture of goodwill. The Count immediately began making excuses, saying there was terrible gossip about his daughter. And he sent Sophia to work on her daughter's behavior as a strict teacher. Edith looked at her husband to see if he had taken her side now, or if he still suspected her, and therefore tried to interfere in the conversation. Fortunately, the girl realized that she could speak. Smiling, she replied that everything was fine for her, and he didn't need to worry. Killian looked at the man with a cold look. Maybe even thoughts of killing him were in his head. Regelhoff left imposingly, implying that they would see each other again. And then he muttered under his breath, supposedly he gave his life to raise her, and she is very ungrateful. Edith didn't understand why she was so nervous, and if she could answer her husband something now. The guy suddenly announced that the emperor would come here soon, and the whole family was going to greet him. He called her to come and greet him. The girl agreed, but didn't quite understand why he wasn't asking her anything. Everyone praised the emperor, wishing glory to his reign. Edith was waiting for her turn. Maybe then that very scene would begin. Catherine made it clear how bored and disgusted she was to participate in this. An incident is about to happen at the ball that will surprise everyone, because the friendship between the princess and Liz will be revealed for the first time. But why did the princess look directly at Edith? In this scene, high society must recognize Liz. After everyone saw the Lorraine radiance and then learned about her close relationship with the princess. But the princess looked directly at Edith, which clearly made her nervous. The girl was already thinking the worst, although she really believed they had become close. The only thing Catherine liked about this elaborate holiday was the opportunity to see all her loved ones together. She already thought she was an uninvited guest when the princess took turns calling the duke. And the duchess, and then her friend Liz. How then did she address her as Edith Ludwig? And appreciated the outfits that matched Killian. There are many different rumors in high society, but there are always good relations between the members of the Ludwig family. And now that they have been seen like this, it is unlikely that anyone will continue to believe these ridiculous rumors. Catherine admitted that she always separately invited Edith and Lisa to spend time together. But next time, it is worth inviting both of them. Now everyone knew that the princess had been inviting these two to her house all this time. Lisa wanted to sink into the ground. She didn't like being pointed out. Cliff asked her if she was okay, and she replied that everything was fine and she was just nervous about the emperor's greeting. Killian brought a glass of liquid for his wife, and he asked her if everything was okay. She replied that her legs just hurt a little. In fact, Edith thought more, but understood less. Why had the scenario of the empire's foundation day changed? At this ball, Lace was supposed to be the only one in everyone's attention. But she had to share the spotlight with the villain Edith. Why did Catherine express her communication? She still doesn't know the conditions of the third stage. Maybe it has something to do with it. She spun the empty glass in her hands and kept thinking. When I heard a familiar voice, it was her father. He spoke with Archduke Langston and told him that one can only trust people with good pedigree. But he was a member of the royal family. And the most loyal subject was probably very close to the late emperor. Although it turns out complicated to maintain good relations in the imperial family. Edith wondered why her father so openly took the Archduke's side. If he had decided to befriend him, or because things were not going as well as he had planned. In any case, everyone praised the time of the late emperor and was bored. Because then peace and tranquility reigned. By saying that life was better before, they emphasized that the reign of the current emperor is worse. However, not all aristocrats dare to express this aloud under the current ruler. So Langston said that there was no point in talking about such things on this important day. Doesn't the emperor do everything possible for the well-being of his courtiers, even if he is too young to take the throne? He always felt sorry for the emperor and the princess because he remembered them when they were children. There is always a place for them in his heart. Suddenly, perhaps hearing these words, the princess turned sharply and ran out. Killian saw her quickly leaving. And asking his permission to leave, giving her a bunch of advice about the count, he let her go. He told her to shout if her father came and bothered her again. Even if she got into trouble because of it, he would take responsibility. Catherine really didn't look well. Edith became worried. How then did she hear people whispering and gossiping about her? Someone said she was faking that her feet hurt and using a tired excuse. It was Layla Sinclair. Surrounded by her friends, she was spreading rumors that it was a marriage of convenience. And she was like a hostage, and Count Riegelhoff had just turned against the emperor. Hearing this, the girl realized that they knew better than her about the current situation. This was big news, because now she didn't have to guess what the conditions of the third stage were. But still, the girl could not allow the Ludwig family to be discredited with pathetic gossip. So she approached these unpleasant girls. And she laughed and said that whatever the case, it was she who became the wife of Killian Ludwig. They probably heard that in case of divorce, they promised her alimony. And her own mansion, in extreme cases, she would live comfortably and eat the money. She will be rich, her face and figure will be beautiful, so it would be good to have lovers. And then, if she wants to marry. Layla, angry, called her a simple leech that had attached itself to the Ludwigs. And Edith asked, don't they live like that themselves? Before marriage, they sit on their father's neck, and afterwards they will sit on their husband's neck. So the blonde got too angry and asked her if she really thought they were the same. With her hand on her heart, Ludwig replied that they were completely different. After all, she is not a lady who drowns in envy just because she didn't marry Killian. The expressions on the girls' faces suddenly and dramatically changed. Edith looked back and finding her husband there, smiled. And then she asked him if he was really flirting with her. The boy was surprised where these questions came from. She explained that they were simply accusing her of this. Killian replied embarrassed. If she knows how, then let her flirt. But only in front of him, then she clung to him, telling him that it couldn't be any other way. After all, no one can compare to her beloved husband. Layla couldn't look at those happy faces anymore and ran out of the room. The more she plays the role of the villain, the more she enjoys it. Killian suddenly, carefully moved away and decided to say something just in case. He suddenly announced that he had been friends with Catherine since childhood and that there was nothing else between them. The boy seemed to justify that since he was a child, he hadn't been close to any girl. But he treated the princess like a sister, even closer than Cliff. But Edith didn't even worry about it. On the contrary, she said he was an honest and unwavering man. The girl couldn't even imagine that such a relationship existed between her and Killian. How desperate she was when she found out about the special conditions, until Edith Riegelhoff fulfilled the conditions of the third stage. She couldn't open the hidden scenarios. Having forgotten all hopes, she was ready to run away. The girl could live alone anywhere. She just wanted a quiet life, as if she were dead to the rest of the world. Until now, it had been very difficult for her, but now she moved forward with warm faith. And unconditional. Along with humility and patience, she will fight to achieve more. Here she made friends who opened their hearts to her. People who wish her happiness have reached out to her. So why shouldn't she stay with them? Can't she find her happiness with the one who planned to kill her? Killian asked why she was looking at him for so long and attentively. But simply smiling, Edith offered to dance one more dance, and the boy gladly agreed. Broken pictures lay scattered on the floor. The broken mirror no longer adorned the wall. A girl was standing in the room, leaning against a table. It was Layla Sinclair. She was the one who did everything. Having cooled her ardor and stripped of her anger, she still couldn't understand how Killian could do this. The girl was thinking about how she could choose another one, and then a letter was handed to her. She wrote to someone that she saw how angry she was today with this leech that had attached itself to the Ludwig family. She wrote to him because she thought she had found in him that very brave person with whom she could achieve more. This mysterious stranger invited her to join forces to get rid of Edith Riegelhoff together. There is an excellent way to get rid of this girl, but to implement it, you need Layla's help. She was waiting for him at the address indicated lower in the letter. The girl had already arrived at the exact spot, but there was no one there. Who could have arranged a date for her in such a place? Her servant said it was better not to go there, but the girl calmed him down and ordered him to wait in place. When suddenly she was scared. The doors suddenly opened, and a silhouette wrapped in a cloak emerged. Layla was surprised to see such a familiar face. He wore the Ludwig family crest and thought that they too were tired of this girl. The servant tried to stop her one last time, but she decided to leave him alone. After ordering them to take her inside, she entered the room. Edith entered the office very lively. The girl greeted Renan, and he was very glad that she had come. Approaching, she suddenly noticed some kind of book. It seems they looked at it last time with Killian. But after looking more closely, she realized that there was no magic in this novel. When Renan flew up and slammed the book shut, she didn't even know he was that fast. Realizing what just happened is that they suddenly jumped away from each other. The boy had already started explaining, saying that it was the gentleman who had asked him. But the girl apologized, saying she had embarrassed him with her curiosity. Renan heard that yesterday she rested all day because she was tired from the holiday. So the girl remembered how Killian carried her in his arms, saying it was time to answer him for how she seduced him during the celebration ball. While the maids whispered, he carried her to the bedroom, threatening that she wouldn't be able to get out of bed the next day. So she would have to rest all the next day. She felt ashamed because she missed work so often that she forgot what he was like. But the boy reassured her by telling her that she was still a lady of that kind, and that this was not her responsibility. From today, she will have access to documents related to Ryzen. They will go there soon, even if this place is far from the capital, but it has great potential. Tax and production reports for the last 10 years have been collected here. And since she will rule this territory together with Mr. Killian, it will be useful to study these documents. Cliff will inherit the title of Duke and Ryzen will pass to Killian, after which, having received the title of Count, he will leave the Duke's mansion and start his life elsewhere. This boy lived his life in a constant feeling of loneliness, being a secondary male character until the end of the novel. But if they manage to overcome this episode, then she will be by his side. They will leave behind the metropolitan life, where it was impossible to defeat Cliff. If they make joint efforts to develop this territory and try to understand the life of those who live there. Even if he doesn't love her sincerely. But they really cannot live a happy life as Count and Countess Raisin. Edith worked at her moderate pace with the papers. Renan silently watched the girl, as if deciding to approach. Finally, he approached the lady and started talking. Out of awkwardness, leaning on a pile of books, he asked, "Is Lady Sinclair bothering you? Or is she causing you any inconvenience?" Stopping writing and holding the pen in her hand, the girl began to think. Maybe not. Of course, the whole confusion happening cannot be denied, but there were no inconveniences. And the next day, the girl already regretted her words. Lacey called Edith to Belle Marie Street because she was leaving with Killian soon. But that didn't mean they would become best friends. The day of the Empire's foundation has come to an end. It would be good to buy gifts and simply walk down the street. The girl, of course, wanted to answer her rudely so that she would go there with Cliff. But maintaining the standards of decency, she replied that lately she had a lot of work and little time. It would have been foolish on her part to go out with the villain Edith if this had been the original novel. But it is no wonder why she suggested doing it now. In the original novel, Liz was devilishly charming, but throughout the novel she could not befriend a girl of her age. The exception is Princess Catherine. She became the only female character who spent time with Liz on La Belle Marie Street. But at the bottom of the Empire's foundation, it turned out that Edith seemed to have interfered with the friendship between them. After all, the princess publicly announced that she would spend time with both of them. And perhaps the offer that Catherine was supposed to receive came to her by accident. What will happen if she refuses, wanting to preserve her friendship? Liz immediately began to apologize. She didn't think she could feel uncomfortable. Everything was very similar to the scene in the original novel. In the end, she agreed and asked, what would she like to buy on La Belle Marie Street? Because normally, she only walked down Darcis Street. Liz immediately became happy and began to tell her that there were so many beautiful things there that one could look at in the shops. This time, Edith decided to help her. Upon hearing this news, Killian became terribly angry. He didn't understand why she should go there to shop and take a walk. The girl didn't even go there wearing him, but said that he had to go to the palace that day, and that he couldn't go to such a crowded place in the middle of the day. The princess, at the foundation of the empire, said the same thing. She said she would like to see the two of them spend time together. He was always worried about her reputation. Why then did he react so abruptly to this now? Perhaps he was still afraid that Edith would harm Lice.